FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check Wagertown for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you.
Juice is proffered. I
am pretty proud of myself that I've gotten the day right all 3 times this week because, as you know, Thursday games, they throw everything off kilter. Today's really like a Saturday.
It's a normal, if we were football players, we'd say normal Saturday schedule.
Okay, so what would we be doing?
You'll sleep into the break of 8:15 a.m.
I came in here and I'm supposed to sleep in today?
You should be, yeah, you screwed up already. All right, so you started off in a hole. And I will do, I should be on the elliptical doing a 2-hour session to atone for my sins from what I
yesterday?
ate the day before, yeah, and this morning. Had a half a pumpkin pie for breakfast.
How'd you do yesterday? How many plates did you have at the Thanksgiving feast?
This is yesterday.
We had our big Thanksgiving dinner up here yesterday.
So and
it was delicious.
Sarah let me go first in the buffet. I felt very honored. She actually called me out. She said, "Seth, you can go first."
Okay.
I took it as a gesture of respect.
Yeah.
She might have just, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't an insult the way you look on your faces.
No, I think it's a bold move to let you go first.
So we had nice big like platter style trays.
Yeah.
They were very elegant. They were paper.
The plates.
The plates.
Yeah, the plates were like big ovular shaped plates. Yeah.
Laminated though, not the cheapos.
No. These were good plates. And they had Thanksgiving decor on them.
So I'm going through and I'm like, we got this huge smorgasbord. So I'm just trying to take a little bit of each and I'm filling it up. And Leroy, our guy who does everything now. It used to be just the front desk guy.
Yeah.
But he's doing all the social media video and everything. And he says, "Look at this. This is what an ex-NFL player eats." And I'm like, meanwhile, I had been thinking, I'm being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Fastidious here.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was loading up my plate all that much. And he was taken aback at how much food I had. And then I had 3 more just like that.
See, that's what he should have followed you up the second and third time.
Yeah.
Like, this is what an NFL player does.
No, but he was still shocked at how much food there was on my plate.
Well, did you have any uncovered surface area on your plate?
No.
Okay.
Now it's raised right. I finish every last bit of it.
And I think that is how an NFL player does it, but I think that's also how a lot of people did it yesterday.
Yeah. And then I did this morning, there's still 3 full pumpkin pies in the fridge.
Are there still 3 full pumpkin pies in the fridge?
No, I had a half of one for breakfast. Ben, did you know? And they're those big HEB ones. Ben, did you know that there's pumpkin flavored whipped cream?
I did.
I didn't know that.
Oh, we were in the middle. We were in the middle of Seth and I were at the same little table.
Yeah.
And Seth leaves to go. The 3 people remaining at the table, and Seth just swoops right in.
I came running back in.
At top of his lungs, like there is pumpkin. And I was actually. I'm looking at him like I am pretty intrigued by that whipped cream. How was the pumpkin?
I came running back in, and I interrupted your conversation. I said, "Sean, did you know they've got pumpkin flavored whipped cream in there?"
So excited about the.
Well, I'd also done a whip it before I ran in, and. It's like
kids
triple the fun.
Yeah.
So no, it was, and they also had pumpkin spice flavored whipped cream.
A lot of
and
pumpkin
something
going
else
on,
too.
Man. Yeah, that was a good buffet yesterday.
It was a good prelude. It was a full week and 1 day ahead of the actual Thanksgiving, or 2 days, 9 days ahead of the actual Thanksgiving.
Good warm up, man.
That's why we had that stat that supposedly Sheldon Rankins is the first 300-pounder to score a touchdown.
Yeah. What'd you find out about that?
Well, for one, I think when he scored his first touchdown for the Texans, that year he was listed at 285.
Yeah, that was 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This year he's listed, I guess, sometimes he's listed at 285, sometimes he's listed at 305.
He might have gone out of his way to beef up this year because, remember, he dropped 50 pounds last year when he got viral meningitis.
Yeah, and something, he got two
shingles.
Shingles.
Yeah. Shingles and viral meningitis at the same time. I've never had either of those things, but it
is what that is.
Terrible.
I forgot. I'm gonna text JJ later today and find out if any of his touchdowns that he scored were after Thanksgiving. because there's a good chance that he was 300 at that point.
Oh, yeah, that year where he scored like 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. One thing that you guys would be intrigued by, or some of you would be intrigued by, is just how wildly
that you lose, like, you've claimed that you could put on 40 pounds within like a week or
probably 2 weeks, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no.
Some small
Given my current state of affairs physically, probably 2 weeks, because if I just started lifting heavy again, especially my legs, I would swell right up.
Lifting plus diet.
And creating. Creatine will slap 15 pounds on me, actually.
The trifecta.
I could probably do it without it. I bloat right up, man.
Trifecta. Creatine, weightlifting, and holiday eating.
You know what creatine does for you, too, or at least some of us, is it makes you sweat. Like you're on the witness stand or something. Yeah, okay. I don't
like that.
I was at my cousin's wedding a few years ago, and one of my other cousin's boyfriends, college age at the time, he was a football player, and I was sitting behind him. It was an outdoor wedding, and he's a big guy. He's an offensive lineman.
Is he on creatine?
Just sweating his ass off. And I told him, like, when I saw him afterwards, I was like, man, you just do a creatine load or something? He's like, yeah.
Did a creatine,
I'm dying here.
Did a creatine fist bump with it.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right, so game tomorrow, 7:15 kickoff, 4:15 Texans countdown. You got me and Seth for that out at the stadium. Very excited about this. The odds makers have the Texans now as a full-on 6-point underdog.
Holy crap! The disrespect they show our Texans.
What do you think the line would be if C.J. Stroud? Well, let's get this out of the way. C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie both out for tomorrow's game, confirmed by D'Amico Ryans at the beginning of yesterday's press conference.
To start, just with injury updates, C.J. and they're doing better, but right now with the short turnaround, game on Thursday, just don't have enough days for those guys to be available.
All right, so there you go.
I'm going to send Ben the extended cut of that version.
Of that cut?
Yeah, it's kind of funny in a sad way. I laughed and then I was angry at D'Amico for the way he handled that. But, came right out and mentioned it, said it. And yet again, when he's given some of these updates, I think sometimes D'Amico's surprised that the media isn't surprised in the room.
Right.
By because he kind of waited for a response or a question or something and one didn't come up. I think, there was a good deal of speculation yesterday morning about whether or not CJ even had time really to clear the concussion protocol and if it was going to happen. And obviously we find out that, D'Amico said in the follow-up, or did he say right there, that because of the Thursday game?
He didn't say right there.
Yeah, in one of the follow-ups he says because of the Thursday game, the timing is just
that was the fear I had last week.
And it's happened a few times now where quarterbacks just you're the most important position in the game isn't available on a Thursday night game because it's a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
And it's already a sketchy product to begin with because it just tends to have a sloppy feel to the Thursday night games.
Yeah.
And it drives me insane because it's the biggest factor that swings the outcome of a football game, whether your quarterback is there or not. And I think CJ, there's a very, very good chance CJ would have played if this was a Sunday
practiced
game.
yesterday.
Yeah.
We should point that out. He was a DNP on Monday. There's video of him out there throwing the ball. Tank was in a sweatshirt. I should point that out.
If he had time to practice a couple days, he still would have had to, show that he didn't have any symptoms reoccurring after practice. But there's a very good chance he would have played on Sunday.
You're talking 3 extra days. I mean, so it's. But he won't. And now I think the good news is the silver lining is that I think it's a lock that he plays in those 2 very important games coming up after this Bills game.
Yeah.
If he's out there practicing and playing soft toss, he's in a helmet and uniform yesterday. He was taking the third stringer snaps at practice and was third in the rotation in the drills. So the hints were there that he wasn't going to play already at practice. But he's got 10 days after this to get ready for the Colts.
This is one of the biggest factors, one of the biggest factors in this game and why the spread might be as healthy as it is in favor of the Bills, is that this will be the first time the Texans face a quarterback who's top 10 in rushing yards. And, we've seen at moments the Texans struggle versus Bo Nix.
So the guys
Trevor
who
Lawrence,
scrambled out of the pocket, they're not top 10 rushers in the league?
Those guys aren't top 10 rushers. Josh Allen is second in QB rushing yards. Really, he's first because Justin Fields is number 1. And he's not really a quarterback.
No.
It's been a bad
He's not a
year.
starter anymore.
He doesn't.
That's for sure.
Nobody knows what the hell Justin Fields is anymore.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, of current starters, he's number one.
Right.
He's got the most rushing touchdowns in the league. And I think there's a combination of the Texans being the 31st defense in the red zone, and then also having their issues with they haven't faced heavy-duty running quarterbacks yet. They've faced quarterbacks who can hurt you with their legs but don't really major in it, where Josh Allen, when he decides to, can major in it and have explosive plays. So that's where Jalen Petrie being out really, really hurts the Texans' defense. And I think it might be more of a swing in terms of who the favorite is than a normal, safety/slot corner position player.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Josh Allen is tough to contain, no doubt about that. Back to Davis Mills. Here was Nick Caley yesterday, offensive coordinator, met with the media. What have you seen out of Davis so far?
I just think he's been really, really consistent. I mean, he has been the same guy, again, since I got here. But just poised, works hard. He's studying around the clock. Good dialogue back and forth. I mean, just he's really into it. Has great command, ownership, all those things. So I've been really pleased with him. So
the line is Bills -6. What does your gut tell you the line would be if C.J. Stroud was playing in this game?
Probably -3.
Yeah, I'm thinking Davis. The drop off's about a 3-point drop off.
This next 3-game stretch is going to be really interesting, and this is where there's a big challenge for the Texans defense. And I don't mean to keep bringing it back to the defense, but it's the sum total of where we are on this right now.
Yeah.
I said the Texans have yet to face a quarterback who's top 10 in QB rushing yards. In the next 3 weeks, they face 3 quarterbacks who are top 10 in QB rushing yards.
Oh, Mahomes is too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like guys that can scramble, guys that can, when they see that things are, where there's an opening, they can get an easy 5 yards. They're going to take it.
Who's that put the pressure on?
That puts sure, but then really the style of coverage that the Texans play defensively. When they play, when you look at various stat sheets and everything, you'll see that they play a lot of zone. They play a lot of match coverage. That means they start off in zone and then they pick up and it turns into man. So you probably, a lot of you know just from watching broadcast, when you're in man coverage, your back is turned to the quarterback, and it creates opportunities for quarterbacks to get easy yardage. So that's where the quarterbacks who are really smart about it can really hurt the Texans at times. And they're going to face a few guys that are really, really good at it. So the D-line has to have a good contained pass rush. But when you got a 4-man rush, sometimes it's just like there's going to be gaps. There's going to be seams where guys can run. So it puts the pressure really, if you assume that the Texans do a pretty good job with the contained pass rush, it puts the pressure on the linebackers and the safeties to have that dual take care of your coverage responsibilities, but also be aware of where the quarterback is.
Here was, speaking of the quarterback, here was Josh Allen yesterday. Josh Allen had one of his worst games as a pro in Week 5 here last year. So I'm sure he's, for a variety of reasons, including that, going to want to come in here tomorrow night and show out. The reigning MVP, here he is yesterday talking about last season's game at NRG Stadium.
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. It's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. Hopefully move the ball a little bit better. But again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
He was 9 of 30 last year in that game.
9 of 30 for 131 yards.
And it still took the one of the best games C.J. Stroud had all year.
Yeah.
And a complete brain fart by Sean McDermott at the end of the game to allow the Texans to kick a 59-yard field goal to win it. So you had the dichotomy of the Texans starting quarterback, who will not play in this game, having a great game, Josh Allen, the MVP of the league, having one of his worst games, and it still took a last-second field goal to win that game.
The one thing about Josh Allen and watching that tape that he might have forgotten a little bit about, just because he, suppressed and denied. That's what you have to do to be mentally healthy.
Of course.
Suppress, deny.
Yes.
Roll it up into a tiny ball and then never think about it again.
Throw it away, yeah.
But he easily could have had 3 interceptions in that game. Remember, Aziz Elshire, that one hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it immediately.
And he had come into that game having not thrown any interceptions so far.
And he didn't throw any interceptions in that game either last year. He should have had at least 2.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was a really bad game. The one big difference between last year and this year is that last year he didn't have Khalil Shakir. So he had no viable wide receivers. This year he's got Khalil Shakir. And then something that I know people who had been following the Bills were really getting frustrated with was they didn't get the running backs very involved as passing targets. They did last week, and I think just being a little bit more diverse is one of the consent. But this has been a wildly inconsistent Bills team offensively. They've been horrendous against the run. And I think that really, the thing that's going to keep it a closer game than I think this 6-point spread would indicate is really that the Texans are going to be able to run the ball against the Bills. And you can throw out all of the stats about what they average on the season or anything. The sum total of it is with the Texans rushing offense is that obviously they don't have their best running back, but Woody Marks and Nick Chubb can get it done. But B, when they face bad run defenses, they are well coached and fundamentally sound enough that they can actually productively run the football. As soon as they take that same offense and put it up against some actual studs, they have a really hard time with it. They have a hard time getting the blocks made. But the Bills they will be able to run block versus the Bills.
When the Texans have been at their best running the football this year, they have been able to completely plunder the other team in time of possession.
Yeah.
That'll be, I think, a big key tomorrow night is keeping Josh Allen on the sideline.
Yeah.
That's the dual purpose it serves. Not only are you methodically moving the ball down the field, wearing down the opposing defense, you're keeping the MVP of the league sitting over there.
That's where there have been a couple games this year, and I would put last week as one of them, where they do all the things right in terms of winning a lot of the battles that should give you a healthy victory. But the problem is they all fall apart. Mm-hmm. They controlled the time of possession and the clock in the first half, and they came away with no points from it.
Right.
They had a nice methodical drive. They got a little bit of luck with that penalty on that one field goal. But they got down to the red zone on the first play of the drive and just got nothing out of it. Yeah. Again, they had a nice drive to get down into easy field goal range and got sacked out of it.
Yep.
And that wasn't even in the red zone. That was on the Titans' 28-yard line. So it's just finishing when you get down into the red zone that's eluded them. But that's kind of a big. It's not just a minor little detail. It's
you're not playing you're not playing the Titans this week.
Right.
You got to be. It's the Bills. You got to cash in.
The Titans' offense last week. I mean, if you just watch that game again and think, okay, if Josh Allen were the quarterback instead of Cam Ward, would that have been a reception here? Would that have been a reception there? And yes, a lot of Cam Ward had some easy opportunities for some nice shots downfield, and he just misfired on almost all of them until the end there too. Okonkwo. Is that his name?
Okonkwo. Jake Okonkwo.
I got it right. Yeah. So that's the defense needs to play better this week than they did last week. One of the big factors last week was the absence of Jalen Petrie, and that's going to be an issue again this week.
Nick Caserio was on the show yesterday with us. We chatted with him for about 45 minutes, the Texans GM. The answer that got the most traction yesterday from our Nick Caserio interview, we will have that for you. It's an update, and we will have that for you coming up next. Update if you're a landowner or, hey, it's hunting season.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like to Google sometimes after we have Nick Caserio on the show to see if anything popped outside of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday it was the Joe Mixon update.
Yeah.
We asked him about Joe Mixon. Basically, you know, we every time we've had him on, we've asked for an update on Joe Mixon, and people have asked D'Amico for updates. It's becoming more and more evident that whatever injury Joe Mixon has had, it's been a little like Christian Harris last year, I think.
Some kind of a lingering. I don't think we realistically should call it an injury anymore. This is a lingering condition.
That's a good way to put it. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday, and the way that I framed the question was, what's the latest with Joe Mixon? Are you guys basically just leaving the door ajar for him for the rest of the year if he is able to come back?
Yeah, I think that's kind of how we've approached it. Look, I know we've been asked about this multiple times, and it's not I'm trying to be, like, evasive. It's just a very, like, gray situation. And, you know, Joe's worked at it, and there are times when he's made progress and other times when the progress is kind of stalled there a little bit. So, I mean, players in his status of situation are on the reserve list until they're not. You know, I mean, Joe's doing everything he can. Obviously, we're getting pretty late in the game here. So, you know, I don't want to, you know, establish any sort of expectations or, you know, I mean, a month ago or whatever it was, I mentioned we probably have a better idea here, you know, in the next 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it was. You know, I don't think we have any more clarity at this point. So I think at this point he's out until he's not. You know, and again, it's just a very, I would say, gray. There's kind of a lot of ambiguity, not a lot of clarity. It's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the situation. So I'd say that's kind of where we are.
Okay, so the things that got the most attention, the gray, Nick categorizing it as a gray situation. I think one of the other keys he points out, he's not taking up any space from anybody else right now. He's on a reserve list until he's not. I thought the most forthcoming thing was that the fluctuation in how it's gone, how like he'd make some steps forward, and then there would be some steps back. Yeah, at this point, my bigger and broader concern is, does Joe Mixon ever play football?
Right.
Again?
So this is I'm looking at this as a lingering condition of some sort. So whatever the original injury was, sometimes there's things that happen afterwards and complications that, especially in the lower leg, sometimes it's either nerves or blood flow or whatever it might be. Once you get down, everything gets compressed down there around the ankle, and sometimes they just don't have answers. And like somebody that replied to Stresson said something like, it's 2025. They know exactly what's going on. Like, no, I don't know if you paid attention or not, but no, there's actually a whole lot of ambiguity when it comes to trying to figure out medical things still to this day. It's not an exact science. And should the Texans offer more of an explanation? Perhaps, but I think when people clamor for that, and I include myself in that, to what end? It doesn't necessarily, it's just to satisfy my own voyeurism, I suppose. It's some kind of a lingering condition that I'm sure that the Texans would prefer that it wasn't lingering. Joe Mixon would prefer that it wasn't lingering. It's not some kind of a weird holdout situation or something like that.
And that's been thrown around by people too.
Which
like,
is that
they're mad. He's mad they went and got Nick Chubb.
No, like I know for sure that's not what the issue is. So if they gave you the full medical explanation, I don't think it would change the way anybody feels about anything necessarily, other than that it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of these things, you know, when it gets down around the ankle, and it is the reason that they shoot racehorses. It's sometimes hard to figure things out.
That's morbid.
Yeah.
That's
We're not going to shoot Joe Mixon.
I hope not.
No.
No. We like Joe Mixon.
Yeah. Unless there were cap relief. Okay with it.
Well, he's, you know, the third year of his contract. We don't have to kill him. We just have to cut him. Yeah.
So metaphorically, they can cut him for cap relief.
That's right. One more from Nick Caserio yesterday. We'll sprinkle in some more throughout the show, but this is Nick Caserio taking a look ahead to tomorrow's opponent, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about the Bills and Josh Allen because Josh is a great player and they have a great team and they have a great program. So I think more than any year that I can remember, the notion of week to week in this league is really, I mean, manifests itself seemingly on a regular basis. And whoever you're playing, like if that other team makes more plays than you do, or maybe they do some things. And I'd say the other factor that always comes into play are turnovers. So turnovers can impact the game significantly on a week-to-week basis. So I would say specific to the Bills, I mean, this is a very formidable team. Like there's a reason they played in I don't know how many AFC championships, and Josh was the MVP of the league last year. I mean, he's a great player. He's very unique. There's not many players like him in the league. There haven't been a lot of players like him through the years. Got a really good quarterback, a really good running back. I mean, they got a good defense. I mean, this is a good team, and they're 7-3, and very easily could have a better record. But they are where they are, and we understand the challenge that's in front of us here. We're expecting their best, and when you watch the Tampa Bay game, I think they made a number of explosive plays which end up tilting that game in their favor.
They are all over the place, the Bills.
They really are.
They are all over the place.
Remember, they started off with a stretch where they played Baltimore, and that was when the first game of the season, it looked like, wow, this is one for the ages. And then it turned out that for the first part of the season, Baltimore was actually just a bad football team.
Mm-hmm.
So that one started to lose its luster. So their first 4 games...
they needed a miracle comeback in that one. Derrick Henry had to fumble for them to win that Baltimore game.
They had they had some commanding victories over Baltimore, but then it was the Jets, the Dolphins, the Saints. Yeah. And then when they started facing the bulk of their real schedule, they lost to New England, they lost to Atlanta, then they beat Carolina. Woohoo!
Yep.
The big one was they beat Kansas City.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. They're back on track. Then they lose in horrific fashion to the Dolphins.
Right.
So it's been very frustrating. And then they get a really nice victory over Tampa last week.
In which they gave up a ton of yards on the ground, though.
Yeah.
To a third-string running back.
And Josh Allen did the classic thing where it was a lot of Josh Allen hero ball, which people love when it works, but when it doesn't work, they hate it. Early in this game last week, it looked like it was going to be the bad version of Josh Allen hero ball.
Yeah.
But I think the game plan versus the Texans will probably be more like what they did versus the Chiefs, where Josh Allen got rid of the ball very quickly. He played within structure. He did a lot of things. Like he got rid of the ball about a third of a second. Just a lot of time when it comes to the world of an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think when the Bills watch the film of last week versus the Titans, they're going to see, okay, well, you know what? Cam Ward had some easy opportunities in the first half. And then the Texans started to dial it up a little bit more. But like Josh Allen with that same game plan, getting rid of the ball really quickly. If the Texans had tried to play the same way against Josh Allen, it wouldn't have gone as well.
Yeah. The Bills are 3-3 in their last 6 games. And included in that is we just went down the list there. But yeah, there's a bad loss on Monday Night Football to Atlanta in there. The bad loss 2 weeks ago to Miami. It's an inconsistent team.
Yeah.
A lot of this is going to be based on what version of the Bills they get tomorrow night.
You know what the Bills are right now? They're like an awesome rock band whose lead singer is struggling a little bit with the substances.
Yeah.
And sometimes he'll show up and he'll sing Light My Fire and it'll be incredible. But then the next night, Jim Morrison's rolling around on the stage, slurring his words and puking on himself.
We better get pukey Jim Morrison.
Are you going to get peak Jim Morrison, or are you going to get vomiting on himself on the toilet?
No.
Jim Morrison?
I need Jim Morrison to have to be helped off the stage with a guy under each arm.
Yeah,
with chunks of his lunch on his shirt and whatnot.
Just hit on his sister or something.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden the drummer has to sing Light My Fire.
Yeah.
That's what I need. That's what we need tomorrow.
We need fat Axl Rose.
This is a big game.
Yeah.
We need fat Axl Rose.
We need the Axl Rose.
Boy, I tell you.
Is that the name of the album? Thanks, Ben.
I saw Guns N' Roses a couple years ago at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
Axl Rose, not in great shape, but could still belt out those tunes, man.
Did they reunite? Was that when they did it? That was the actual band, right?
Yes.
It wasn't, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Slash.
It wasn't Axl Rose and a bunch of other dudes.
No. It was there. Slash had the top hat.
Well, there's the thing.
Yeah.
Axl went through that phase where he was like doing his solo thing, or I think they called it Guns N' Roses, but it was just him or something. It was bad.
Oh yeah, he just picked up a few homeless people and went and did a tour.
Well, he made that huge mistake that sometimes people make when they're in the performing arts. Is he worked on himself and got mentally healthy. Awful decision. Yeah.
Someone should have talked him out of that.
Yeah.
By the way, to answer your question, to go back to the Open, the year that J.J. Watt scored all those touchdowns, one of them was after Thanksgiving, and it was literally the Sunday after Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So you wanted to ask him about
if he actually weighed 300
If he weighed
pounds.
300 pounds, yeah. So just, it was you know what it was, Seth? It was the game where Ryan Fitzpatrick came back from being off the bench and threw 6 touchdown passes against the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
That was
one of them was to J.J. Watt.
I still get annoyed about once every 3 years somebody will say that was Ryan Fitzpatrick's best season that year because statistically it looks like it. He got benched for Ryan Mallett, R.I.P. He got benched for Ryan Mallett midway through that season.
And half his touchdowns were in that game.
Yeah, he had 2, and he had another game that year, I think, right? But that game specifically, it took his season stats from being to like, ooh, impressive.
Yeah, look at this guy. He got paid. The next Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Texans tomorrow, 7:15 kickoff tomorrow night here on Sports Radio 610. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays.
Is that a shot at me?
With the NFL? No. I think it's just society. I can count on you.
It's more of a shot at that former, at the hypothetical rock star that we're talking about.
Right. You can't count on that guy.
Yeah.
No. It is a bit of a dour promo when you're like, you can't count on much these days. You know, like, hey. But you can always count on Sundays.
No, you're bringing them down and then you're building them up.
No, you're right. It's a great promo from that standpoint. The NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines are up next, but first I want to get you guys sleeping right, and that would be Dr. Ben Salento. Texas.
And Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. Let's get to it here on Payne and Pendergast. Let's start with the Houston Texans. Big news yesterday, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, both going to miss this Thursday's game against the Buffalo Bills. Bills now a 6-point favorite in this game. And Seth, given what's on the other side of this game, the following week at Indianapolis, one of the best teams in the AFC. The week after that, at Kansas City. By record, not one of the best teams in the AFC, but still Arrowhead Stadium in December, Sunday at night, is no picnic. This is not a must-win, but if they lose this one, then all of a sudden the calculus, which I know you like to play around on your little playoff machine over there.
My little playoff machine
becomes a little daunting if you lose a home game here on Thursday night.
It's this next 3 games of the schedule are really where the season is either made or broken. You can either set yourself up really well or you can just completely destroy everything because you're facing 3 of the teams that you're vying for wild, proving yourself or improving to the point where you can actually slug it out with some of these guys. I mean, this is a classic Houston Texans season so far where, hey, you know what? You're close to a winning record, but you've got some quality losses, if that's what you want to call it, because you've lost to good teams.
Yeah.
But you haven't beaten any of the good teams. This is just the classic. Is there a glass ceiling where the Texans are a 9 or 10-win football team, but they just can't get over the hump versus the genuinely good teams?
These are playoff games.
And these they're facing through. Yeah, they are. They're, for all intents and purposes, they're playoff games.
These are playoff games, and you're going to have to do at least this one without C.J. Stroud. We should point out, C.J., you look hard enough on social media, you'll find it. He was at practice yesterday in uniform, throwing the football around. So it looks like things are progressing. As short as this week was to get him back, and he was obviously not able to make it all the way back. The fact that you've got 10 days between this game and the next game, I'd be shocked if he wasn't starting against the Indianapolis Colts.
And this talk about extremes, going from one extreme to the other. It seems like a relative slam dunk that he'll play in the next game.
Yeah.
If he weren't, that would mean that, oh no, we've got like a Tua type of situation here where this is, or a Sidney Crosby or something.
Well, it brings all sorts of other storylines into it.
Yeah.
Now it's not about the Colts game. It's about, all right, well, he's getting a contract after the year's over, possibly.
Yeah.
All those things.
So, but that's very unlikely. I think it's very, very likely that he plays versus the Colts.
I think it would have done game is what I kind of gleaned from D'Amico talking about, hey, just not enough days in the week to get it turned around this week.
Yeah.
So that's the big news with the game on tomorrow on Thursday night. 7:15 kick. You can hear the game on Sports Radio 610.
I had a panic moment yesterday. I was going to do a live stream, and right before the live stream, I checked the injury report to see if there's anything I missed. And I didn't realize I had pulled up last week's injury report because I saw Titus Howard with a concussion. and I thought, oh no! What happened? How did he get back into the concussion protocol?
That would be scary.
Yeah.
I don't want to do the shuffle.
Because then we're into Sidney Crosby territory.
Then we are. With Titus, we would be. Now, Ed Ingram is back full go this week as well. We should touch on that because we have not yet. Do you expect Titus Howard at right tackle or left guard? Because I would guess Ed Ingram is getting his right guard job back.
Yeah, I think that Trent Brown has done a good job when he's in there. Done a much better job than I had hoped. Like, given when I first saw him on the field 2 weeks ago and saw the way he was moving, I thought, okay, he's going to have a lot of veteran savvy and using his size to get the job done. And I think he did a really good job of that. I think that there's certain things you can do in the run game with Titus Howard at right tackle that you can't when Trent Brown is there. And especially when you talk about wanting to get Woody Marks out on the perimeter. The Titus Howard's athleticism helps you a lot more there at right tackle.
Yep, I'm with you on that one.
And Jared Patterson's fared pretty well at left guard so far.
He's been good.
They might have stumbled in through dumb luck and desperation into the guy that has been on the roster all year and could have been playing left guard instead of rotating 2 guys who are now on the bench.
2 other in that rotation.
He was the third option at left guard.
The trial and error that's gone on this offensive line this year, going all the way back to training camp, has been something else. Framber Valdez declines the Astros qualifying offer. The Astros, as you need to do in Major League Baseball, if you have a free agent that you want to get draft compensation for if he leaves, you got to make an offer to them, and the qualifying offer is 1 year, $22 million. Framber Valdez, to nobody's shock, said no to that because he's going to get about $200 million from somebody.
The declining the qualifying offer is always that thing that seems like it should be a headline, but it's not worthy of a headline at all. Mm-hmm. Except it was Colby Rasmus, wasn't it?
It was.
Who just signed it? It was like, hey, whoa! And the team's like, whoa!
$18 million.
Yeah,
Colby
Rasmus said, I'm not going to turn. What? Yeah. The general logic is, nope, I'm going to get more money in free agency.
It's very rarely do people accept the qualifying offer.
Yeah.
Grisham accepted it in New York, that outfielder. John probably has made way more than the qualifying offer. No, Trent Grisham, their outfielder up there.
Yeah.
He took it 1 year, $22 million. They DFA'd Ramon Urias, who they picked up at the trade deadline, the Astros did.
Yeah, so be sure they keep
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they picked up a dude. Yeah. To retain that guy whose last name no surgery needed for Aaron Rodgers on his left wrist. He is pushing to play on Sunday against Chicago. Important to the Texans because the Steelers are theoretically one of the teams they're chasing right now in the playoff hunt in the AFC. Last night, not a ton of change or churn. The Texas teams, A&M number 3, Texas Tech number 5, probably one of the biggest changes. UT, by virtue of getting whomped by Georgia, falls to number 17. U of H, back in the CFP rankings, they're 25th in the AP poll. They're 23rd in the college football playoff rankings. So the University of Houston hanging out on the fringe of the top 25. We'll talk about them in just a second. Hey, real quick, we have a listener that's over in Scotland, Seth.
Uh-huh.
He is at Inver, at INVER, and on Twitter yesterday he said, I love you guys. I listen over in Scotland every day. He's actually in Albania right now, and he said, hey, can you give an acknowledgement?
By choice?
He didn't say.
Yeah,
You're
not interrogating him.
He didn't say. That's a good question.
They probably wouldn't have let him tweet.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Or maybe he gets one tweet.
Yeah.
And he sent it to us, which would be very flattering. He wants us to acknowledge the Scottish men's national team for making the World Cup.
That would be awesome.
You get one tweet.
They're expecting him to reach out for help or to the State Department or something.
Just want to know. Before they kill me in this interrogation, I want Sean and Seth to know how much their show means to me.
Pendergast and Payne.
So Scotland made the 2026 World Cup.
And maybe they come to Houston.
Is that a rarity, I'm guessing?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to take care of a listener who really likes us.
Good job, Scotland.
Way to go, Scotland.
I'm guessing that's hard for you guys to make it, I guess.
I like Scotland. Scotland's one of those foreign countries that, I got no beef with Scotland at all. Rowdy
Better
Piper.
not.
And
They'll gut your ass.
Yeah. I was a big William Wallace guy in Braveheart.
Well, if I might become annoying middle-aged white dude talking about American history for a moment, you can really credit the Scots with a lot of the American Revolution.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
A huge percentage of the men who signed the Declaration of Independence grew up with Scottish tutors in their household.
Oh, yeah?
Like the Scottish drive for independence and a lot of the political philosophy from the day and everything was taught to a lot of the American forefathers by their Scottish tutors, yes.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to acknowledge Seth.
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Show historian. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got more of a Scottish bent to us than people realize.
I just like their vibe with the kilts and, run into the middle of the field with their swords in their hands.
Hitting people with clubs.
Yeah.
Trying to take on modern medieval warfare tactics with clubs.
Turns out they made our founding forefathers literate, and because of that, you and I get to do what we do every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yada, yada, yada. Thank you, Scottish. I want to acknowledge the Scots.
Acknowledge me.
Not the soccer-playing ones, the ones that helped us gain our independence. All right, we didn't get to do this yesterday, so we will do it today. Power ranking of the power rankings. We're going to do it here. Normally a 9 o'clock Tuesday thing. Maybe you're a 7 o'clock listener. You don't get to hear it. Seth and I take the various power rankings from around the NFL, and we rank how we think they did in grading the Houston Texans. We will do the power ranking of the power rankings. Coming up next, I just mentioned the University of Houston Cougs, number 23 in the college football playoff top.
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's what I need to be better about.
What do you need to be better about, Seth?
Having that list. You keep a list of things that aren't necessarily on the front burner, but that if you all of a sudden have some downtime, you should take care of.
Yep.
I need to do that at the very least, just so I can keep ahead of my HR classes I'm supposed to be taking for Odyssey.
I think I'm one behind on that right now.
I think we both need to take the sexual harassment one, which nobody else has to take for some reason.
Not because of us.
Oh, I don't know, Ben. Do you have to take it?
I have missed that email.
Yeah. See,
you did. Okay,
I knew it. Yeah.
It's
just us.
People misconstrue things around
if we had to
here.
do a power ranking of guys on-air talent at the station who are least likely to need to take the sexual harassment classes,
I think we're pretty high up the list on that. Like they wouldn't need to take it. Yeah. They wouldn't need to take it.
I could see me making a joke or something on air that somebody hears in the office and they're like, that's messed up.
Yeah,
but
you're not purposeful about your harassment. Not like Lopez.
I'm not focused.
Just kidding,
in it.
John.
I'm more just generally ignorant.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm not focusing in on one specific person.
Right.
I'm just saying stuff that offends everybody.
Yeah. I think our show's pretty safe. If people are wondering, hey, are we ever going to come in someday on a Monday and one of you isn't there because of something inappropriate that took place? I think our show is, we're pretty stable. Other than Ben, sometimes,
That's true.
Yeah.
We had sometimes when the cheerleaders used to
last on the list.
When we used to have to interview the cheerleaders once a week.
Yeah.
That was brutal because it was you're trying real you don't want to come off like a creepy person or something, but sometimes they would be women that some of the women they would bring in they just have zero personality whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you're so I would find myself just almost sounding like a nervous guy at a party because I'm desperately trying to make it an interesting segment or something.
Well, and even the ones that enjoy being in here, it's supposed to be a playful interview.
My suggestion to them was why don't you just bring some, listen, this was before we were even streaming all the time and everything.
Yep.
Could you just find a couple of gals that have awesome personalities and bring them in and we'll say they're cheerleaders?
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We'll tell everybody, and I'll
theater of the mind.
Hold on a second. I gotta try to concentrate. Oh my God, you're so hot. But seriously, break down the 3-4 defense for me, and then she could do it. Boom.
In an energetic fashion.
Yes.
That engages people.
Yes.
It's a good idea. We don't long time.
I made a demand for personality.
Not saying that there's not some with personality.
Oh no, there definitely are. And that's actually what I said was okay, yeah, we don't care if it's the same couple of cheerleaders every time. It's just
it's radio.
I know you have at the time there was a woman on the cheerleading staff who was a rocket scientist at NASA.
Yeah.
Bring her in every week. That's fine.
Yes.
Yep.
Are you ready to power rank the power rankings?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
They're so hot.
Some are hotter than others.
This first one is a solid 8+.
Yeah, we'll start off. We do this every week during the football season.
Yeah.
We power rank the power rankings. There's several outlets out there that power rank the 32 NFL teams. We pick 5 of them.
Yeah.
And we stack rank them in order.
Yeah.
From 5 up to 1. In no particular order, these are the 5 outlets. We'll put them in an order in a second. CBS, USA Today, The Athletic, SI.com, and ESPN. And what I can say
watching you, USA Today.
What I can say about
rent whore.
Number 5, SI.com is they've got a hell of a personality.
Yeah.
SI.com is 5th on our power ranking of the power rankings. They've got the Texans 21st in the NFL and move them down 4 spots.
Down 4
after a win over the Tennessee Titans.
Lets you know what America thinks of the Tennessee Titans.
I'll tell you what,
it wasn't an impressive win. You had to have an inspirational field goal drive in the 4th quarter to beat the Tennessee.
16 to Nico Collins.
It's true. It's true.
Connor Orr is the writer
so
who puts these together. We going to do this for 37 minutes?
Yeah.
I admit this is what he says about the Texans. I admittedly have no idea where to put the Texans, who, yes, have won 2 straight games, but have a horror show schedule over the next 3 weeks, which we pointed out multiple times today. Whereas the surging Cowboys and Dolphins do not. I'm guessing that's who he's got them. Yeah, he's got the Dolphins ahead of the Texans right now. Connor Orr does.
What the?
I think part of power rankings are.
I take it back. He's not hot at all.
I think not a good personality either. I was beer goggling these power rankings.
I got drunk and told Connor Orr I think I might love him.
I think part of the power rankings are a snapshot of the now, but part of it is a near future hedge on where you think this stock is trending. All right, so he's kind of he's changing the rules. He's moving the goalposts.
He is coyote ugly. Yeah.
So 21st, and yes, behind the Dolphins and the Cowboys, who come in at 19th and 20th on here. Ugh. All right, so SI.com, 5th and not hot.
No.
Number 4.
Connor Orr, solid 3.
Number 4, ESPN. Where are you on DJ? Now, this will get a little uncomfortable.
College sprinter he was.
Just somebody you actually know and see on a regular basis.
Wait, sprinter or was he a 400?
A track guy. I know a track guy.
He was a sprinter. I think he ran the 100.
Yeah.
He's a sprinter or not.
Yep. ESPN.com, which DJ Bieneme writes the blurb for them, has the Texans at 19th, down 1. So this is 2 straight power rankings, Seth, that have lowered the Texans on the power rankings.
DJ writes the blurb. That's not his personal power.
Right.
Ranking,
Somebody else does the rankings, and then they say, "Hey, DJ,
you can save your thirst trap / football criticism tweets for somebody else."
But we know a few of these power rankings do a category for each of the 32 teams. And the category this week, I'm curious if you agree with this, who's under the most pressure? DJ says offensive coordinator Nick Caley, and he says this, DJ does, Houston's defense lowers the number of points needed to get a comfortable win. This season, the Texans have allowed more than 20 points only twice and given up the fewest points per game, 16.3. So the pressure falls squarely on Caley to get a complementary offense better than the one they currently have. The Texans' offense is averaging 22 points a game, which ranks 21st. If the offense doesn't show improvement over the rest of the season, the Texans could be looking for their third OC in 3 years. I agree with this. I think Caley is under the most pressure, and I think he's under the most pressure because he's in a job where it's a whole lot easier to move on from Nick Caley than it is some of the players or anybody above 100%. Him on the grid. Yeah.
I think with Caley, the biggest thing where I am at with him right now is that I think the offense has improved as the younger players have gotten better and more reliable. Some of the issues that we saw early on with the offense, especially with the spacing of wide receivers, you never know whether, is this because there's younger players trying to do this and it's a new scheme, or is it the offensive coordinator himself? I think it was very much about younger players and it being a new scheme because those things have improved over time. And I think that the biggest test for me right now is the offensive line over the past 5 weeks. They've performed like an average offensive line. Not great, not atrocious. And given the actual players that he's had to use during that time, I think that's a vote of confidence for me that Nick Caley knows what he's doing. It's going to take some time, but they also it's a constant rotating audition at left guard. They've had bad injuries on the right side of their offensive line. The center is still very much a work in progress. Ariante Urstri's gotten a lot better. So I like that. That's an indicator that the offensive coordinator is doing some things the right way.
The percentage chance that Nick Caley is the offensive coordinator in 2026 has definitely gone up over the last few weeks, I would say.
Yeah. I guess the indicator being that they've performed the way they have, but they've got some serious talent deficits.
Yep. All right, so ESPN.com, number 4 on the power ranking of the power rankings. And you got kind of titillated by DJ Bieneme when we did that.
Yeah, we'll drop this gimmick now. Once it got real with DJ, like somebody that I actually have conversations with.
Right. You don't want that to be uncomfortable. Yeah. All right, number 3, The Athletic, who also has...
I don't want to have to maintain eye contact the next time I see him.
The Athletic, who also has the Texans at them down one notch. But as you know, The Athletic is always going to win out in a tie because I find their font to be very pleasant to the eye.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
I like
Girl
their
Next
font.
Door vibes.
I like their fonts. Yeah, that's right.
Nothing that rattles you, but like easy on the eyes.
There's something about this. There's something about this font.
Yeah.
So The Athletic has the Texans at 19th, and their category this week that they do for each team is, as I page down to the Texans, I just want to make sure I got this right, is a suggestion. They have a suggestion for each team. I know you put it in the rundown. I was looking for something else. You're policing me.
I was PO'd everybody because I tried to make it easier for Sean.
I was looking for something else. Yeah. So a suggestion: call Davis Mills' agent is the suggestion.
Oh, the Athletics.
For the Texans.
The Athletics into the weird stuff.
Yep.
Looking outside the relationship.
Here's what they say. The Texans' backup quarterback is on a 1-year deal right now, and he's proven his worth by winning the last 2 weeks. While C.J. Stroud is out due to a concussion, Nico Collins has 16 catches for 228 yards in those games, so he'd be all for more Mills in his life. Boy, that's a little uncomfortable mojo to put out there that somehow Nico prefers Davis Mills over C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the Athletics sitting here saying
making
just
a lot of
assumptions. You married him, did you?
Right.
Yeah.
Houston's won 3 of its last 4 to get back to 500 after starting 0-3. Here's the thing. Davis is under contract next year, too.
Yeah. Calling Davis Mills' agent would be kind of dumb, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, with real percent, it's just that you've already got him under control for another year.
Yep.
There's no huge urgency to lock him down to a 5-year deal or anything.
Do you think, okay, here's a question for you. Do you think Davis is playing his way into being a quarterback that if a team has quarterback issues next season or is looking for a quarterback,
a bridge,
they're going to draft a guy, but they're looking for a bridge who can win games?
Yeah.
Is Davis playing his way into being a potential asset that could get you some decent draft capital?
I think there's a chance that he is, yeah.
Do you think they would move on something like that?
I don't think people are going to look at him as, this is the guy and we're going to give him a 5-year deal or anything. But a lot of it's going to depend on, from the Texans' perspective, how does Graham Mertz develop? And because you're seeing right now, it's not Davis Mills' overall ability, it's his overall ability plus the fact that he's a veteran quarterback who's been in the system. Got to take, when CJ was injured during OTAs, Davis Mills was taking all those reps. Mm-hmm. That's probably helping out a lot right now. Mm-hmm. So I think right now he's still more valuable to the Texans than he would be to other teams.
Yes.
That could change a lot if they start feeling good about Graham Mertz.
Mertz is a huge factor in it. You're absolutely right. Right now, just thinking ahead, I know the trade deadline's come and gone, but the offseason rolls around. Team offers you a 3rd-round pick for Davis Mills. You take it?
I'm sitting there, I'm thinking about, it'd be
I would not.
Sure would be nice to make the playoffs this year, and without Davis Mills, I don't think we might not even.
Dude, they're 0-2 with Graham Mertz in these last 2 games.
Most likely, unless Graham Mertz ends up being a prodigy.
Yeah,
but because we just don't know.
I'd bet on 0-2.
Right. Most likely, and that we would actually be doing mock drafts sometime this week.
Yep.
Not right now.
They'd be 3
I don't want a
7.
3rd rounder right now.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I a 2, but even a 2, I got to think about something like that. All right. So number 3 on the power ranking of the power rankings is the Athletic. And they are right behind the Carolina Panthers. How about that? Mm-hmm. That's what I was paging down to go find. Who are they right behind in these? They're behind the Dolphins in one of them, behind the Panthers. You got to step this
By the way,
up.
can everybody just shut the hell up about Bryce Young for a minute? He's been awful all year. He has one good performance, and all of a sudden
448 yards.
I know. But it was there is such a thing as the season stats and whatnot.
It's a lot of yards,
your overall performance. I can't go from I don't know, it's just not working out for Bryce Young to him having one impressive game, being like, woo, the ship is arrived.
I hope
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
I hope the Panthers do. I hope they do. I hope they give him $60 million a year. I'm with you on that. The hell of a game by him. He got acknowledged. He got enough. He got acknowledged on Monday. All right, number 2, power ranking of the power rankings. CBSSports.com. Pete Prisco, 18th. That's where he's got him.
Hater.
18th, holding steady.
I've never once found Pete attractive.
He's the first one. He's the first one that hasn't penalized them that we've done so far.
Oh, okay.
For a win.
Well, I'm supposed to give him credit for that?
No, I'm just
trying too hard.
Just pointing
out.
Which
he has to do.
Just pointing out. Right.
We're going to do some weird stuff, Pete.
Yeah. Pete's got super wide hips. You're going to have to do some things. Here's what he says about the Texans. They've won 2 straight without C.J. Stroud, which keeps them alive in the playoff chase. The defense is special.
Ooh, okay.
No. Pete Prisco is the opposite of the guy who's going to put in the effort and do things.
Yeah, this is just his little 2-sentence blurb. But he does say
that's as missionary as it gets right there.
He says the defense is special.
Oh, yeah, 4 words, thanks.
There you go.
Yeah,
the defense is special.
Okay, yeah.
It is.
Cool.
It is, and yet.
And then he's like, you got cab fare for me?
This is, okay, so right now the defense is special. This 3-game stretch is really, honestly, where they can authenticate their performance.
Their speciality-ness?
Yeah. The fact that they're facing, for the first time all year this week, they'll be facing a quarterback who's top 10 in QB rushing yards. Mm-hmm. The next 2 weeks, they'll do the same because both Daniel Jones and Pat Mahomes can both hurt you with their legs. Mahomes is the perfect example of, like, knows exactly when he should run, and he doesn't do it with blistering speed or anything, but knows how to take advantage of some of your weaknesses on any given play.
Yep.
And that's where the Texans at times have struggled versus scrambling quarterbacks. So these next 3 weeks, they'll really have to address that challenge.
Number 1 on the list, power ranking of the power rankings, with a bullet once again, is USA Today, and their rankings are done by Nate Davis.
And we've always liked the USA cheap bluesies of journalism in general. They were like the original aggregators.
Yeah.
You know, they spawned this whole generation of people on social media who don't actually break news. They just repurpose other people's news.
They're the stripper with a heart of gold.
Yeah.
Is what they are.
They are actually going to community college instead of just telling you that they are.
Right. And eventually law school.
Yeah.
They've got the Texans 13th, holding steady from last week. So they didn't penalize them, and they've got them damn near in the upper third of the league, and they say this. Nate Davis says this. How good is this defense? It's allowed more than 200 passing yards just twice this season. It's allowed more than 100 rushing yards just twice this season. Josh Allen will test it Thursday night, but whew,
it says woo,
doggy. That defense is hot.
We gave USA Today the Vapus.
USA Today looks at the Texans defense the way you and I look at USA Today.
Yeah.
You know, that's with the longing eyes, hungry eyes.
Texans are this fun young team.
That's how USA Today looks at them. Yeah, not that creepy.
James Cook is. I watched a good chunk of James Cook, the running back for the Bills, yesterday.
He's good.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because he's classic in an outside zone scheme. He knows when to cut it back. He gets vertical very quickly, runs bigger than his body weight. Mm-hmm. I think he like runs with more power than you expect when you look at him.
Yeah,
and he's a challenge. He's a challenge this week.
So USA Today has the Texans 13th, which is far removed from where these other outlets have them.
Mm-hmm.
The other outlets have like the Cowboys and the Dolphins and the Panthers, and I know record-wise, like the Panthers are better than the Texans. The USA Today has them hovering around teams like Tampa Bay, Baltimore, Jacksonville. If there were a party with those teams at it, you got a party over here, and it's got the Panthers and the Dolphins and the Steelers, and you got this other party over here that's got the Ravens and it's got the Bucks, better teams. We know that they're not in the really, really elite party, with the Lions and the Eagles and teams like that. Which cluster do they belong more in, Seth, do you think?
I think
that Bucks-Ravens cluster or the Dolphins-Panthers cluster?
The Bucks-Ravens cluster.
Because of the defense?
Because of the defense. Yeah, that's the one you can rely on the Texans' defense in a way that I think you can't necessarily rely on any of the units from the other teams.
Yeah. So there you go. Power ranking of the power rankings.
And then for whatever it's worth, I think the Bucks game remains kind of the best indicator of just exactly what the Texans are as a team. They've improved on offense since that Bucks game, but it was a great defensive performance right up until they busted a 4th and 10. And that's not I'm not saying anything that D'Amico Ryans himself doesn't say. Every time I bring this up, I get people that act like I'm hating on the best defense that ever was or something. No, that's one of the few weaknesses of this team, this defense, is that they've had some letdowns versus scrambling quarterbacks in critical drives in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the things that keeping them from being wow, this is one of the best defenses of the decade.
Yeah.
So I don't know. maybe I've just got greater ambition than some people, but I think that they're capable of being one of the best defenses of the decade or of this century. They've got to get better at red zone defense, and they've got to get better on some of these closeout drives.
Well, the three things that I think back to last year when they were a good defense, they weren't. I think they're a great defense this year. When they were a good defense, they were a poor tackling team. They bid on play action all the time, which then led to the third thing, which is big chunk plays.
Yeah.
The last two of those three, they've gotten much better. They're one of the best against play action this year, and I think it's a chicken and egg thing, which leads to fewer big plays. Still not a great tackling team.
No, it's they're better than they were early in the season, but there's still times like last week where guys are getting way too much run after the catch.
Dude, the Toa tackle miss, man. On that play.
Yeah, just flying in there like a methed out.
Swarm, what do you call it? Swarm run amok.
Yeah, it's swarm run amok.
Yeah,
he's 10 on the swarmometer sometimes. He needs to be at a 7.
7 is.
He's done a better job of not injuring his own teammates.
That is true. That's an area Henry Toa has improved at this year.
The 49ers game, there was a close moment where he had a really nice hit on Christian McCaffrey, but there was also almost some collateral damage.
Friendly fire? Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of power rankings, The Athletic put out their power rankings of the NBA, and they do it 1 through 30, obviously, but they put them in tiers also. Rockets, 1 of 4, top contenders. Number 1, Oklahoma City. Number 2, Denver Nuggets, who they play on Friday night, the Rockets, to face the Cavs, who I think are 11th on this power ranking. Detroit, how about Detroit? 11 and 2. Detroit number 3, the Rockets number 4. Oh, and the Knicks number 5. So there's 5 teams in that upper tippy top tier. The Rockets have played 2 of the 3 teams ahead of them and lost to both of them. They played Denver on Friday.
Yeah, and Jokic he's playing tonight, right? He had some injury issues, but I think he'll be fine.
There's a max discount square on Jokic on Prize Picks, so
okay.
Yeah, he probably is playing tonight. Denver 10-2 on the season. That'll be a big one, man. I think that's an NBA Cup game too on Friday at Toyota Center. But the Rockets are 4th. After an 0-2 start, the Rockets have won 9 of 10. They're thoroughly overwhelming on the glass, which makes up for whatever ball handling loss they have with Van Vliet out for the season. Now that's interesting. Does their sheer size and dominance on the glass make up for their lack of a true point guard? Would you rather have them have Fred Van Vliet and be like 9th in rebounding, or have what they have and be first in rebounding?
It's that classic issue of regular season versus postseason. Yes, it 100% makes up for it in the regular season. The rebounding makes up for it, but when you run up against a team in a 7-game series where that you don't get as big an advantage with it, then all of a sudden, your lack of a point guard is kind of a glaring issue.
Or in the last minute of a game against a good team.
And now, but that's also the Rockets team that you see right now is not going to be. They're going to be playing differently by the time you get to the end of the season.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a season long, exactly where the pieces all fit.
Yep.
And in the meantime, they can beat the snot out of the lesser teams and slug it out with the better teams.
I just think back to the last minute of that Orlando game on Sunday. And Orlando is up 98-97 with a minute or something to go.
Yeah.
And the Rockets come down the court, and they have a possession where every guy except Kevin Durant touches the ball. And Durant had started to pick up. He was catching some heat at the end of the game. He was picking up the pace. He had just hit his first 3-pointer 2 possessions before that. They come down the floor. 4 guys touch the ball. Durant doesn't touch it. They get a horrible shot, and Orlando goes back to the other end, gets a bucket. It's 197. Next trip up the floor, Durant brings it up the floor and just tells everybody, clear the hell out.
Yeah.
And he does a jab step and then a step back and hits a 3 to tie the game. Like that's where I get nervous about the no Fred Van Vliet on the floor. Is Van Vliet knows how to engineer important possessions.
Do something a little bit more artful at that moment.
Well, or if Kevin Durant's not going to have the ball in his hands to start the possession, make sure he touches it at some point.
The other, in that game specifically, there's a good situation where they were getting their rebounds, they just weren't getting a lot of second chance points.
Yep.
But all of those are very real questions and concerns and issues, but it's also still very early in the season.
Oh yeah. No, it's just it's certainly something everybody's keeping an eye on. So. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Texans-Bills tomorrow, 7:15. A reminder, 4:15 Texans countdown. Hope to see you guys out there. It looks like the rain pushed off to Friday, so that's good.
Oh, okay. So we'll probably probably be out.
Well, we talked about this.
Come get yourself a sweaty hug from old Sethers.
They are upset in New York about this Cam Scatabo physical, staged altercation he got in at Monday Night Raw.
Hey, I wouldn't have been, if I were a Giants fan, I wouldn't have been as upset about him shoving the wrestler like he did. It was when the wrestler came back and shoved him.
Yeah, man.
That was dumb. That was really, really dumb of Cam Scatabo.
Yeah.
When you're out injured like that and doing anything out of the ordinary, that was dumb. It was really dumb.
For those who missed it, and if you watched any, ESPN over the last few days, you probably saw it or on social media. But Monday Night Raw was at Madison Square Garden on Monday night. And as WWE will do, they'll put celebrities in the front row because you got to give it that vibe.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, whoever the local NFL team or NBA team is will have a few guys in the front row. Well, they had several New York Giants standing in the front row, including Abdul Carter and including Cam Scatabo, rookie running back who was catching the league by storm until he got a nasty broken leg just a few weeks ago, not all that long ago. So he's at Monday Night Raw, Scatabo is. He's standing up at the barricade. And this faction called the Judgment Day.
And he was there. He was next to Andrew Schultz, too.
I
didn't know it was him or not, but the podcaster / comedian.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's there sitting with a bunch of the Giants. And the WWE guys, the Judgment Day, this group comes over. They start getting in their face, and they're jawing back and forth. Scatabo shoves one of them, and then they come and start shoving the Giants, including Scatabo, who... So this was Brandon Tierney yesterday on WFAN, our sister station, and he was conveying the thoughts of a lot of people I saw yesterday, Seth, from New York, that said, what the hell is Scatabo doing?
I hope that he's able to regain his career. Most doctors think that he will. I'll trust them. But that was a heinous, grotesque, very problematic injury. And, it's not so much that he was sitting ringside or that there was a little push or that there was scripted stuff. It's there are certain things that you still can't script. Like when Cam pushed Dom, it had some force behind it.
He gave him a good shove.
It gave him a good shove. Now, Dom, of course, handed up, and he went flipping and flying backwards somersault to the ring. And then he came back and he shoved Scatabo. So all those things are written within the script. But here's a question. What happens if there's a little beer or a little water or a little seltzer on the garden floor and he slips? And he loses control. I am again. I'm not mad. I'm not trying to ruin the young man's life. Have fun, man. You're young. Go for it. But there's certain things you can't control. It's not a hamstring. Your ankle was hanging off. I don't think that was smart last night at all. I'm sorry.
This is the part. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. So Cam Scatabo went to explain himself on X. And this is the most spoiled professional athlete I've heard ever since Steve Francis said that the reason that he missed the team flight that one time was because attending the Super Bowl was a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Oh yeah,
remember that? Like Steve Francis skips the flight for whichever game it was. Opportunity of attending a Super Bowl,
which they have once a year, and he makes $30 million a year.
Right? Yeah. Like when will you ever have another opportunity except for every successive year after this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Cam Scatabo.
This is him. This is him tweeting this.
He tweets this. Okay. Hey, honestly, if you don't like that I'm having a good time while dealing with a tough time, then just go ahead and unfollow and casually move on. I'm not able to play football and have the fun I've been having my whole life. So I am doing things outside the box, trying to find stuff to keep me happy. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week, and just don't talk about me if you ain't got nothing nice to say. Salute. Foot was off the ground and the boys had my back. Trust me, wouldn't do anything to jeopardize anything, my G. Yeah.
Okay.
He's just trying to deal with this hard time in his life and have fun, Sean. He's just trying to find stuff to keep me happy.
I'm guessing you have, I can tell by the tone of your voice, but as somebody who's been injured before as a football player, very little sympathy for someone who's on social media like, I got to stay happy.
I have to find something to do, like as if, nobody else in the world. Again, the spoiled professional athlete part of it. Like, you know who else has injured their foot and had to be in a walking boot? Lots of non-athletes.
Right.
The remedy and the way that the only way they could find solace, apparently, was to attend and get involved in melee at a pro wrestling event. And unfortunately, those people couldn't do it.
You know what the funniest part about that is to me is he's like, I'm just finding stuff. I got to find something to make me happy. I know I'm paraphrasing. Something to make me happy. Dude, you play in the city where there is more to do than anywhere on earth.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you there's 12,000 things you can go do that you'll have fun at that you might not injure your mangled ankle that you have.
I worry that Scadaboo thinks he's Gronk, but there are very few Gronks, guys that can live this way and get away with it. You have to first be a Hall of Fame caliber player.
Yes.
Which Cam Scadaboo with his 4.1 yards per carry right now, he's not quite in the Hall of Fame.
Not yet, no.
B, you have to be still, like, really intelligent about the stupid stuff you do. And Gronkowski was actually really intelligent about the stupid stuff that he did.
Yeah.
He partied hard, but he was a maniacally hard worker, and he never got in trouble with the law or anything like that.
Well,
I feel like Cam Scadaboo's got that look in his eye. There's an arrest report to come at some point.
Two things about that, the comp to Gronk. And I would add the third thing is, and I think this is kind of what you're talking about, you need to be likable too.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Cam Scadaboo is not likable. I am saying Gronk is incredibly likable.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also say we didn't have the Gronk reputation, till he was several years into the league, if I recall.
Yeah.
Cam Scadaboo's 10 weeks into his career. You got to have a few pelts on the wall before you start having that, before you start living a lifestyle that even entertains the conversation of, all right, well, you take the good with the bad, and you know you're going to get this with Gronk, but you're also going to get this with Gronk.
Mm-hmm.
Scadaboo, we just don't. It's a small sample size, man. He's had a few good games in the NFL. Congratulations, man. See with Serio's list, we'll play it right here. We got Nick's take on that whole Scadaboo thing and asked him which Texans, if the Texans had to send 4 or 5 guys to the front row like the Giants did, for a wrestling angle, who are the guys that you would send? Here's what Nick Caserio, this was his list. If you had to pick, 3 or 4 Texans to send to Monday Night Raw to represent the Texans appropriately, who would it be?
Yeah, let's go with the dynamic duo of Hunter and Anderson, that law firm. I would put Kamari Lassiter in that group. Yeah. Since Titus, is such a big wrestling fan, we probably need to send him. And I would probably send J-Pat as well to get some, more offensive line reinforcements.
There you go.
That could be a pretty good group to go up against.
You can take it down right there, Ben. I know you. Tells a good Lassiter story after that. We'll play it later.
Will's an interesting one to try to figure out because he plays with such ferocity and yet doesn't. I've actually struggled to try to put it into words. He doesn't strike you as he's certainly not a Deacon Jones type, where it feels like he has a bloodlust about him. And yet, he plays as if he has a certain bloodlust to him.
Yeah, he's got to be there.
He plays like a maniac. But he's almost, what he is almost like? He's like The Rock's first character. The one, Rocky
Maivia? Yeah. The ultimate babyface.
Like smiling all the time and everything. He's like The Rock, except like a non-sociopath.
Like a babyface. According to the Circle of Swarm, the swarmiest of the Texans this year, Will Anderson. I think Will's there just based on the sheer force.
Kamari Lassiter has got malice in his heart in a good way. Yeah. He's got more of a dark side to him than Will does.
Did you agree with the Danielle Hunter pick? I think just the optics of Danielle Hunter get him there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
he first guy off the bus.
If you cast those three as brothers, like if you claimed that those guys were brothers, Danielle would definitely be the older brother, and he'd be the one that would be trying to talk sense to somebody, while meanwhile behind him, Kamari Lassiter just comes in out of nowhere and cracks somebody over the skull.
It felt like his other two that Nick was doing a solid. It felt like he was doing Titus a solid because he knows Titus is a huge wrestling fan, and if he found out he wasn't invited, he might be upset. The Jarrett Patterson one felt like he was letting me have a Notre Dame guy in there. That's what that felt like.
Yeah.
I know he's like, a little more offensive line reputation. I'm like, I see what you're doing, Nick.
Jarrett Patterson would be a good shady manager look. Like put him up there in a bad suit or something.
Oh, yeah. Let those
hair
guys
all disheveled and everything.
Yes.
Like a combination of like Chris Farley and Captain Lou. Yeah.
Captain Lou Albano.
Yeah.
I like that. Good Captain Lou reference. That was strong.
I know him more as a Cyndi Lauper collaborator than as a.
I got drunk with him at a bar in Chicago back in 1997.
Really?
Captain Lou Albano, yeah.
What was he like?
Drunk.
Yeah.
Very. Yeah, he had a reputation.
Really
he was. Yeah, he was. WWE was in town, and I happened to be staying at the same hotel. I didn't live in Chicago at the time. I lived here, and I'm like, holy cow, that's Captain Lou Albano, who is the reason I'm flipping the channels around, and all of a sudden I'm watching cartoons, and then here's a baseball game. Oh, now here's a guy who's fat with curly brown hair and rubber bands hanging off his face, screaming in some fake Samoan language. This entertains me right here.
Yeah.
I need to watch this.
Yeah, and
I've been watching ever since.
Those pro wrestlers are amazing, because especially the old WWF, like, it was a real culture of just, like, work hard, play hard, and go out drinking together.
They were on the road 300 days a year.
Yeah, I know.
And they drove from town to town.
And they'd go out and party all the time together. I would have so many cold sores. I'd be so tired and miserable.
There's a reason they all die in their 50s.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a way you get back up from being. Oh, if I go out drinking and don't get sleep and everything, boom, cold sore.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
When your body's fatigued, that's when So when you have cold sores, the virus is always in you, Sean. But it's just it emerges when you in times of stress and fatigue.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of the things that's kept me from becoming a hardcore alcoholic, is that I just know I'm going to have a hideous cold sore if I go tie one on. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of Nick Caserio, what were you about to say?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it at all.
Speaking of Nick Caserio,
I was going to tell you who I got my cold sore from back in the day.
Okay. We're up against it. How hot is Nick Caserio's seat? CBS Sports into tears. Do we agree with this assessment of the hot seats of the GMs in this division? We will discuss that coming up next.
I'll tell you what. You know what?
flag. Live from Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, quick update. If you were listening during headlines, we acknowledged the Scotland men's national soccer team for making the World Cup at the request of a loyal listener of ours who goes by Inver, I-N-V-E-R on Twitter. Very loyal listener who was listening to our acknowledgement of the Scottish national men's national soccer team, and he said, "Awesome, acknowledge me." Now, we should point out, he's in Albania right now.
Which gave me reason for concern.
Right.
I didn't know if he was there under interrogation or something.
He confirms, Inver does. He said, "Awesome, acknowledge me. Thank you very much. Just want to reassure you, I am in Albania voluntarily. That was not my final tweet that they were allowing me."
Good.
We joked that maybe in Albania he's getting interrogated. You get one tweet.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Send it to somebody to try to save yourself.
And he sent it to us.
Send it to us to acknowledge the Scottish men's national soccer team.
His last selfless act.
That's right. That's right. So, Inver, we appreciate you. Do you think Nick Casario's seat is hot right now at all?
I don't think it is.
I don't either.
I don't think any hotter than it might otherwise be with anybody in the organization. With Hannah McNair as one of the. I think Hannah does not mess around, man. I think Hannah is the right kind of person that you should never feel like you're completely and 100%, safe or secure in a good way.
She's hyper competitive.
Yeah, she's hyper competitive. Yeah. So I think everybody, including D'Amico, some of these family-owned teams like the Lions that seem to just be cool with just letting things go and develop how they ever might. And now, lo and behold, well, actually, in fairness to the Lions, the niece that's in control now is actually a lot more like Hannah. She's actually like, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So I think that, but no, I don't think. There were times earlier this season, especially when the offensive line was looking so haggard, that I would have put Nick higher on the hot seat rating. The O-line still needs to upgrade and improve, but they've been playing like an improved unit over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah. The CBSSports.com did an exercise where they assembled a panel of experts and had them rate each general manager's job security on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being the safest, 5 being good as fired, and they averaged them all up and things like that. 11 of them fell into the category of being safe and secure. The next 11 fell into there's 31 active GMs because Miami's fired theirs. 11 fell into the safe and secure bucket. The next 11 fell into all good for now. Nick was at the top of the next group, which was 5 GMs, where it's categorized as radar is up, pressure is mounting. He was the closest one to being, safer than these other ones. The other 4 GMs in the same bucket as Nick, according to this, are John Spytek of the Raiders, Mike Borgonzi of the Titans, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah of the Minnesota Vikings, and then Monty Ossenford, who Nick did the big Will Anderson deal with back in 20.
The Ossenford got one over on the Texans because the Texans gave up the future number 1 overall pick.
Right? Yeah, they
turned
thought
out
it would
actually
be,
to be a worse pick than the
27th.
Cardinals pick.
Yeah. So I personally, I'm with you. I don't think Nick's seat is like the 9th hottest seat in the NFL for GMs. Now, saying all that, the fact of the matter is in most seasons, probably there are 20 to 23 that are just totally safe. There's no chance they're getting fired.
Yeah.
I think Nick's more in that category. Barring a monumental collapse. I mean, look, if they go 0-7 to close out the year and you're 5-12, and the big reason for that, you can point to decisions that were made in personnel in the offseason.
Yeah.
Then that changes the calculus a little bit.
The teams that are on the extreme hot seat, or the GMs, would be Joe Shane of the Giants, Terry Fontenot of the Falcons, Duke Tobin of the Bengals, and Andrew Berry of the Browns.
Yes.
It's interesting. Of those 4 right there, I feel like Joe Shane should have the hottest of the hot seats. And yet, Andrew Berry is the highest rated guy.
Yeah.
I think he's most likely to actually get fired.
Yeah.
Joe Shane seems to have mind control over the Giants ownership.
He's supposedly helping pick the next head coach.
Yeah.
Is what the reports have been. So I don't know. Yeah, it's.
They paid Daniel Jones to see what they had and to figure out what they had in him. They spent 3 years doing that. Decided that he was no good. He goes off and performs at an extreme level so far. We'll see how it all plays out. But playing better than he ever did in New York. Saquon Barkley also, he had no use for Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley goes off and is an integral part of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But yet, I just don't get the sense that he's actually going to get fired.
I think the other thing, too, with Joe Schoen, he made a win-now move by trading for Brian Burns.
Yeah.
When you are not a win-now team. You know, your team trading 2 first-round picks or multiple, I don't think Burns got 2 first-round picks, but he got some good draft capital, like a 2 and a 5 and some other stuff. You got to know who you are, man.
The whole thing about the Browns situation, this is where, regardless of how you feel about Shedeur Sanders specifically, whether you hate Shedeur Sanders or love Shedeur Sanders, like Andrew Berry did a disservice to everybody. If you're a Browns fan and you hated Shedeur Sanders and you don't want him anywhere near your team, well, nope, they invited him into the mix. If you love Shedeur Sanders and you're a Browns fan, they invited him into a ridiculously crowded quarterback room, into a weird situation that was going to create even more drama. We're in a situation with the Browns where it's like, a lot of teams might be nervous about having Shedeur as a backup because of the drama it brings. The Browns quadrupled down on it by having him be one of 5 viable quarterbacks.
Yes, yeah. In an organization that has a history of doing weird things, too. It wasn't like it was the Ravens doing it, and they had 5 quarterbacks in there. Yeah, so it's...
they're squandering... as good as the Texans' defense is, I think the Browns' defense is probably just as good, if not better. It's just that statistically it's never going to look that way because they've got no help at all from
They've
the
got
offense.
a horrible offense. Improvement, obviously. Hey, speaking of defense, little factoid here. Saw this on Twitter yesterday. I think it was Will Kunkel had this. Will Anderson is the 5th player in Texans history to get a sack in 5 straight games. There's 4 others, so he's the 5th.
In 5 straight. So J.J. Watt's one of them.
J.J. Watt is one. Give the man a ding, Ben. J.J. Watt is one of them, yes.
All right. I'm looking at a list of the all-time sack leaders. You wrote in the show prep that it's going to be hard to guess the other 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Not as easy to guess.
So I'm not going to guess. If it's not easy, so I'm going to...
Well, 2 are easy. You guessed one of them.
Oh, okay. The other so 2 are easy.
And 2 are more difficult.
Okay, so I'm going to guess. So we already know 2 of the... Okay, all right.
You guessed JJ. Can you
JJ's the easy one.
And there's another easy one.
And there's another easy one. Mario Williams.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
The third one's not so easy to guess. So I'm guessing if it's not easy to guess that it's not Clowney.
There's 2 more.
2 more.
Yeah,
all right.
He's the 5th one. So there's 4 that have done this. 2 are easy, and you got those.
Boy, everybody should have a great feeling about my ability to nail this exercise.
That's what you get when you ate a half a pumpkin pie before the show.
Inability to grasp the difference between 4 and 5. Yeah. All right, so I've got to guess 2 more that aren't so easy.
That aren't quite as easy, right?
Okay. It's not going to be Clowney then if it's not so
Clowney
easy.
is one of them, actually.
All right, Clowney.
Yeah, Clowney, well,
that was my first guess.
Well, okay,
okay.
You got the list in front of you. I don't. Clowney never had a double-digit sack season.
Yeah, I've got the list of all-time sack leaders.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point there.
Yeah.
No, but he did have a couple of stretches
where
he was playing really well and nobody wanted to acknowledge the good stretches. So,
but when your season high is 9.5 sacks, and he had a stretch where he was getting 5 straight games.
Okay,
with sacks.
so I would have to choose between most likely Whitney Merciless, Antonio Smith, Jonathan Grenard, and it's not going to be Connor Barwin or Kylie Wong. You know what? Okay, it's going to be Connor Barwin or Brooks Reed. It's going to be one of those 2. Does it include postseason? Probably not.
Does not include postseason.
Doesn't include postseason. It's hard to guess. It's not going to be Jason Babin. Okay, I'm going to go with Jonathan Grenard.
Oh no! You were getting so warm.
Who was it?
You were getting so warm. Well, no, you want to fire? I told you.
I get another guess.
You get another guess. Yeah, and that was kind of a hint too, I guess.
Yeah, I was so close because I had said it. Is it?
It is in the group of people that you said right there. I'll put it that way.
Is it Brooks Reed?
It's Brooks Reed.
Oh,
how about that? Now that would have been a hard one, right?
Was that his rookie year? Was that the year
to be, right?
After which Peter King named him as the defensive player of the year for the next year?
I mean, that was the only year he was really an exceptional player. He was okay.
Peter
for the
King
Texans.
named him NFL Defensive Player of the Year in the preseason.
The preseason in 2012, Brooks Reed's second year, Peter King picked him to be the Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
and he ended up picking the wrong Texans second-year player.
Who would have thought that little chubby J.J. Watt fellow would do it?
J.J. Watt ends up winning it. Peter King had picked Brooks Reed. Talk about trying to get cute with the prediction. Had to be his rookie year.
It was his rookie year. He started off in the Titans, he had a sack. The Jaguars, he had a sack.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland, he had 2 sacks. Then Tampa, then Jacksonville.
Yeah.
What a run.
He had more sacks than J.J. in 2011. J.J. only had 5.5 sacks his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
So
and they came all in the second half of the season. He really turned it on.
The postseason, he was incredible. Yeah, he was incredible.
And then Brooks had another sack. That was 2012. Oh, no, that was – never mind. Okay.
All right. Good job on the guessing, though, man. You narrowed that.
Well, I never would have guessed it, except you said it was going to be hard to guess.
Yeah, yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hopefully you got to play along in your car.
He did. In 2012, he had 3.5 sacks in the postseason.
Reed did. Brooks Reed did. Okay, yeah, there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Davis Mills is going to start for the Texans on Thursday. Does he keep this streak alive from the last 3 starts that he's had as a Houston Texan? We will tell you what that is coming up next, but let's get you guys fed.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a...
Now we're just marveling at how many people are willing to give sports radio advice. This is something that happens to us a lot. Not from our listeners. Our listeners, feel free to give all the advice you want. Mm-hmm. But about once every 6 months or so, somebody will say, like, hey, I was in sports radio for a couple years, and here's what you need to do differently. And I'm like, why'd you even preface it that way? Like, okay, like, you got fired out of the job and don't have it in. Nobody is more forthcoming with advice about how you should do your job than people who are no longer in sports radio.
Right.
Yeah. But they're just dead convinced that you're doing it the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Their way was
sometimes.
The right way.
I mean, there's merit to that in some respects, but a lot of times it's just blowhards that.
It is. Now, if it's advice where they go, "Here's what I would have done differently," then maybe you listen to that. But still, I'd be like, 2 years. That kind of thing. So Texans-Bills, boy, they're talking right now. Should the Bills be, they were just talking on TV, should Josh Allen and the Bills fear the Texans defense?
Should they fear the Texans defense? Hell yeah, they should.
Yep.
They should be quaking in their stupid Ugg boots. Mm-hmm. That's what they should be doing.
Ugg boots.
Yeah.
Ugg boots can be comfy.
No, I'm sure they're cool.
Yeah.
I just like the image of like an offensive lineman coming in wearing like big fluffy, like Taylor Swift style,
like the woman kind of Uggs. Yeah. Tom Brady was a big Uggs guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did that. I think that ad that he did with the baby goat that was super.
Was
creepy.
that an Uggs?
It seemed like it was.
Yeah.
It's almost as if like, hey, this is the goat they're gonna kill to make the boots. You know, for your goat skin. That'd be kind of like when you go to a restaurant and you pick the lobster you're gonna eat.
That's still alive.
If you could actually go out and pick the cow that they're gonna make your
rub him on the nose
out of or something.
Yeah. I'll see you in a little while. Looking very different.
That never caught on with veal the way it did with lobsters.
No. Yeah, lobsters very impersonal. The lobsters. So Davis Mills, there's something that the last 3 Davis Mills starts have had in common. They have been incredibly suspenseful games.
Incredibly suspenseful, which you have to include that the first 3 quarters have been god-awful to watch.
Yeah.
Which builds suspense because you're at a certain point, you're like, I can't watch this football game any longer.
Right. But they involve Davis Mills making big plays. He didn't back into any of these wins.
Yeah.
He went out and took it.
Yes.
Such as this past Sunday, 13-13, 3rd and 16.
Ooh.
Nico Collins from Davis
it's
Mills.
3rd and 16 for the Houston 42. Marks in the backfield. Mills in the gun. Here's the snap. Davis firing downfield. And he's got Nico Collins on the sideline at the 40. Toe tapper. They say catch.
Yeah.
Yes.
5 plays later, field goal, booyah, victory.
And it really, with zero sarcasm whatsoever or anything, it was a perfect throw to Nico Collins on that 3rd and 16.
Yeah.
It cleared the cornerback's hands by about 2 inches, and just dropped right in the perfect spot for Nico Collins past the sticks to get that first down. Snap operation, everything about that play was just about perfect.
Yep. 2 weeks ago, week 10, down 29-10. Davis Mills needs to make multiple plays in this game, needs to convert a 4th and 2, needs to convert touchdowns on 3rd down in the red zone. A 3rd and 10 to Dalton Schultz at the end of the game on the final drive to keep the final drive alive.
Deep in his own territory.
Deep in his own 7-yard line, I think it was.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't.
His territory, not Texans' territory.
His Davis Mills territory.
Yeah, they tried to take it from him.
That's right. They drive down the field, 3rd and goal from the 14 because his offensive line couldn't hold their water. He's in a 3rd and 14 or 3rd and goal from the 14. Don't matter.
37 seconds to go. 29-24. Texans trailing 3rd and goal at the 14. Mills, shotgun, Marks to his left, 2 receivers, wide side right. Here's the snap. Davis looking. Davis stepping to his left. Davis on the run. 10. Davis 5. Davis to the corner. Davis! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead on the Mills scramble. Amazing!
Talking myself into Davis Mills if this thing is close down the stretch, man.
We've gotten some of the best Vandermeer clips and calls out of Davis Mills this season.
Yes.
Mark's been on one this year. I don't know if he tweaked his diet or something, but he's always been very, very, very good. But there's a little lanyap on his calls this year. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. Now of Davis Mills coming up big at the end of games. Mm-hmm. So this is a trend. Now, granted, the trend was interrupted by 2+ seasons. Mm-hmm. But Week 11 was his last start. Week 10 was the previous start. His last start before that, Week 18, 2022, final game of the season, staring death in the face. The first of 2 4th and long conversions by Davis Mills against the Indianapolis Colts.
With 1:26 to go on 4th and long. Here's Mills out of the gun, getting the snap, looking, firing downfield, and caught by Cooks. Toe tapper on the sideline. Did he get it? Yes!
Okay.
Inside the 20-yard line at the 18.
Texan fans right now are probably like, I remember being really angry at that 4th down conversion because this was the game where many Texan fans wanted them to lose to secure the first pick in the draft. Davis Mills was having none of that.
He was not. Yeah, even when he tried to. Well, we'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to it right here. That was the first 4th down conversion.
Yeah.
So now they're inside the 20.
I had completely forgotten about that one.
The Cooks one.
Yeah. I only remember this play we're about to play.
This was also a 4th down. This was 4th and 20. They got sacked on 3rd down to force a 4th and 20. And Davis Mills just throws a dime right here.
Yeah. 4th and 20 at the Colts 28. Mills all alone in the backfield. Here's the snap. Davis looking. He scrambles out to the right. Got to get rid of it. Throws it to the end zone and caught it. Jordan Akins. My goodness. On 4th and 20. Akins with the catch.
It went perfectly through that defensive back's hands.
It was a perfect interception.
Didn't even graze a finger.
It was a last-second, last-ditch desperation
Hail Mary,
that
basically.
Should have been an interception.
Yeah.
And yet ended up being the pick that landed C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Most likely. We don't know. I feel like people have gotten a little too confident in knowing exactly what was going to happen if the Texans had the number 1 overall pick. Mm-hmm. I know that the consensus about Bryce Young wasn't the way I talked to people who actually know stuff. I don't think the league was as convinced that Bryce Young was the slam dunk number 1 overall pick as actual NFL GMs were. But nobody knows who the Texans. They might have taken C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young. Who knows?
There was a whole draft process to go through. One last one from Davis, because that only made it 31-30. I mean, you had to go win the game, right?
Here we go. Texans going for the deuce and the lead. Mills, shotgun, Dari in the backfield with him. Bunch formation, wide side right, Moore, short side left. Here's the snap. Davis looking, throwing to the end zone. Caught and converted. Jordan Akins comes up big again, wide open as the Texans grab a 1-point lead with 50 seconds to go, 32-31.
I flipped a chair in the live lounge.
Oh, you were pissed, huh?
Yeah, I wanted the first overall pick. I was a Bryce Young guy. I've said that before, and I feel like I was wrong about that. I'm glad we have C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, Bryce Young's had his one good game this year, which seemingly has turned some people completely into, oh, yep, there he is. Bryce Young for most of the year.
Yeah, they're 6-5 still, though.
As a team, they've been a plucky bunch and everything.
Yeah.
I think that, well, this is the whole thing, too. I still, to this day, I don't understand the logic of not just some fans or what have you, but just sports media at large acting like somehow Lovie Smith going for 2 there was a middle finger to the Texans organization. And I don't get it because I don't understand what they expected him to do if it went to overtime. People just collectively forgot that overtime existed.
Right.
Lovie Smith had the choice to either end the game as a tie right then or to go for the win there.
To my knowledge, I don't think the Texans had converted a 2-point conversion all season either.
Right,
so he chose to do the thing that
the
they
lower
were
probability thing was
abjectly terrible at.
Lovie Smith just wanted to get the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm.
He just thought, yep, let's do it. Let's just do it.
Go for 2. Glad he did.
Nobody's ever successfully explained to me, what exactly, if Lovie Smith was trying to screw the Texans there, what was he going to do in overtime to try to help the Texans out? Kneel on it 4 times in a row?
We play all this, to say that Davis Mills, clutch gene. If this thing's close to the fourth quarter, I can't wait to hear what highlights of Davis Mills we're repurposing on Friday.
I do think that there's a Money Mills aspect to where it started off kind of ironically, obviously, because he wasn't ever winning any football games or anything.
Right.
There is
very ironically.
There's a cold-hearted that he's so emotionless that does feel a little bit like an assassin.
Yes.
Like the Money Mills dynamic. I wouldn't put it on his Twitter handle just yet or anything. But people don't say it as ironically anymore.
No.
These last couple of weeks,
Nor
there's
should
been very
they.
much a money element to it.
We just brought the proof into the courtroom for you. He is Money Mills. He is converting.
A more emotional Davis Mills back in 2022 might not have thrown the perfect interception.
Nope.
That turned into the perfect reception.
That turned into C.J. Stroud, his replacement. That's right. That's right.
No, but this year's version of him has been much more non-ironic Money Mills.
He's very unflappable. Well, and I think
unflappable. That's a good word.
The big thank you. Just in thinking through the two starts, the very first series he threw that pick. There has not been a turnover since then. There have been no fumbles. There have been no picks.
You know who he reminds me of, Sean? Franklin Reich. There we go.
There you go.
He's the second Reich.
Yeah.
That's what we'll call him.
Yeah. Much better Reich.
He's the second Reich was before it was all. That was just anyway. It was the third Reich that you want to say.
Oh yeah. No, I'm aware.
So let's start making a bunch of Frank Reich comparisons. There may be a little bit of he's our Frank Reich, Buffalo. What are you going to do about that?
I did think in the preseason that he was getting a little bit underplayed on those lists. You get those lists of power ranking the 32 backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And my gut is like he started in the midst of him having a pretty good training camp too. So I had, my view was affected by that. But you go find those power rankings of backup quarterbacks coming into the season, and Davis Mills is middle of the pack. I'm like, he's probably better than that. Mm-hmm. And I'm anxious to see what the lists look like this offseason with him having done what he's done these last couple of games.
Well, and I think, too, never underestimate the ambition or ego of other coaches in the NFL who see some good things out of a quarterback and then think, boy, just wait until I get a hold of him.
Right.
And that's the way it works.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of coaches are going to be out there looking and considering, okay, what is the upside of Davis Mills?
Yeah.
That's when it might get interesting. If Mills can put in another good performance, and they haven't been all-pro performances or anything, but if they can convince somebody out there that, this guy's going to be a good bridge quarterback for our draft pick next year, or whatever it might be, or we've got a competitive situation, I don't like the other options, let's just go with Davis Mills and see how it goes. I think there's a really good chance that sometime this offseason there will be a couple of teams calling.
Yeah, I do. And especially if he wins this game. I mean, this is the Texans, it's a home game, so there's that. But it is a primetime game, and they have not played well in primetime over the last couple of years. They didn't play well on Thursdays. You and I were talking about that off the air. They didn't play any Thursday games in D'Amico's first year here because they were coming off a season where they were one of the worst teams in football. The rule does not exist anymore where you have to play, where every team's got to play at least one Thursday game. That team, so they play any in 2023, but they played two last year, and it was two of the worst performances of the season for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
That loss to the Jets on Halloween where they made Aaron Rodgers look like MVP Aaron Rodgers for a half, and then the Christmas game was a Thursday game, and that was just a complete. No, that was a Wednesday game, actually, technically. Remember they went Saturday, Wednesday? So we'll just call it midweek. They were bad on midweek games last season.
Can I hear this Deion Sanders audio before we get out?
You want to do it in the next segment?
Yeah,
we're up against
probably do it in the next segment.
We'll do it in the next segment.
And I think we're okay with calling Mills the second Reich, by the way. The second Reich was 1871 to 1918. That was just classic, old school, standard European colonialist bastards type. Not the stuff that they got into later on.
Right. No, I feel bad for the next Reich.
I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where immediately people will be mad and they don't even know why they're mad when we start calling him the second Reich because they just don't want to do a Google search. But
you're in a bit of a history heater today on the show.
Yeah.
Between this and your history of Scottish tutors for the founding fathers.
When we were thanking Scotland for providing the intellectual fuel for the American Revolution.
I was just following your lead on it. Yeah. I'm like, if Seth's thanking him,
and
I'm
now we're naming Davis Mills the Second Reich.
The Second Reich, yeah. Go bad for the
Go
next
ahead, tell me why that offends you. Right. Go ahead and explain to me why it offends you. You don't even know, you idiot.
That's right.
Not you, Sean.
No.
It's whoever out there is angrily typing
going to try to
something into
cancel
their phone
you
right
again.
now. Yeah.
It's 2 straight days. Seth's going to get canceled.
You don't even know why you're offended.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast. You want to hear Steve Smith?
I want to hear all of it.
Okay. The latest Sanders.
I want it all.
The latest.
That's 1917.
The latest.
1942.
God, we got to get out. The latest Sanders family content. I 2 years ago, or even last year, I never thought I would see Deion Sanders having to do this. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. If you got a cup of coffee in front of you.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We're going to dig a little deeper in this matchup with the Bills in the next couple of segments. Does D'Amico Ryans have a glitch when it comes to matchups like experience tomorrow? And we'll hear from Nick Caley as well. Nick Caley met with the media yesterday. ESPN did a midseason OC report for all 32 teams. Let's see if the areas of strength and weakness line up with what Seth Payne has seen from this offense this year. We'll do that. We'll do that in the next couple segments.
We're going to rate those ratings based on their hotness.
Power ranking, the hotness of the OCs around the league. Yes, be ready.
Is there a single hot sports talk dude? Probably your old buddy, the quarterback from the Notre Dame.
Brady Quinn?
Brady Quinn.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Ladies, I think that's it.
Tom Brady's a handsome fella. It's just that it feels like it's, at this point, I don't know how much of it is him versus how much is various injections and such.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's about it. And he doesn't really count because he's in a different category.
So you're saying everybody in the lineup at Sports Radio 610 is undesirable?
Not undesirable. It's like, but none of us would go out and make it as a male model or something.
No.
You know,
I mean, if Clint really,
if that's what he threw all of his energy into and everything,
the ladies like Clint.
Yeah, so he's got a certain charisma about him, and
he's
got good hair.
He works out, but he'd have to really.
So if he lost 30 pounds or something, and got all heroin chic.
Yeah. And that's about it.
That's it.
That's about all right. You wanted to hear this audio. I wanted to hear this audio. This is Deion Sanders. I think it's safe to say that the Colorado Buffaloes, prior to this season, the hot acts in college football.
Oh, hell yeah. College game day couldn't get enough of them.
Even when they were going 4-8 Deion's first year there, it took like 8 or 9 weeks for game day or big noon kickoff to stop going to Colorado.
Yeah.
Like
they were a sensation.
They had to become bowl ineligible, basically, for those outlets to stop going. And then the next year starts up and they're going back there again all the time. And they end up going to a bowl game that year. Now it's not good. There's no Shador there anymore. There's no Heisman Trophy, even anything remotely close to a Heisman Trophy candidate like they had with Travis Hunter. So now Deion is experiencing something that for the first time he's experienced in his entire coaching career.
Yeah.
Because he did a great job at Jackson State, did a really nice job the first 2 years in Colorado, and now the seat might be getting a little bit hot for Deion.
I mean, the go-to response to, hey, how do you know you guys are going to get it done, for both Deion and Shador has been, look at what we've always done.
Right.
We've always succeeded everywhere we've been.
Right.
They somehow curiously leave the younger brother out of the
Shiloh.
I'm starting to feel bad for Shiloh. It's like they're standing up there saying the Sanders family always wins. Pay no attention to Shiloh.
Shiloh's standing behind them.
Meanwhile, I bet Shiloh might end up having a longer NFL career than Shador.
We'll see. I don't know that Shiloh's in the NFL right now. He'd have to get into the NFL first.
Yeah. He's not a practice. Anyway, go ahead.
Here's Deion Sanders. This is him yesterday. It felt like kind of campaigning for his job.
Mm-hmm. Please understand, if anybody is built for adversity, I am. If anybody's built to overcome situations and trial and tribulations, I am. You got the right man. I promise you do. And I'm going to prove that to you. I am. Just give me an opportunity and give me a little more time, and I'm going to prove that to you. I will. I promise you that.
Well, I tell you what, that was actually, I enjoy Deion Sanders.
Oh, he's fantastic.
That actually, honestly, because that kind of went from bravado and hyper-confidence to earnestness in an interesting way.
I promise I'll prove it to you.
He is a master, man. He actually took me on a little bit of a journey there over the course of 21 seconds. I was like, I get it. You're kind of. I was like, but wait a second. This is a different side of you. Okay. Yeah.
his star was rising rapidly with it, in 2024.
To the point where he probably could have gotten an NFL job.
I mean, his name was being bandied about for the Cowboys job. And unironically, people were entertaining that possibility. Mm-hmm. And now he's sitting at a press conference 3-7 in the Big 12. trying to calm the masses down. That he's the right guy for this job.
Well, in an environment where, man, college coaches are more and more being treated the way NFL coaches or anybody are treated. Yeah, it's what you would have said the entire time, which is, man, when he has his guys that he brought with him, these superstars, Travis Hunter especially, that's been with him since his childhood, and when you come in and you make that big splash, it's a different skill set to sustain NIL. It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
I do think that there needs to be a measure of gratitude by Colorado, just for the fact that they did make them very, very relevant again on a football side of things.
Yeah,
and then not this year, but they were way more relevant just by football measurements, not the publicity and everything. That you definitely have to let him play it out for at least a couple years.
Dude, I think they'd be stupid to fire him.
I don't think he needs the campaign for his job. No. I think that was more just maybe him and the fan base and trying to give some confidence to
calm
the fan
people
base.
down a little bit. Yeah, I think I won't say zero chance because there's that's nothing zero in college football these days. If Colorado fired him, that would be one of the dumbest things they could do. I think. And I told you earlier this week, I like that freshman quarterback he's got. Juju Lewis.
Yeah,
I watched him in that West Virginia game, and he was a big recruit for them, and he didn't look out of place at all in that game. So assuming he doesn't jump into the transfer portal like half the kids do, so we'll see about that.
It's got to be a weird thing being a college coach these days, just trying to keep track of even who's on your team. Because college coaches have always complained, and understandably so, about how brutal recruiting is.
Yeah,
you'd love to. That's why some guys just prefer the NFL over college, because in the NFL, it's all about the football. College, there's so many other things that you have to deal with before you can even start working on the X's and O's. And now it's, okay, I always had those challenges before, but now I've got to spend even more time recruiting guys to stay on the team. Re-recruiting constantly, fighting off other suitors, trying to replace guys who do leave and all of that. And then I can get around to
It's a fascinating thing to watch. It's I don't feel sorry for the coaches. They get paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sorry, your job just got hurt.
I feel I empathize with him in that if I ever went into coaching, it would 100% have to be on the NFL side over college. I just would not. It takes a special personality to be able to balance both those worlds.
I think that's why you see like Jeff Hafley, the DC with the Packers, he left a head coaching job in college to go be a defensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah, you know how great I am at multitasking, Sean. Oh my gosh, that would be a disaster. People ask me sometimes like, "Hey Seth, why didn't you go into coaching?" And my basic answer is because I'd be awful at it.
I think you'd be a good position coach.
I would in the NFL.
Yeah.
But like any other aspect of it or anything, I'd have to either be high school. Well, I'll get into it. This is a whole long thing.
Yeah.
The trouble with high school sometimes, and I know a lot of like D'Amico is like this, I think, but a lot of guys they'll go to high school football and they've been in the NFL forever, and you go down into a high school coach, and depending on which program you're in, the level of commitment by the other coaches, it's just not on the same.
Yeah,
it's not on the same level, and it gets frustrating that you're like, you're trying to be hammered down the details and everything. Now, some high school programs are very run like NFL programs, and they're awesome, but the majority aren't, and that's where they realize, like, oh, okay, well, I got to go do this full time, and I got to go do it somewhere where there's going to be that level of just 18 hours a day.
Same level of want to. And
there's that. In fairness to the high school coaches, those guys have jobs.
Right.
You got guys that are having to teach history all day long, and then all the other stuff.
For sure. Okay, I want to play this for you. As long as we're talking about Deion for a second, let's shift over to Shedeur. This made me think when I heard this yesterday of how you make the point that none of Shedeur's incompletions are his fault. They're all the fault of somebody else, at least according to somebody.
According to somebody out there, always it will never, ever be Shedeur Sanders' fault.
Out there, so here is Stephen A. Smith yesterday blaming Kevin Stefanski for Shedeur Sanders sucking.
What I'm saying is, where Kevin Stefanski loses me, you're a two-time coach of the year, 2020, 2023. We know you can coach. We know you know what you're doing. How does a quarterback go out there in a game like that and look that ill-prepared?
Yeah.
How does that happen? See, that's where I push back on you to some degree in terms of something's not right. Because we could say a lot of things about Kevin Stefanski. We can't say he don't have his teams prepared. We can't say that he doesn't. Like, if you don't have the talent, you don't have the talent.
Well, he doesn't have his team prepared because you don't have the backup quarterback prepared.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's my point.
1,000%.
That's my point. My point is that's not an error he would make. He's too wise. He's too knowledgeable.
So this is another one of those Stefanski is sabotaging Shedeur.
No, but it's hilarious because he's making an argument there for Shedeur Sanders being the problem. Like wait. How does this happen with Stefanski? This would never happen, that somebody would go out and look like they were unprepared to poor Shedeur.
Right.
Because, and the only way he thinks it's an argument is that there's no place in his mind to actually think, wait a second, maybe Shedeur is the problem. Or he just made a perfect argument for Shedeur Sanders being the actual problem there. And yet he didn't realize it because he's disqualifying that from being an option.
Because he's saying that Stefanski is willfully not being knowledgeable or attention to detail.
So it's evidence that he's intentionally doing it.
Yeah,
that he intentionally sent him out there unprepared.
This went on for 4 minutes, so I'm just picking out the high point right
So that's
there.
his conspiracy theory, is that because Stefanski is a good coach who knows how to get his quarterbacks
How could he
prepared,
possibly not
that the
get
only
this guy right?
possible way. So by Stephen A. Smith's logic, any human being on earth could go out there and they would look well prepared. Because it doesn't matter whether the quarterback himself actually is ready to play or not, or is has prepared himself.
Yeah.
It couldn't possibly be the guy that had multiple reports of him being unprepared in meetings with coaches during the combine or something's fault. It's got to be Kevin Stefanski.
He is blaming Stefanski for the way Shedeur looked in that game on Sunday. How ill prepared, his words, how ill prepared he was.
And that it only could be, since Stefanski does know how to prepare coaches, it could only happen because Stefanski deliberately left Shedeur unprepared.
Right.
It's really one of the dumbest things I've ever heard
Yeah.
in a long history of hearing stupid things out of sports commentators.
Yeah. You might hear
really that is a genuinely stupid take.
Yeah. You might hear it again on Friday.
Okay.
At 9:00. But I think the Shedeur thing is, I'm starting to feel a little sorry for him.
I'm getting really annoyed because I keep seeing it popped up no matter how many times this gets shut down as an argument. The people pointing out, hey, Shedeur had the all-time college completion percentage.
Oh, are they bringing that
Don't
up
you
again?
guys know that? And it's shut down so quickly by pointing out the guys he had to surpass on that list. Colt Brennan, Colt McCoy, Kellen Moore, Graham Harrell, Grayson McCall, Will Rogers, Brandon Whedon. Those were the top 7 before he took over.
A lot of air raid stuff going on there.
Apparently any of those guys, they just didn't find themselves in the right spot. Several of them did find themselves on the Browns, interestingly enough.
That's true. All right, does DeMeco Ryans have a glitch when it comes to games like the one coming up tomorrow? We will discuss that coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, no glitches here. The exact opposite. Zadok has been here in Houston.
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What are you, what's the list you're making?
Over here?
Yeah, what are you making a list? Is it a list that I'm on?
Hot guys.
I'm definitely not on that list.
Good-looking, like genuinely good-looking sports commentators. Like guys that, like if you saw them on the street, you'd be like, that's a good-looking guy.
It's a handsome guy.
I feel like right now I've got Jesse Palmer and Tom Brady.
There's just two in the entire industry?
I haven't thought that long and hard about it, but I'm willing to think more about it. I don't know, send in your
long and hard
suggestions.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Jesse Palmer and Tom Brady. I'm sure I'm missing a few.
Guess so.
I don't know.
Like
I don't think there's that many genuinely good-looking guys.
You have an awfully high standard, is what I.
I mean, like guys where you'd be like, you walk into a bar or something, and the woman you're with is like, oh, yeah. And then you got to have a whole discussion. You know, you got all your insecurities bubble up.
Definitely those two.
Well, I probably make more money than him.
You said Brady Quinn also. You had said Brady Quinn
Brady.
earlier.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's who I was thinking of, Brady Quinn. Is Jesse Palmer still doing?
Yeah, he's on TV. Yeah.
I was in my face. I was picturing Brady
Jesse
Palmer.
Palmer's good looking too.
That's what I do every time
on the list.
This has been an argument between Jesse Palmer and I. It's like sometimes we're like, "Are you thinking about Brady?"
You can have both. It's not the circle of swarm.
Jesse. Okay, so Jesse Palmer, Tom Brady, and Brady Quinn.
Brady Quinn. Yeah. All right.
Text in. Anybody I'm missing?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the listeners are. Yeah, text in.
No, I'm just saying, you can say, well, that's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
If you can't acknowledge like that a guy's a good-looking guy,
no.
You've got some hang-ups.
I understand that. I'm guessing there'll be some other texts coming in about like, okay, this topic. So we'll wade through them. It'll all be good. Yeah, text in. 713-572-4610.
You know what's funny is
Seth Payne's list of hot
broadcasters. I've been an observer of this because my brother, when he was a younger man, was a really good-looking guy. Mm-hmm. But now he's kind of in that Alec Baldwin stage where you have to explain to women, younger women, that no, he used to be really good-looking. People. I love seeing women will see pictures of young Alec Baldwin and they're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That was that guy?
Right.
That's kind of how my brother is now. God, I hope he's listening right now. But like Dan would walk into a bar and it was hilarious to like walk behind him and just see the heads pivot.
Yeah.
From girls and everything. Yeah. But there's a benefit to Dan's friends in that scenario and younger brother.
We call that
a slough off.
We call that the waffle runoff.
Yeah. So I feel like there's very few guys that have that level of looks in sports commentating.
Okay. So you're talking, this is like peak, elite.
Yeah, just like that is a handsome fella.
Right. Okay, text in 713-572-4610. D'Amico Ryans, handsome fella, I would say. Mm-hmm. I think the ladies like D'Amico. Does D'Amico?
He's no Brady Quinn, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Does D'Amico comes to games like this one coming up? He was asked yesterday what it takes for his team to be prepared on a short week.
With it being a short week playing on a Thursday, it takes a lot of commitment from our coaches, players, our support staff. So I talked about after our game, we have to hit the recovery process going, as quickly as possible to get guys' bodies ready to go. And these guys are in the building, we have to cram our entire game plan in a couple of days. And so it takes some extra studying. It takes some extra work for coaches, longer hours being here, players, longer hours being out, not just physically they're tired, their bodies haven't fully recovered, but we got to go out and we have to work, right? We don't pick when the games are, but we know we're exhausting all our resources, doing everything that we could possibly do to be prepared and ready to go on Thursday.
Okay, and I think when we refer to a short week, it's the Monday to Thursday, or in the case of last year, they went Sunday to Thursday, or last year they went Saturday to Wednesday on Christmas week. And we're not talking about when they play on a Monday night and then they play the following Sunday. Not a 6-day week. We're talking about the 3.5-day week that you get on something like this. D'Amico Ryans has done that. He has been the head coach of teams that have done that twice, and it was both last season. They had a short week leading up to the Jets game. Mm-hmm. That was bad. They lost in the second half to the Jets.
Zach Wilson's best game ever.
No, that was the Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. Sorry,
that was the Aaron Rodgers game last year on Halloween, and then the Christmas game last year.
Aaron Rodgers' best game last year.
It was his best game, no doubt. And then the Christmas game last year was the worst game of the D'Amico Ryans era. 3 at the end of 11 days. It was a weird thing for all four of those teams, but it was weird for Baltimore.
Weird for Baltimore, and who was traveling
on Christmas.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this will. It's a big test for D'Amico when it comes to, and I would say the team operationally and how they put the week together.
Yeah, and so that part of it, it'd be interesting to see how maybe he's tweaked the schedule, if he thought that there was something to it and how they had to change. You were correct to point out that it was the fact that when they got home on Sunday night after the Titans game, that the trainers and everybody, it sounded like they had everything up and running in the locker room and in the training room like it would be after, like on a normal Monday or something. Yeah. That they got a jump start on all that stuff. You were right to point that out. I kind of blew it off, but to have it be as organized and as regimented as that, that's kind of unique. Yeah. And I like it. I do too. The part where I kind of wondered is when he said guys have to put in more hours and everything. You get into that tricky dynamic between, do you prioritize rest or do you prioritize preparation? Right. And it's hard to find that balance that I think D'Amico is probably what most coaches do on these Thursday night games. Is like, listen, guys, you get a nice break after this. Just stay focused, stay dialed in. But the tough part is getting in all that extra work in a short amount of time, but also being sure that guys are getting extra sleep and extra rest.
Boy, and it's a good thing, too, that they're going in with their backup quarterback again. Thank God Davis Mills has a couple weeks here where he's been the guy and he's been going through normal prep. Can you imagine if, now you got to start your backup quarterback. He hadn't started essentially 2 walkthrough practices to get him ready for one of the better pass defenses. I think the fact that Davis has had these 2 games leading up to this, I think is going to be a real benefit.
And this is something that was, I think, a benefit, or a silver lining to CJ having to miss all that time during OTAs, was that Davis was getting all the reps with the ones during that time. So he had way more time and work with the ones than a backup quarterback normally would during the offseason.
Yep. Here's Josh Allen. Speaking of the game on Thursday, here's Josh Allen, Bills quarterback on last season. One of the worst games he's had as a pro was last year, Week 5 at NRG Stadium. What did that game feel like?
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. It's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. Hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
It was an awful performance by Josh Allen. He didn't have any of his receivers, including Khalil Shakir or Stephon Diggs from, if you go back to the previous year.
Yeah, we had Diggs.
That was a game where people were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have just thrown maybe it wasn't as simple as just getting rid of Stephon Diggs. That's what Buffalo was thinking.
That's right. Well, but in this game, Shakir is going to play. Right. No Dalton Kincaid is a big deal.
Which is, it would be now, but it's also, as this last week, it looked like a couple things. At various times, Keon Coleman or Ty Johnson or any of those guys aren't going to be your alpha dog wide receiver, but in the right matchups, they can be weapons. And there's that, but then also getting their running backs more involved in the passing game is something that Bills fans have been clamoring for, and they did last week. Relying on James Cook, the running back, to just keep doing what he's doing. Remember, go back to last year in the playoffs. There's the AFC Championship game. James Cook was having a really good game and then just disappeared in the second half. Yep. Not because of bad performance. They just stopped using him.
Yeah,
and that's where the question is, okay, is it Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator? Is it Josh Allen? Like, what's the issue with the consistency of the Bills' offense this year? They may have, over the last couple of weeks, despite having gotten blown out by the Dolphins, they beat the Chiefs, and they had a really impressive offensive performance last week versus the Bucs. They might be starting to figure out the right balance.
Boy, you're not kidding. I'm looking at the box score from last year's game. He was very devoid of weapons in this game. James Cook had 82 yards rushing and a touchdown. He had a couple catches. Keon Coleman had that long catch and run for their only passing touchdown in that game, 49 yards. But that was his only catch of the day. Dalton Kincaid, a couple of catches. Mac Hollins, a couple of catches. Josh Allen was 9 of 30 for 131 yards and a touchdown. The big thing was he was able to escape a few. He had four rushes for 54 yards. I might even sign up for that right now. If you told me Josh Allen's going to have 4 rushes for 54 yards, I'm like, it's if he gets out of the pocket 7 or 8 times. Sacked 5 times in last year's game.
You know what?
They got to get him on the ground.
They got to get him on the ground, and that's the key part about the running element, too, and the dynamic, is that this is the first time the Texans will face a genuinely run-heavy quarterback. They face some quarterbacks who run the ball effectively when they do run, but don't necessarily run a whole lot, like Baker Mayfield and Bo Nix. But this is the first time they face a top 10 QB rushing yards quarterback. And if Josh Allen, I would rather have, what was the stat line you said? Four
carries, 54 yards.
I like that better than I like 10 carries for 54 yards.
Yeah.
Because if it's 10 carries for 54 yards, he's probably running for a lot of first downs on like 3rd and 4.
Yeah, a lot of pushes and stuff.
Yeah. Or a touchdown here or there.
Yeah.
He leads the league in rushing touchdowns.
That's a really good point. 4 carries for 54 yards probably means he moved the chains from, the 35 to the 45.
Or he converted a couple of 3rd and longs or something. 10 carries means that it was a steady diet of Josh Allen, either on scrambles or designed runs.
That's a really interesting take, and I'm with you on that. Okay, people are weighing in. Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinart, okay.
He's strikingly good looking.
I would say, yeah, he has kind of a quality about him, right?
Okay.
It's hard to separate sometimes the former quarterbacks from the aura of, because there's people that'll say Peyton Manning is a good looking guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, he's not. I got in an argument with a woman about this once, and it's impossible not to sound petty.
Yeah.
But I'd be like, listen, no, like Tom Brady's objectively, as objectively as possible, a good looking guy.
He is.
The quarterback. There's no way in hell you're going to say that.
Okay, we're up against it, but I want to give you this one real quick, because this one might make you uncomfortable, because there's a chance he's listening. J.J. Watt.
Oh, J.J. Watt. He's not, if you don't know he's J.J. Watt, he's not like somebody that if a woman walks into a bar and sees him, does a double take.
Really? Okay. I mean,
in terms of, I'm talking about guys that look like they're like could have been male models or whatever.
JJ's pretty good looking.
I'm not saying he's ugly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think a lot of the women in Houston see JJ.
But you have to separate the aura from the actual face.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, if you took J.J. Watt and put him in front of a bunch of European soccer fans, women European soccer fans, would they put him on the same level as like a David Beckham?
They probably not.
We're talking David Beckham style here, Sean.
Okay,
Your standards are so pathetically low in this regard, and it makes me sick. Every day I want to walk out of the studio. Because you just don't keep the same standards as I do.
Hey, JJ, if you're listening. Seth, it's
sorry, JJ. I don't think you're as handsome as David Beckham. I apologize.
Yep,
you're gigantic.
Thank you. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Keep texting them in. I actually like this topic. Keep texting them in. All right, let's start.
And so far, the only guys we've come up with are former NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We got Brady Quinn, Tom Brady,
Jesse Palmer, and they really need more advantages, the NFL quarterbacks. Yeah. They're all good at golf, too.
Like, I know, we haven't even come up with a single actual...
No. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, they did a midseason OC report for all 32 teams. How did Nick Caley grade out? And we'll hear from Nick Caley on this upcoming matchup with the Bills and the Texans. That's coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You got two different texters saying that the ladies love Reggie Atatula.
Reginald might be on the very small list of genuinely good-looking dudes that are sports commentators.
Right.
And I mean, not, the guys that could hold their own on any reality TV show or something.
Oh, I'd love to see Reggie on a reality TV show.
Said Reginald, ladies love Reginald.
Yep.
I asked Gemini, and it said Strahan.
Strahan's got that big gap in between his teeth.
Well, that's not a
head turning in the room walking.
Well, yeah, but that's not a. You're not disqualified for having a gap in your teeth. That can be very charming in the right way. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just I
know every woman I've dated with a huge gap in between their teeth.
It's the whole thing with men. It's hard to separate the actual their persona and everything from their actual looks.
Yeah.
We get the benefit of that.
Yeah.
We tend to be judged more on the total package.
I'm totally superficial. I've never dated a woman with a big gap in between her front two teeth.
Men are we're vulnerable to that too, because I remember getting into arguments with my friends in college about Alanis Morissette. Because I had a couple friends who were like, "What are you talking about? There's no in hell you would think that, except that she's also a really good singer and everything."
She can sing.
Yeah. You're talking about the total package of attractiveness versus no. I am talking as shallow as possible. Strictly plug their face into a computer program that measures symmetry and everything.
I don't want to know what her job is.
Yeah.
I don't want to know any of her background. I don't even care if she speaks English.
So likewise with this male attractiveness ratings amongst male sports.
How many are you up to now on this list?
We're up to right now it's
You're
4,
up to,
maybe.
Yeah.
Tom Brady, Brady Quinn, Jesse Palmer, and Matt Leinart. I don't know if, again, those are all former quarterbacks. That might just be, we've all had it drilled into our heads since we were kids about the captain of the football team,
man.
Golden Child,
Big
all
man
that
on
stuff.
Campus.
Yeah.
All right, well, keep
and
sending
frankly,
them in.
this is so far. This is a lily white list, so I've got my own biases already creeping in.
Right.
Turns out I'm not. So we need to. So somebody said, I don't know. So Reginald, I'm gonna have to ask Reginald about this.
If he asks Reggie if
he
he's
puts
good
him
looking,
on this list,
Oh, there's no way Reggie puts himself on that list.
Okay.
Reggie's pretty self-deprecating when it comes to stuff.
We need to have
this,
Jesse Watt come in to.
To judge
after the show. We'll have a conversation with her
Okay.
about not with Reginald.
No,
I don't need her sent to HR. But we'll show her some pictures. We'll show her headshots of various sports commentators, and she can rate them.
Sounds good. All right, the Texans have the Bills tomorrow night, 7:15 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Set the Texans countdown. Running the football will be a big key to this game. Nick Caley asked yesterday, Texans offensive coordinator, how much of a focus is scheming up the run game?
I mean, we're always trying. We want to establish the run. I mean, that's what we always try to do. That's what I believe in. That's what we believe in. So I mean, it's nothing more, nothing less. That's what we try to attack every single week. Some weeks are better than others. But we got to play a balanced game. We got to obviously control the line of scrimmage. I think that's consistent. There's really good fronts and defenses in this league that we play every single week. So it doesn't really change the approach from one week to the other. We know what we got to do, and we got to do consistently better job throughout the course of the game in that regard.
Yeah, look, when you watch the runs from last week, you don't have to be a football expert to watch and say, oh, they're not moving T'Vondre Sweat at all. The defensive tackle for the Titans was the quintessential brick wall there on the Lions' defensive front. And Jeffrey Simmons is a huge problem. They couldn't physically control those guys. I think the Texans, when they've gone up against lesser run defenses, have done a pretty good job of controlling those guys. The one thing that did work was at the end of the game when the Titans were in pass rush mode and T'Vondre Sweat wasn't on the field, all of a sudden they started getting movement and they started having some success in the run game. That's where I think tweaking your personnel packages, trying to run when you're in 3 wide receiver pass, spreading it out to run the ball basically to put it in shorthand. I think there might be something to that, and just tweaking things a little bit and figuring out what style of run game they need to be focused. How does that affect the play calling?
That was underrated, man. The ability to run the football at the end of the game made that a much more attainable field goal.
Ground the clock down.
Yes.
It put Mike McCoy in a situation where he, I think, mismanaged his timeouts.
Had the game managed and didn't do a good job.
He didn't realize that he should be using his timeouts already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was that was big. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the importance of running the football.
Yeah, running the ball, for me, it's always a key. No matter who you're playing, who's your opponent, you got to run it well. That just, when you can dictate and control the line of scrimmage, it just opens up your playbook a lot more. So the run game is vital. Of course, it's going to take all 11 guys blocking really well, being detailed in what we're doing, and our backs just finishing.
The other part about the run game, and this is where it pops up, is how much it matters down in the red zone. And for anybody that ever wants to talk about how the run game doesn't matter as much as it used to, et cetera, there's obviously some validity to that. But when it comes down to the red zone, if you can't run the ball effectively, it really hamstrings you. And it allows defenses to just load up on the areas of concern.
As we've seen.
Right. It makes it really hard to be good in the red zone. And that's one thing that the Texans offense has struggled with. The Texans defense they're 31st in the league in red zone defense. So that's a whole other topic. But as far as the Texans offense and how it goes, they will run the ball effectively versus the Bills because everybody runs the ball effectively versus the Bills.
Yep.
Even when teams don't have over 100 yards rushing versus the Bills, it's like when they choose not to. Like the Chiefs. The Chiefs could have kept, I don't know what the stats were in that game. But it's one thing, Andy, it still pops up now with Andy Reid, where he just seems to hate the run game for whatever reason, even when it's like very obviously the thing he should be doing.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm getting frustrated about it because it could hopefully benefit.
Yeah,
the Texans
it might. Them losing that game to the Bills right now is benefiting the Texans greatly. So I'm glad he did it on that particular day. And I think the other thing too, the run game. We know what the Texans are going to want to do. They're going to want to run 11, 12, 13 play drives to grind clock and keep Josh Allen on the sidelines. It serves a dual purpose. Well, really, not even dual, like a multi-purpose. It allows you to move the football. It allows you to wear their defense down. I mean, I'm guessing it's much more grating on a defense to have to defend a 12-play drive, especially when 7 of them are runs up the middle, than an aerial circus. And then it keeps Josh Allen off the field.
Yeah, that's and the time of possession, like you. I always say it ironically when I'll say, oh, look, the Texans are dominating the box score.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, and especially with this Texans offense, they are dominating the box score when it comes to time of possession, rushing yards, all of those things.
Yep.
It's just that mere little detail of getting the ball into the end zone, the thing that matters the most is they'll drive the length of the field and then they'll sputter out on the 1 yard line. That's been the frustrating thing. As far as the Bills' rushing defense, this is just going back the last 5 weeks. They gave up 210 yards rushing to Atlanta, 114 to Carolina. Then that Chiefs game, the Chiefs only rushed for 79 yards.
Yep.
The Dolphins rushed for 197 yards and for 202.
Jeez.
They've just been a sieve.
The last 2 weeks, man, the Texans, what would you sign up for right now? If I told you 140 yards rushing for the Texans, they probably win that game, right?
I'd be disappointed because that's below average for what teams are doing against
them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the number of they gave up 189 yards rushing to New Orleans.
Wow. Well, they have Kamara,
but that was also when the Bills had a huge lead in that game.
Yep. So the ESPN.com did a midseason offensive coordinator report on all 32 teams. I don't know if you looked at this, Seth, and if you haven't, I'm happy because I want to see what your answer would be for these questions. Okay. DJ Bieneme answered these for ESPN. And it's not a grade, it's not a report card. It's just what's gone right, what's gone wrong.
I looked at it, but I don't remember it. So whatever, my subconscious will fuel my responses.
Pretend I'm a Buffalo person, and I'm interviewing you on Buffalo radio, and I'm like, Seth, we play the Bills play the Texans tomorrow. I know the Texans have had their struggles offensively under Nick Caley in his first year.
Yeah.
But through 10 games, what's gone right for the Texans?
What's gone right for the Texans? This isn't the most glaring example of what's gone right, but it was something that we looked at in the preseason, and I said, if the Texans can get to the point where they're playing like an average offensive line, that will be a huge improvement. And if the skill position players really excel, that could be enough. And I think that's where the Texans have been over the past 4 or 5 games. They've played like an average offensive line to the point where after the game, you almost have to grudgingly No, you know what? The pass protection actually wasn't bad. There were a few
Right.
sacks, but it really wasn't on the sum total of it all. Could have been a lot better.
Yeah.
But wasn't horrific. They're average.
Yep.
And run blocking it's where it's dicier because, again, versus genuine studs, they've struggled. Versus lesser defensive linemen, they've really cleaned up. But that's what average teams do. So that's where they're an average offensive line right now, and that's without all their starters playing.
Sure, yeah, they've been shuffling around a lot. DJ said their pass blocking has improved. They've allowed 21 sacks, which is 18th, compared to last season when they allowed CJ to be sacked 52 times. Was the 52 times. Second most. It's not perfect, but it's more competent.
Yeah, I've been
he's kind of saying the same thing.
I've been a little bit more withholding with the pass protection compliments because a big part of that is that CJ is also getting rid of the ball a lot faster than he was last year. So the pressure rate being reduced, it's partly because there haven't been as many egregious errors in pass protection. They've done a better job of picking up the D-line games and everything. But they've also been getting rid of the ball really quickly. So that's been it's the entire operation.
What has gone wrong with the offense?
With the offense, the red zone for 100%. And really a lot of it right now is they're not down in the way bottom like they had been, but part of that's just from a couple weeks ago when they were 4 for 5 in the red zone. But they did it. They give them credit for doing it.
They got better.
The rushing offense when they need it for one, and I would say red zone offense I think has improved a little bit, but it's still a big problem. Go back to last week, but especially just their goal line offense.
Yeah,
their ability to score from the 1 yard line.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sitting here talking about I have a football team that when they get to the 1 yard line and it's first and goal, I don't know if I'm pessimistic about them getting in.
That's the runaway right answer for me. DJ says they've been inconsistent. Some weeks they've looked good. They put up 44 against the Ravens.
Yeah.
They scored 30 on Jacksonville, and then other weeks, like the Broncos game, all they do is kick 5 field goals in that game. I think it's more. I'll take it a step further from inconsistent. Like they've largely lit up bad defenses.
Yeah.
You know, they've piled on. Although the Titans game, that's a bad defense that they weren't able to pile on, but they've been kind of lamb killers, is what I would say. You know, we haven't seen them have a truly good to great game against a really good defense.
You know, they're still really just laggards is in third down conversions. They're 26th in third down conversion percentage.
Oh, that's wild. They were 10 of 15 in that Jags game.
Yeah,
they had to be. I mean, you're down by 19. That might have been one of the craziest numbers from a game full of crazy numbers. The Texans team that's been bad on third down all year went 10 of 15.
Yeah, I think the big marquee battle in this game really is going to be the best defense in the league versus one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I don't know what the Bills is a 5th scoring offense right now. They've been so inconsistent, and they racked up, just like the Texans have done, but to a greater degree, the Bills have racked up a bunch of points versus a bunch of bad teams.
Yeah.
But then they also put up a bunch of points against the Bucs last
week, 44 points.
They had a quality win versus the Chiefs 3 weeks ago, but they've been very inconsistent. They got destroyed by the Dolphins. So, but it's Josh Allen versus the Texans defense.
Texter says that it's going to get back to JJ, that it sounded like this on the show. Seth said you look like hog slop, sir. That's how the game of
I
telephone.
said he looked like Boss Hog.
Yeah,
That's what he looked like a slightly skinnier version of Boss Hog.
Seth can't accept that JJ is prettier and more talented than him. With a smile afterwards.
Yeah.
With a smile afterwards.
No, because we're doing this in the context of.
Tell people what we're doing.
I'm talking about a lot of other guys that are good looking or not. It's not like me versus JJ.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, he's a good looking guy, but I have a higher standard than Sean. Sean will go home with anybody. I've got you've got to be up there at David Beckham level,
right,
to be considered an attractive male sports commentator.
Meanwhile, if I were attracted to men, I'd be slumming to go home with J.J. Watt.
No, not slumming.
Oh,
He's perfectly fine.
Okay.
He's got girl next door looks. Okay.
Someone said Tony Romo.
No, Gemini mentioned Tony Romo.
Okay, well, Gemini is...
Gemini mentioned Tony Romo and Jake Butt.
The tight end?
Yeah, I didn't even know he was a commentator right now.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Oh, you know what? I bet. Because he does a good job with the hair and everything.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting. We're gonna have to put a picture of him. See now, Jesse Watt. No, she didn't grow up around here. She might not know David Carr.
All the better, even better.
Okay, so perfect. Yeah, no,
know
that's
how bad
I
he
don't
was at
want
football.
I don't want her to have any kind of
preconceived.
a preconceived notion because they're a celebrity or anything.
Yeah,
David Carr is a good suggestion.
Okay, all right, put him on the list.
He's on the list.
All right,
David Carr, Tom Brady, Brady Quinn, Jesse Palmer, and Matt Leinart.
Okay. It's our list of head turners when they walk into a bar. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here. Framber Valdez, best fits for Framber in free agency. He is not coming back here. He could come back here, but he rejected the qualifying offer yesterday. We'll get to that. Joe Espada on the upcoming season as well. Do the Astros have a chip on their shoulder? That's coming up next. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is, oh, man.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I double-checked with Reggie. I told him he made the list, and he was, as predicted, self-deprecating about it. Yeah.
It's basically the phrase I think devastatingly handsome would be the category that we should put it in.
There's at least one texter that's starting to wonder about this show.
Yeah.
We spent a couple days.
At least one.
It's been parts of.
It's been the entire damn show.
It's been parts of a couple segments.
I don't try to. I know we have our one texter who just hates me and is disgusted that we're doing this because he says it's creepy, which it's interesting because we never once made it sexual. So I feel like that's more about you, sir, than us.
Yeah.
But as far as devastatingly handsome sports commentators, it would be like handsome even if they weren't famous.
Right.
Very, very few so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're all quarterbacks.
Yeah. Tried to squeeze J.J. Watt on there, but much the same way you are with Take a Mania.
He's a handsome fella. I don't think he's devastatingly handsome.
You're barring the door.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I gotta send a text to JJ because he listens to the show. He's probably sitting in a dark room feeling awful about himself right now.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a light room, but then he walked up to the mirror like, oh my God.
I think the kid's preschool today.
That's right.
Didn't feel safe to drive in that emotional state.
Do you have a preference on where Framber Valdez lands? Maybe not a specific team, but like if he landed in the division, how would that excite you or would that upset you?
It doesn't excite me only because of this. I've seen how quick people are to flip on guys who have done great things for the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to be in a position where it gets ugly with Framber and where, people are just treating him poorly or whatever. I choose to remember the good times.
Yep.
It's time for us to part ways.
Yep.
And yet I also don't want him to fail. I'd like him to have a good rest of his career but to be able to say, all right, it was time. He needed a different setting, all of that. And if Framber goes on to be the best version of himself, I'll be able to soothe myself by saying, I think, for sometimes you just need a change of scenery, and maybe that's what it was with Framber right now. I don't want to see him do it within the division.
So if we were to do a scale of Astros who left in free agency, or in the case of Tucker, traded away before he became a free agent, if we were to do a scale on how hard Astro fans were rooting for them after they left, I would say the far left end of the scale, like not rooting for them at all, would be Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
And I would say George Springer would be at the other. It would be It would be the Cole Springer scale. Is what we would call it.
Scale.
Like where does this player fall on the Cole Springer scale?
And I think with more than ever, people became Blue Jays fans there. At the end of the postseason.
Yes.
A lot of Astros fans became Blue Jays fans.
It helped they were playing the Mariners and the Dodgers.
Right, that's a big part of it. It helped that the Astros weren't in the playoffs, so that's a relative rarity.
Yeah.
So because
Toronto's not one of those teams that feels like a cultural threat, like the Yankees or Dodgers or the Rangers.
It doesn't feel like
we're
on the precipice of 15 years of dominance or something.
Right. They're all the way up in Canada.
It's
whatever.
Kind of like the Mariners. Like, all right,
a little bit.
Whatever. Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
We'll take you seriously when it's time to take
you
seriously.
A little bit. But where does Framber fall on the Cole Springer scale?
For me personally, I genuinely I'll feel very happy for him if he does well in his next stop. And that's why I would really like him to leave the league entirely. I would like him to be somewhere in the NL, where I don't have to think about it too much.
The top suitors for Framber, according to
real quick, I feel like the most polarizing one on that might be the Kyle Tucker. Like, where do you think most people feel about rooting for or against Kyle Tucker?
There's probably still people hashing that one out because that was a trade. So there's the element of like, okay, well, it's part of it is how's Cam Smith going to work out? You know, you do get there is some emotional shrapnel that Tucker gets hit with based on how the guys you got in the trade do.
That's part of it for me. I feel like it became more personal because of something that had nothing to do with Kyle Tucker himself, but just the trade pieces they got back. It was more me versus Cubs fans than anything else.
And I think it helped that Tucker had just as poor a postseason for the Cubs as he did here. If he had torn it up in the postseason for the Cubs. Yeah. So if Tucker's a fluid situation still, the teams that they name in this article on MLB.com for Framber are Baltimore, Toronto, the Mets, the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Giants, and the Houston Astros. These articles are still leaving open the door for Framber Valdez. And we did the exercise last week. Who would you rather have, Dylan Cease or Framber Valdez? Because the money being bandied about is about the same for each guy.
Yeah, and I think the respondents, the vast majority said Dylan Cease.
80% said Dylan Cease. Yeah,
I think the emotional volatility and the erratic part of it. It's not just you can be erratic as a player, but when you know it's fueled by kind of a topsy-turvy emotional state, that's what makes you feel less comfortable about giving him a boatload of money over a long period of time. I think with Houston, if it were to happen, it would have to be on a shorter-term deal than any of these other teams are offering.
They ain't doing a 6-year deal for Framber Valdez.
Yeah, and I just don't think Framber's an older pitcher. I don't think he's at a stage where he's going to say, oh, yeah, sure, I'll do a smaller deal and then just roll the dice on whatever I get after this.
I'd do 3 years, 90 for Framber, $30 million a year, but on a shorter-term deal.
But just the likelihood of him getting...
Oh, he'll get more on the open market.
Right. Yeah, he's just going to get bigger offers.
I'm saying if I were Jim Crane, I would do that.
I asked
deal.
Gemini. Gemini let me down on this one when I asked AI.
What'd they say?
I just said, which MLB managers would be the best fit for Framber Valdez's personality? And it gave me a very vague and generic response. No name at all. I said somebody with a focus on mental skills and control. That's true.
Yeah.
A need for clear planning and trust.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah.
A willingness to voice frustration or insistence on strategy. That's where the tough love comes in.
Yeah, sure.
And pitching style, because he's going to be he's a ground ball pitcher. So that some of that comes into like your ballpark, your philosophy.
Did they give us a name or no?
No, he didn't give a name. So I hammered him down for names, and these are the names he came up with.
Okay.
Which some of them aren't. Okay. You just tell me whether this was a good answer or not.
Okay.
Tony La Russa.
No. Is he still alive?
Terry Francona.
Yeah, I think that would work.
And at least currently a manager.
Yeah, Francona was the manager for all the idiots in Boston back in 2004.
I think Francona would actually be maybe that right balance between understanding that guys got to be themselves, but also, insist on some things.
I agree.
And then out of nowhere, Joe Torre. I'm like, oh, thanks, Gemini. I'll get right on that.
Yeah, no kidding.
We're gonna sign both. I want to be at that press conference. We signed Framber Valdez, and in an ensuing move, we signed Joe Torre to be our manager.
Yeah, why not just recommend Sparky Anderson?
Yeah,
Jim Leland, Connie Mack. Larry is in Stafford. Larry, welcome into the program.
What's going on, Sean? Seth, just wanted to get in, man. On this Framber deal. You know where I like to see Framber go? I like to see him take his ass straight to Philadelphia. Come on there and play with it and wear them braids and them extensions and go out there and be a mental case, man, because Framber became just exhausting to watch him pitch, man. We were always just sitting there wondering when it was going to fall apart. And we can appreciate what he did to get us some World Series wins, but it was just exhausting his last 2 years. But I love to see him pull that act in Philadelphia and see how them fans react to it. Hey, Sean, now you're aware, Seth isn't, but you're aware of this nice little shiny red candy paint thing that I have that, would fit in real well for tomorrow night. And I was trying to get Toro to, have that experience with me. But I'm so looking forward to this game tomorrow night. And I know it's a little scary having Davis go out there and play again, but Davis is doing exactly what a backup quarterback is supposed to do. Just keep us in the game and let our defense do exactly what they've been doing all season, which is taking us home because they go out there and play good football. I think the Texans are going to beat the Bills tomorrow, man, because here's the thing. They have chased Josh Allen ass around that stadium on multiple occasions and have came out on top. And I think that with Ed Oliver being out, they should be able to run that football against that old weak-ass defensive line that Buffalo have and just give us 20 to 24 points, Davis. That's all we're asking for, because I was disappointed that C.J. and Jalen Petrie wasn't going to be able to be in the game, but I understand we got Indy coming up. So go on, let them boys get this mini bye week in their system and come back for fun tomorrow. Your girl Jen got crab cakes and gumbo on deck. you know I'm going to be over there tailgating with them mafia folks in our hall.
I appreciate you, Larry.
So there you go. Some drop-top slab with a candy red. What's going on?
Larry's got a really nice red sports car.
Oh, okay.
So he was, I think he was trying to finagle driving Toro out onto the field for Battle Red.
Oh, yeah.
For Battle Red. It would have been a cool visual, but I think some sponsorship elements may have gotten in the way.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that and just, asking the team, can I drive the car onto the field with Toro? I mean, that's a big ask.
They're going to let J.J. Watt drive it onto the field because he's because of all the trials and tribulations he's faced in his life because of his horrendous looks.
In the last 30 minutes.
Because he looks like a gargoyle.
Jagged scars would be an improvement on that face. It is funny, Larry.
You ought to hang out with Sean because he likes because you're the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's your golden dome.
Listen,
anybody just tuning in, this is a running gag we have this morning.
Yeah. No, Seth's not throwing shade at me right now. Or JJ.
No, JJ.
Or JJ. Yeah. Some of the Buffalo stuff that's come across my timeline, Seth, like from the players, guys that have been with the team a while, like Josh Allen, Deion Dawkins. Deion Dawkins was the one who got asked about it. I'll have it for tomorrow. Josh Allen's never won. It's been a long time since Buffalo has won in NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
They haven't played all that often. For two teams that are in the same conference, they haven't played all that often because when the Bills were bad, the Texans were good. Mm-hmm. And when the Bills were good, they faced each other a couple years in a row.
Well, and some of Josh Allen's bad performances. Last year, it was the second worst game he's ever played. The wild card game a few years back, it was Josh Allen that was before he made the turnaround. That was when he was still just erratic Josh Allen that would sometimes, he got lucky not to have a really bad game in that one because he made some sketchy decisions.
Oh, the lateral that he threw? Yeah. Well, he's played 3 games, by my count, I'll double check it after the show. He's played 3 games at NRG Stadium.
Uh-huh.
His rookie year, I think he got benched because Nathan Peterman came in.
Well, you got to play Peterman.
And threw a pick 6 to Jonathan Joseph to win the game. In the playoff game, which you just mentioned, he hadn't become superhero Josh Allen.
That was that offseason was when he fixed some of his mechanics and
he was
got
improving.
Stephon Diggs. And,
he's good enough to get them to the playoff. Right, they got Diggs that offseason. That's exactly right. But they coughed up a huge lead in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then last year was the first time he'd been back here since then, and he 9 for 30 for 131 yards.
He's terrified of Houston, obviously. And as we established earlier, Davis Mills is now officially Houston's Frank Reich.
Yes.
And there's some historical wrongs
Reich
that could be righted in this with our version of Frank Reich going out and upsetting the Texans.
That's it, man. You Oiler fans. Some revenge.
Upsetting the Bills.
Upsetting the Bills. All right. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming now on Paramount Plus, the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is need to me more Andy Garcia and Sam Elliott. Stream the new season of Landman now, only on Paramount Plus. We had Nick Caserio on yesterday. We'll close out the show today by finding out what the question of the day is with the boys on In the Loop, and also some Caserio from yesterday. An awesome anecdote.
Oh.
The answer to a question Seth had, who was a guy that you guys thought maybe had character issues before you got him up in New England that turned out to be the complete opposite of that. This was a fun story from Nick Caserio yesterday. So we'll do that. We'll close out game day tomorrow here on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Hey, let's do that with your retirement plan. Let's
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you.
He looks improved. Lane Kiffin does. He's like he cleaned his act up. He stopped drinking and everything. He looks pretty fit and healthy.
Yeah,
he's not on my list of devastatingly smart, devastatingly handsome sports figures.
He's handsome though.
Yeah,
he's handsome for sure. What percentage chance, according to the odds makers, according to sportsbetting.ag, what % chance do you think the Texans have of making the postseason right now?
Oh, according to the odds makers?
Yeah.
So they take the odds and convert it into a percentage chance?
They convert the no into a percentage.
I'll go by just because, I spend way too much time on these playoff calculators, these playoff potential calculators.
Yep.
I think right now it's about probably...
Oh, ding.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time on these things, as you know.
25%.
Okay.
So you think, 2%.
They're not using the same algorithm and models and
whatever it is worse than yours.
Yes.
Yeah,
my math is more precise.
What do you think the percentage chance that the Colts make the playoffs is right now?
Oh, boy, that's probably... See, I haven't spent time on other teams, but I think they're probably at 67%.
Poof, not even close.
Really?
94.1%.
I remember another time somebody in the AFC South was at 90+%.
These percentages are janky as hell.
Well, it is. It's funny when you mess around on those calculators.
Yeah.
It's like obviously the Texans' chances right now hinge really heavily on winning at least 2 of the next 3 games.
Yep.
But especially beating the Colts. If you beat the Colts, even if you lose to the Bills and lose to the Chiefs, beating the Colts keeps you more alive than it feels like it should.
Well, it keeps you alive in the division.
Yeah.
Which is still an avenue to get in.
But anyways, regardless, if you win 2 of the next 3, you're actually sitting in really good position. But like these other teams, some of these other teams that are doing real well right now, at least a couple of them are going to falter. The biggest question marks in my mind are really, really these next 3 teams.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows for sure just exactly how good the Bills, the Colts, or the Chiefs are. Of those 3 teams, one of these teams is going to be really disappointed by the end of the season. And possibly, now 2 of them, the Colts are going to have a winning record. The Chiefs might end up with a losing record.
They might.
I mean, the Chiefs are great. What's the playoff odds of the Chiefs?
Kansas City Chiefs. You care to take a guess at it?
No.
66.7%. According to the odds makers.
I wonder, so that's the odds makers where they're going to factor in a whole lot of other stuff other than just the computer models. I'd be curious to see what my playoff prediction.
The Chiefs have a hard game this weekend. I got to go find what it is, but they've got a difficult game this weekend coming up. The Chiefs play the Colts.
Yeah,
the Chiefs play
That's
the Colts
right.
this
this
weekend.
is a nice little
Texans' next 2 opponents play each other.
Round robin coming up here between some teams that are vying for AFC status.
So who are you rooting for, the Chiefs or the Colts?
I'm going to root for the Chiefs.
You are?
I want the Colts to die.
Okay.
I want them to die a humiliating death. I want them to be the kind of people that that really put on a display at the firing squad. Like they're crying, they're begging, they're like, "I'll do anything." I'll give you names. I'll sell out my own family.
If the Chiefs beat the Colts, and the game's in Kansas City, if the Chiefs beat the Colts, and the Texans beat the Bills, you're 2 games back of the Colts with 2 games against the Colts still left to play.
If the Chiefs lose to the Colts, they've got a 38% chance of making the playoffs.
Okay. It's a big game for them.
My hatred for the Colts trumps my hatred for the Chiefs.
Okay, gotcha. So you're rooting for the Chiefs against all your Indianapolis inbreds up there, like you like to call them.
Yeah. If the Colts lose to the Chiefs and then lose to the Texans, they still have a 79% chance of making the playoffs.
Yep.
They have a very good healthy head start.
We had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday. You asked him a great question towards the end of the interview, who's evaluated thousands of players, both as draft picks and as guys they thought about bringing into the organization up in New England. Was there ever a guy who had all sorts of character concerns that turned out to be the complete opposite of that? And Caserio gladly volunteered a Hall of Famer as a name.
I'll give you, he's in the Hall of Fame or going to the Hall of Fame, but maybe it's not a good example. But I would say when we traded for Moss, the perception of Randy Moss was whatever it was. I would say, you heard a lot of, negative talk about his attitude or whatever else and some of his shenanigans. But I would say when he got in the building, and I was fortunate, again, I was coaching him, but I wasn't really coaching Randy Moss, but he was one of the best teammates in players and smartest football minds that I've been around. So you talk about like perception versus reality. I mean, it couldn't have been any different. Again, regardless of what happened wherever else Randy was, but I would say I had nothing but respect and appreciation for when Randy, was in our building and then working with him on a day-to-day basis. I mean, he would see some things, and we'd be going through the film, and he would see some things. We'd go through it and be like, you know what? Wow, that's, very like astute and aware perception that he has. So, again, that's not, maybe it doesn't answer your question, Seth, but like I would say just on a larger scale, I'd say that's an example like that I went through on an individual basis where, I mean, again, whatever happened, but I mean, he was just a pleasure to be around and a pleasure to coach, and his teammates loved him.
That was a perfect answer, I thought, for what you were asking.
No, that's and especially
the reason they got him for a 4th-round pick.
I was kind of thinking about maybe in my head at least, I was thinking of guys scouting reports coming out of college.
Sure,
but yeah, this was very much Randy Moss had some drama in his career. That incident with the traffic cop. He had an incident in Minnesota with one of the sponsors on the team plane.
Randy Moss had incidents going back to high school.
Right.
He committed to Notre Dame to play for Lou Holtz, and then got into a huge Donnybrook, a melee in a classroom at his high school in West Virginia, and got booted out of school or suspended. And Notre Dame at the time, that was enough for him for the administration to say, we can't take this kid.
Yeah.
And that's how. Then he was supposed to go to Florida State, play for Bobby Bowden, and I think he got caught smoking weed at Florida State. That's how he wound up at Marshall.
Yeah.
So Randy Moss, it goes back a long way with Randy Moss.
Yeah.
And yet you do hear people say, kind of echo what Nick was saying right there, which is he's an incredibly intelligent person and football player.
That was I remind it when Bill Belichick told a good story. I think it was at draft night when he was on with McAfee. He told the story about trading for Randy Moss and just how crazy it was. That as soon as Randy Moss came into the building, it was like he came in and they could tell immediately, oh, all right, this is a different type of dude. Just in terms of the way he was breaking down the coverages they were going to see based on him and everything, what they could do right in the very beginning, aside from his physical skill, that he just saw the game differently. And ended up being that was a big part of the dynamic between him and Tom Brady was just how you had those two minds working together on how to exploit coverages and in specific backs. It was really cool.
Yeah. Here's just a little bit more from Caserio kind of following up on that. And then Seth took a jab at me, and then Nick took a jab at Antonio Brown.
You can't prejudge. You can get the information and then at least have a baseline. And then once the player walks into your building, then what do we observe on a day-to-day basis? And then we can make our own interpretation about what we think we have in the player. That's if you're disciplined and try to keep the focus there, let the players be who they're going to be, and our job is to kind of guide and direct them and help them as best we can.
That's what it was. About the first 5 years I was working with Sean before I had to realize.
Right.
You know what? I don't think he's the bastard that everybody says he is.
No, I was Antonio Brown for the first 5 years. Yeah.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, we should have followed up on that one.
That was good. Yeah.
In what ways was Sean not like Antonio Brown?
Expand. So that was pretty funny.
This is funny. This is what Belichick had said about that conversation with Randy Moss. We were talking about single high safety and the running game and all that. Randy was like, you ain't going to see any more single high safety, which is probably pretty cool. As a coach, you're trying to figure out how we're going to run the ball versus all these loaded boxes and everything. You ain't seeing that.
No, in fact, you're going to go undefeated this year. You're going to go 16-0.
And then you're going to get destroyed by your former coworker, Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's good stuff from Nick yesterday. What's up, boys? Reggie Attitude.
Howdy.
John Lopez. How we doing?
Not much makes me happier than Randy Moss anecdotes and Barry Bonds statistics. Those
are
things,
the two things?
Oh, yeah?
Instant smile on my face.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So, in your opinion, then, he's the greatest baseball player of all time?
Yeah, it's hard. It's
Randy
real.
Moss?
It's real hard to. Yeah, him as well. That's right.
Crazy.
He could hoop. I can tell you.
That wasn't a scouting report either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him. Country boy like him. I feel like he can swing the bat.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine the high school basketball team was him and White Chocolate?
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and Jason Williams.
Mm-hmm. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I just imagine getting into that and just being like, well, I mean, whatever sports they played, right? Because I mean, we all see it just generally in any school, but especially when you get to those smaller schools where the kid that's really good at all the sports in that instance, he plays all the. So you just know we're going to that town, and it's going to be a hellacious night. We're playing football, we're playing basketball.
Rand, West Virginia.
That's right. Whatever we're playing.
Yeah.
Like I bet they got out there and played soccer. I was like, damn it, Randy's down here.
They get off the bus to go to the game, and it's like that van in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's just smoke billowing out of it.
Get on their skateboards, and you're
still gonna lose.
Yeah. Ooh, we got our kicks.
We have our kicks.
My cause, my kicks.
Nice.
Coming in the building here.
Awesome. Yeah.
Oh wow, I hadn't seen the coloration on these.
Can't wait to look at mine. What's yours?
Houston Food Bank.
Food Bank.
The beneficiary of the Reggie and Ron Radiothon.
Okay.
It felt like just it was right to just go with the Houston Food Bank.
No, I was doing this, but Texas Boys Outdoors. I'm actually wearing this shirt today.
Oh, cool.
That's that Shriners Kids. They take them out fishing and outdoors. Shriners Kids Hospital and first responders that got injured.
They are, and ironically, man, do not take those fishing. Like,
I know.
Those are too nice.
The forces.
To take,
Yeah, those are cool. The
fish
Texans
guts on those things.
Kudos to the Texans. They do that for us in the media every year. It's Mike. I'm guessing the game on Thursday. Is the Thursday?
It is Thursday.
Game?
Yeah, I believe so.
My cause, my cleats. I saw a video of Will Anderson pulling his cleats out of the box. It was cool.
And some really cool foundations and cleat designs for the fellas. I think the Texans put it up on their social media.
Yeah. And I got a message yesterday, just as we were in Parker's office, from the guy that does that paints all these shoes, that puts all these designs on it. Yeah, he DM'd me on Instagram and said, it was a pleasure working on your sneakers. Hope you really enjoy them. They were one of my favorites. It's Illustrious Souls on Instagram.
Nice.
I did the Rose this year, which is a breast cancer charity.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really dope.
Yeah. So that'll be
Seth, would you like to tell us who you had so that we can
not
judge?
Right this moment. I want to confirm something before I do it.
No problem.
Seth
I did do it. I just want to be sure I get a detail right.
Yep.
I just wanted to make a joke about us judging the validity of your.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. We will see.
Okay, we get it.
Your shoes very shortly.
I do not check my email or make sure that I.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Are you matching the shoes? Are we going with the pink outfit?
Go all pink.
Those are sweet, Seth.
Yeah.
These are
those are good.
They've got a little camo theme to them. Next veterans with their next opportunities, the jobs, and
see, yours and mine are kind of go together.
Yeah, moving on in their lives and in their careers, they help them out.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right. High five to all of us.
High five to us.
Good.
We are heroes.
And thank you, Texans.
Much more handsome than Jesse Palmer.
And great job. Yes, all four of us. And thank you to Illustrious Souls.
That's right.
Yes.
Great job.
Well done, honestly. Really
great job. All right, boys. So what is well, let's get this out of the way. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, as we chop it up here on Crosstalk, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing.
Yeah, what's something that you believe wholeheartedly with or without the information to back it up?
Oh, okay.
Because The Ringer did an interesting piece that we'll talk about the old Deion Sanders-ism of look good, play good, and obviously you go further into the play good, you get paid good, all that. And they tried to actually get some data behind this, but that's one of those things that I believe and I subscribe very much to, the look good, play good. And so I'm interested, what are kind of the tenets, the things that you believe strongly, regardless of if you had the...
About like a saying like that? Or
just whatever.
I got a couple that'll maybe get you thinking a little bit. Number one, Patrick Ewing was a fix. 100%.
With or without the information?
The lottery.
Oh, okay.
100%. You will never convince me otherwise.
Oh, okay. So that's almost like a conspiracy
theory. That's a sports one, but no, this is more along the lines.
Yeah.
You sleep better on your left side than your right.
Huh.
Oh,
I don't.
Always sleep better when I'm on my left.
That feels like a highly indivial thing, though.
Maybe.
Like, have you done studies on this? With
that's the thing.
The
he
many,
doesn't have
many
the information.
people you've slept next to in your life. You've been like,
what do you think?
It's not when I.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Isn't there some science behind that? Because like
maybe there is. I don't know. I need to look it up.
Is yeah. Okay.
I swear on all things holy.
Which one is it? You sleep.
You always sleep better on your left side than your right side.
I sleep on my right. I sleep on my.
That's why you had to have surgery.
That's what deviated my septum.
Yeah.
My nose just started.
So you're thinking about it, aren't you?
Yeah, I am trying to figure it out.
You sleep better on your left.
I don't know.
You sleep better on your left side.
I just don't. Every time I flip over to my left, I find myself flipping back over to my right. And I sleep great now. For 8 years. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Science and Stoerner.
I knew it was coming.
It's often recommended by healthcare professionals.
Left side?
It aids digestion and reduces heart rate.
See, now there is information.
Okay, well, your answer then is it doesn't fit now.
Well, now he has the information.
There's science to back it up.
For the first 63 years, it was not backed up.
It was. You just didn't know.
Dude, there's all kinds of things. Lymphatic drainage. Most of your lymph system is on the left side. Yeah.
Whoa,
Good
we
job,
did
John.
something today.
Whoa, what side do you sleep on, Doctor?
I don't know where the hell I sleep.
Sleep on your
all
left.
over the place at any given time.
Yeah. Sleep on your left.
I have so many night terrors.
You just sleep better.
And I'm going to sleep on my left tonight. I'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
I'll see how that goes.
John might have done something and just fixed a whole swath of issues for the listenership here.
I'll give you one. It's not one of my beliefs, like John's long-standing sleep belief. The one I hate, defense wins championships.
You hate it?
Yeah, you hate that.
Because I look at the team. Oh yeah, the Chiefs. I know the Chiefs. Yeah, this is the age of offenses, man. This is not when you're building your team and you go, well, we got to take this because defense wins championships. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll go back and do the research today that actually there's been a lopsidedness. It feels like over the last 10 to 15 to 20 years
right.
that it skews more towards the teams that are able to go out and, score points at will, have an advantage over the teams that put together that scrappy defense above the offense.
Yeah.
I hate defense wins. Sorry, defensive guy. I hate defense wins championships, guy.
Why would you just assume that I would be offended by that?
Because you're having a look on your face like you're ready to kill
Having been
me.
on teams that had really good defenses and horrendous offenses, you think I thought like, yep, we're on our way to a championship. We are.
You just had a look on your face like
I love playing this many. This is awesome. 4 3 and outs is what we need.
I've been around you a long time. You had a look on your face like I was offending you.
Oh no, I was deep in thought trying to figure out if I have any beliefs at all. I was thinking about this. There is
if I have any beliefs.
There's a little bit. Well, and I got a text back from one of the person that we excluded from the handsome list.
Oh!
JJ texted back. He said, "I am unable to be offended by the aesthetic opinions of one who is aesthetically inferior."
Whoa!
And I told him I did not call you a gargoyle.
Out loud.
No, you know what? This is one that I believe, except I hate it because it instantly turns into a new agey, really flaky type of thing. I do believe just believing in something and speaking it or willing it into existence.
Okay.
I just don't take that next step to where like I'm reading The Secret every day or something like that.
Yeah.
Have you ever called it manifesting? Have you ever?
No,
Is that a bridge
I will
too
not.
far?
That's where it takes it too far. Yeah, because I still there's actions that have to go along with it and everything. So I'm not. I very much believe that up to a certain point. But still somewhat grounded in reality.
I like this. Yeah. I like the power of positive thinking.
Yeah, there you go.
Seth
Basically,
Payne.
there you
go. Yeah. All right, so 10.
Because they're probably booking me already for a motivational speaking tour. Listen.
I know who loves this is John's wife Jan. She's packaging the crystals as we speak.
She's a big crystal and moonwater girl. She's kind of a hippie.
I don't go that far.
What does that mean?
Moonwater?
Crystal and Moonwater. What is it?
Moonwater was what they're going to name their next child. They had another one. They were in a hippie phase.
You don't use crystals?
No.
I say that like I use them. I use them out of default. But she
did say you don't use crystals.
Like everybody uses.
She has a bunch of crystals that she puts by the bed.
Yeah.
And then by where we sit.
Okay.
And they just emit good energy and make. Make
never
you
heard of this before. Yeah. Never heard of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not backed by
If you sleep
science.
on top of one on your left side, you're basically unstoppable.
Right.
I am
crystals
sleeping
on your left side.
I am sleeping on my
now.
left with crystals. I mean, listen, I'm going to be, dude. I've never heard of this. Think of me now. I'm going to be unstoppable.
That's right.
Listen, okay, I got to tell Reginald something that will blow his mind. Except that these other two guys in the room they totally get. I don't know if they know this or not, but Mike Meltzer, I don't know, is one of the weirdest things and it's not weird until you try it yourself.
I know what you're going to say.
He sleeps with his head at the foot of the bed.
Oh,
which is like
that's
I've
bad
never
feng
heard
shui.
of such a thing.
No.
So his head is down, which they've done studies on this, like in different cultures and everything. There's like a survival element to sleeping with your feet towards where an intruder might enter or anything. Like, it's a messed up the twist of weirdness of Mike that he sleeps somehow with his foot, his head at the foot of the bed.
But he still subscribes to like the generic convention of the head at the command position on the opposite side of the door, but he's just like, or the headboard, and he's just like, now I will invert that by having my head in the middle of the room.
Mike would not make it in nature, like as like in any kind of Mike's one of the quirkiest human beings you'll ever meet.
Okay.
Right? Fair, Figgy?
No, that's 100%.
It doesn't surprise you that Mike sleeps, or at least used to sleep with his head at the foot of the bed.
He's bizarre.
I think at some point he realized that, like, okay, this is weird to women that might share my bed with me. I got to figure this out.
See, I thought you were going to talk about him sipping 5-hour
the 5-hour energy, yeah.
The 5-hour energy shot.
That's actually not far away from the way that you're supposed to.
He supposed to, yeah. He may as well stick his pinky out. He's from Ridgefield, Connecticut, sipping his 5-hour. You're supposed to shoot it.
Well, no, you're supposed to split it in half and take one half the first 2 hours and then the other half later.
You're not supposed to split it into 25ths.
He was doing that with his coffee too.
Right? You do it. No, and when we were doing the morning show, Landry was a producer, and it would drive Landry more energy, and he would sit there and he'd see Mike just sipping his 5-hour energy through the duration of a 4-hour show.
And then he'd get all his energy at 9:30.
He was unstoppable.
With a slow build.
He would have been great for this toss.
Listen to Mad Radio right now. Let's go, 9:30, baby. Let's keep going.
We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, fellas, have a great show.
Need more energy.
This has been Crosstalk. Auto leasing. Yeah. Thank you. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, my not quite up in that upper tier of handsomeness friend.
No, not even close. Not even close. I'm right there with J.J. Watt. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Hey, John Lopez, did you know that apparently I'm one of the most handsome men in all of media?
You are?
I'm hearing this.
Yeah.
The streets are saying. All right, let's get going here.
The streets.
On a Wednesday in the loop here on Sports Radio.
These are the mean streets.
Clearly, the
Greenway
the
Plaza.
voices of the streets.
Wesleyan.
Sean and Seth. I say that with love, by the way. I say that with love.
The text line.
The real voice of the streets is indeed the text line. Get involved.
Love, man.
Get involved with the program. 713.
The text line is that ratchet part of Kirby right near the stadium where you hit several manholes and potholes.
Hell yeah.
That's the text page.
That's what makes Houston what it is, baby. All right, Houston, talk back to us. 713-572-4610. No, that is indeed the voice of the streets. You be that. During the entire appreciation to the Mo Karaman Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And John Lopez, no pleasantries. You'll have to deal with that on this day.
Well, thank you.
What? Okay, you don't. Less pleasantries. I'll take that note. But I have to ask this question because in listening to Nick Caley and listening to D'Amico Ryans, and honestly just delving into stats and research for this game, a question occurred to me, and that question is: is this the week where the Texans' delusion actually pays off?
Which delusion? Run game?
Delusion as it relates to the run game. This is I think we had gotten to that point where we were willing to call it out flatly. They are a deluded organization, or at least coaching staff, but it does feel like organization in regards to the idea that whenever we ask them about identity or whatever, they don't give us a clear answer generally. But eventually, when you get to the essence of what they're trying to say is identity, it's like toughness on the line and running the football, and there are a number
dominate the line of scrimmage. I heard that from Caley and D'Amico yesterday.
There are metrics, there are eye tests, there are crystals and moon water that will all tell you that nope, that is not how that goes. Yeah. But is this the week where that actually becomes useful for them?
The answer to that question is no.
Really?
Yeah. Look, I think I figured it out what the whole Texans run game thing is. They see the white and gold dress, and the rest of us all see the black and blue dress. Remember that?
I do.
From about 10 years
ago?
ago?
I hate that you brought that up because I have a great fear that the people on the text line are about to, or even worse, like the YouTube.
It was yellow and gold.
I don't remember what my answer was.
I mean, gold and white.
I don't remember what my answer was.
All right, so they look at this run game.
By the way, welcome back, Fig.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's here. He's here.
So they look at this run game, and I was listening to this, and you try. As God is my witness, I try. I try to get where they're coming from. But then they say things like dominate the line of scrimmage. Nick Caley, said it yesterday.
I mean, we're always trying. We want to establish the run. I mean, that's what we always try to do. That's what I believe in. That's what we believe in. So I mean, it's nothing more, nothing less. That's what we try to attack every single week. Some weeks are better than others. But we got to play a balanced game. We got to obviously control the line of scrimmage. I think that's consistent. There's really good fronts and defenses in this league that we play every single week. So it doesn't really change the approach from one week to the other. We know what we got to do, and we got to do consistently better job throughout the course of the game in that regard.
That's white and gold dress. He sees a white and gold dress. The rest of us see black and blue because that's not there. It's not there. Controlling the line of scrimmage is not there.
Did you do black and blue intentionally?
Well, it was blue and black, right?
No, I hear you, but did you also?
Oh yeah,
put it that way?
It's a double meaning.
Yeah, black and blue. Yeah, I was like,
double meaning.
Was that a bar, Figgy? Yeah, I need to go to the bar. Was that a bar?
That's a bar.
Okay.
That's a bar. That's my first bar in a long time.
Congratulations. I feel like you should have more of those, considering that you were as a trade writer. But no, I actually do think this could be a benefit. Like this could be the week where the delusion. It's possible. It wouldn't be the first time.
Because I'm with you. I want to see it, but I can't see it.
Well, it's not even. I want to see it. This is a very, very bad run defense in the Buffalo Bills. In fact, I was looking at just this morning a statistic that was put out there, and of course, we're delving into the muck of it in some ways because it's EPA per rush on this defense, but not just that. When it comes to like the lanes, so are you going off of the center? Are you going off tackle? Right, like where is the production happening against certain defenses? Against Buffalo, like you are having huge. I'm not talking about big, huge opportunities to run off of the left tackle, which Arion Territory, would you like to run behind him?
Yeah.
Off of the right tackle, which especially if Ed Ingram is indeed back and you go to an offensive line that I think we're both in agreement on, moves Titus Howard back to right tackle. He has been good running behind him. In fact, it seems like they've really liked running behind him and Ed Ingram. Those are places where not only have the Bills been bad, they've given up huge, expected points per play per rush. 0.26, a quarter of a point every time that you run off of the left side. 2/10 of a point, right? Like a fifth of a point every time you run off of the right side, like on the outside. This is available to you, right? Like this is wildly available to you, even considering the idea that your offensive line has been, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, boo-boo when it comes to run blocking. I think that this is the instance and the opportunity for you to actually. The problem that I ultimately have is not necessarily with this game, because I do think that you can run the football, and that can actually be incredibly helpful for you passing the football in this game and maybe being able to put up some points, which is going to be super necessary looking at the way that at least the high water mark is for this Buffalo offense. The only problem that I then have, which I can't worry about in this moment because it's a win every game available to you type of circumstance that the Texans are in, what happens if they run the ball and they already had the delusion when they weren't able to run the ball? Like, does this serve as false proof of concept, false positive, where they go, now we lean even heavier into running the football and you set yourself up for failure in the future?
That's where I am, because you're obviously, those numbers don't lie.
Oh, and there's a lot more numbers. That is just me looking at the last one that I saw.
However, we're in week 12, and how many times have you seen them had success?
Hadn't happened very often.
Hadn't happened, and I'm sure some of those 12 teams or 11, or whatever, 10 teams that they faced don't rank real high. In the same categories. They rank similarly to Buffalo, some of the teams that they've already faced, and they haven't had success. So that's number one. Number two, who's starting on the offensive line this week? Tell me, give me all 5 names.
I can't tell you for certain.
I know.
I can't tell you for certain. It's one of the things that actually, funny enough, right? Let me see, which Caley is this? I can't recall exactly which one it was, but Nick Caley was actually talking about the idea of what they're looking for. Actually, this is cut 9. Can you give me Caley 9 here, Fig? Because I thought B. Scott asked a great question here. What are you as a staff looking for when you're trying to find your best 5?
Consistency in terms of execution, and again, that starts in practice. That starts, it started. We have a body of work now their seat, but that's really what we're looking for. Consistently good, not occasionally great, just being the same guy every single day and just, continuing to move forward and get better. And, obviously there's injuries and stuff that dictate some of the rotation of some of those guys, but that's what we're looking for. And again, you got guys like you mentioned, Titus, like he's played a lot of football, he's played outside, inside, and, all those things. We have a bunch of guys with some flex, which I'm thankful that we do. I really am.
Once again, white and gold dress, black and blue dress, because what he just said there, we're looking for consistency. We've done these things where we're trying to find the right guys and all that. Right now, the Texans rank 23rd in the NFL in rushing, a full 10 yards less than last year. That's not consistency. Well, the last 3 games, they ranked 27th in the NFL in rushing.
Yeah, and
that's not consistency.
And that the text line immediately came up. One of the things that first came to mind for me when I heard that from the 713. How can you have consistency in your offensive line when you haven't played the same 5 people together in the same positions all damn season?
Yeah.
That a little bit of an exaggeration, but not by much. And I think when he says consistency, I will give him the benefit of the doubt here. I think he's talking more about consistency from the individual in how they perform. And with that being the case, it feels like the dudes that I know for certain give you some level of consistency is Ariante Ursery, Titus Howard, and Ed Ingram in their performances. I feel like you might just have a Jake Andrews grandfathered in at center, and then at that point, it feels like unless you're doing a lot of moving and shaking, I feel like then they probably go with the most recent consistent guy or closest to consistent, which is Jared Patterson, and so that's your 5. And even with that 5, I feel like if you run off tackle on Ariante Ursery, you should be able to run off of funny enough, the gap that the Bills tend to be strongest on is probably the one that would be behind Ed Ingram, but I do like Ed Ingram and the push that he can give you, so maybe try that. But honestly, running off of the edge off the right edge, off of Titus, I think will be successful for you. So assuming that they don't do the thing where they just try and run right in the middle, which I think could be okay, but I also just don't love running behind.
Well, they've played 6 different guys at Garden Center.
Right.
So I don't know about running up
exactly that lack of cohesion there, and then just I don't think either of us view Jake Andrews as a dude who has the muscle to move dudes in the middle.
Right.
So yeah, I think that there is a distinct opportunity to run the football in this game, and I think it's going to be not only is the delusion possible here, I think it's necessary. I think that you cannot depend on just being good on third down and just continuing to be excellent on hitting every pass, getting yourself to third and short, getting the first down, getting yourself to third and short, getting the first down. I think you need to be able to run the football to give you some opportunities here, especially if you can get some explosives or even borderline explosives off of that. That's going to be super necessary in order to win.
I mean, I hope you're right. We all hope you're right if you follow this team. But again, D'Amico even talked about it, and I'm like, what is he seeing? He knows better than this. He does.
Yeah, running the ball, for me, it's always a key. No matter who you're playing, who's your opponent, you got to run it well. That just, when you can dictate and control the line of scrimmage, it just opens up your playbook a lot more. So the run game is vital. Of course, it's going to take all 11 guys blocking really well, being detailed in what we're doing, and our backs just finishing.
It does open up your playbook. He's not wrong in that regard. Concept that ultimately have is just they haven't been good at it. They're not inherently good at it. But I think that this is the week where I will allow the delusion. The thing that I'm scared about, though, is on the backside of this, especially if it goes the way that I imagine it could, it might strengthen the delusion, which might ultimately be a bad thing, if we're going to be honest. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday where we got Texas Star Grill Shop, $50 gift card to give out. Okay, we'll do that later on in the program. But coming up next, John Lopez. Tonight, the Rockets back in action after having a few nights off. And I think that this Cavs game tonight is super compelling, not just because the Cavs are good, but for at least one particular reason. I'll tell you what that reason is next.
The Drive. Injury lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I think I have a penchant for just saying whatever's actively on the top of my head when we start these segments.
You too? I do that all the time.
Yeah. And I was just scrolling the old Twitter machine and saw some tape of Kyle Hamilton. Mm-hmm. And he's just so fun to watch football. And what did you say?
Could have been here.
Yeah. Dude.
Should have been here.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised he dropped that lump because it was a little bit of conversation about him being taken early.
It's so frustrating. Especially, think of where the Texans are right this moment, where you don't really have a second starting safety.
Yeah.
And then Jalen Petre's missing this game with a concussion. And I'm like, if you have Kyle Hamilton, I could play him in all the places. He literally plays at 3 levels on the defense. And it's the way that they're talking about Miles Bryant, and I love that they have a Miles Bryant that they feel comfortable placing in any circumstance. Imagine if that Miles Bryant is actually Kyle Hamilton, right? Yeah. Starting level play. With all due respect to Miles Bryant, because I do think it's really difficult to step into any position. Starting level play at a safety, pseudo linebacker, right? Whatever, any level, he got you.
I just hate that he went to Baltimore, man.
Yep, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah, no, it's not surprising at all. But he failed to Baltimore, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was literally top of mind for me. Also top of mind. Shout out to all of you texting in. Always appreciate you doing that. 713-572-4610. And we also got from the 361, can I get a birthday shout out for Corey Garcia? So happy birthday,
Corey.
Happy
born day, man.
Look at Corey, man.
Hope that it's a good day. I know it's a little overcast, but I hope that you're having a good one nonetheless. Have a birthday with us here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, John Lopez, the Rockets back in action. The Rockets have been fantastic. I think they've only really lost one game since those first couple of games early on in the season that they had against the championship Thunder and then the Detroit Pistons, who are top of the East.
Actually leading the East, yeah.
So leading the West, leading the East in the first couple of games, you lost those, and they've just been on a good roll of things since then. And I think tonight, going into Cleveland, serves as a super, super intriguing game for a reason outside of just the idea that the Cleveland is another one of those really, really good teams that they can face off.
Yeah, speaking of pulling back the curtain, you said, do you want me to tell you what I think that reason is? And I was like, no, I want a surprise. But I do have an idea of what you're thinking.
Do you?
The most intriguing thing. I have an idea.
Actually, I would like you to guess then, just to see. I'm intrigued.
The Cavaliers shoot more threes than any team in the NBA. Did I guess it? Did I guess it?
Not only do they shoot a lot of threes, they're very good at knocking them
more
down.
than anyone. Yeah.
And I think that the intriguing thing, and you know me, I'm trying to poke holes in this defense, is stress tested. I think stress test is the word, just for this week in general, because you've got the game versus the Nuggets here on Friday when it comes to the NBA Cup. But this one in and of itself, on the road in Cleveland, but then also we talk about this zone defense. And the zone defense has been something that's gnawed at me. Because just the defense in general for this Rockets team, not at the same level as last year. Still sufficient, I think, but not at the same level. And that's okay. Because you got the offense on the other side of the ball. They want to be able to use is this is our thing. Boom, here's the big joker. It hasn't had that punch. And some of the stuff that is not allowed it to have that punch is those above the break threes in particular, but just the 3-point shooting that other teams are able to get up has been huge. Teams haven't been able to capitalize on it. This, I feel like, is a Cleveland Cavaliers team that is going to have the best chance at poking a hole in this. If they're able to withstand what Cleveland is probably going to do to them shooting-wise, I think that then I will be willing to lay down my concerns about this zone defense on a larger scale.
Yeah, maybe. I'm more along the lines of I want to see how they react.
Sure.
I want to see how the defense reacts, personnel-wise and otherwise, because they're going to have their runs. Cleveland's going to have a big run. They're a really good team, and they're going to have their runs of knocking down some shots. They got a bunch of guys that can hit it. You mentioned that. So it's like, okay, are we going to get a hint of like how do we handle these heaters, that these other teams get, or a really good 3-point shooting team, which everybody shoots them, but certain teams like the Cavaliers can find ways to put it up, in different ways and with different players. I want to see how they react. What do they do?
Right, and I
not just the zone, how it plays it, but how they react.
That's fair, especially in a game where I don't know if Jabari plays. We know Tari's been out. Like some of the defensive elements that you've had just generally are not in this game, right?
Yeah.
Some of the things that you've leaned on. So this is actually going to be an even tougher challenge because they're figuring, I think, how to incorporate even more of these guys. I know that I very much like seeing Aaron Holiday. He's just a professional basketball player, but he's also really and truly guard size as opposed to the larger, lankier team that you've put together. There's not really a replacement for Jabari when he is, not having, or at least just when you talk about the size, the length that he provides to you on this team, right? So I think that if you look at those things, you also aren't leaning as much into one of the benefits I think this team is or benefited from, which is the length that they throw out one of the tallest, longest lineups in all of basketball. That's likely not going to be available to you in this game.
Right.
So, again, how do they work out for that? And usually, if you don't have that length, you need to have the awareness and that trigger, that ability to rotate that Ime has talked about wanting to develop. This is going to be the ultimate throw you into the deep end to see if you can float.
Yeah, how they rotate has been my question since day one. They just seem a half step slow on some. I think their length hurts them in some of those rotations.
Really,
I do. I think a lot of times your instincts are to chase the ball, chase the shot rather than the ball, and that's kind of a no-no in a zone. You want to chase the ball first, and that's just coaching 101. That's nothing profound, and I think they tend to reach a lot. So I want to see how they react to it. I also want to see how they make their threes because this is going to be an up and down game. With the way that the Rockets are shooting a very high percentage,
but they don't. But they literally shoot the least.
Fewer, this is a high percentage. Yeah,
this is a battle of the most shots taken versus the least shots taken when it comes to 3-point. Do you think that, especially with the volume of threes that the Cavs get up, do you see this at all shifting? Like, do you see the Rockets? Because I kind of like that they against Orlando, right, where Orlando was actually knocking down threes at a rate that felt really high for that team. But the Rockets stayed their course, and they just kept getting the twos that they typically get, and were ultimately able to track them down. Do you think that they just stick to that game plan if the Cleveland Cavaliers are indeed knocking down threes at a high clip?
I think you better. I'd be, especially as much as we're both talking a lot more and sort of leaning into Reed Shepherd, as the point guard and more minutes and all that stuff. I think this could be a huge game for Amen. A huge game for Durant in terms of attacking the rim. The Cavaliers do give up a lot of free throws too. They make a lot of threes and they give up a lot of free throws. Their defense has been known to send you to the line.
I'm glad you mentioned Amen because this is probably a larger conversation to have. Have you at all had a feeling of Amen kind of looks like a little bit of a shell of himself? And understandably so, but at the very least, like defensively, it does not feel like Amen has had the clear impact that it seems like he had last year, both when he was coming off the bench and it was like, oh man, this is different than our starters. And then when he became a starter, has that hit you in the same way that it feels like it's hit me?
In a different way. And again, this is just,
and I don't mean it straight like just a knock on him. I think there are reasons and understandable things as that.
I think that's where I am. I think the reason that he might look like a shell of himself, I don't think he is,
and that's probably a harsh way.
And he hasn't looked that way to me. But I have thought about this a couple times. So I'm glad you brought this up. The one thing that I say bothers, maybe that's too strong of a wheeze when he's running the point. What is the point guard? What's the first thing the point guard does? Again, this is rudimentary amateur coach 101 stuff. But what's the first thing they do when the shot goes up? They leak.
Yeah.
They leak so they can get the ball and push it up court. A lot of times he might be leaking too soon, and so
interesting. I hadn't noted that.
That's what I would be saying if I were him. Let somebody else leak and get the ball, and then you catch up because his defense is his strength. His ability to rebound and play, basically all 5 positions on the defensive side if he wants to. But instead, I've noticed, I want you to pay attention to that tonight. Sometimes on the defensive side, he leaks out a little too soon because it's the trying to be a point guard, give me the ball and let me push it, as opposed to staying a little longer on the defensive side.
Yeah, okay. I'll be watching that. Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting game. 6 p.m. And this is on ESPN. I believe it's still. I have to check if it's still going to be on Space City as well. But I know for certain this is an ESPN game. This is going to be one of those games where everybody's watching. At least everybody that's inclined to watch national NBA broadcasts. So looking forward to that. And I see you 8-2. So y'all saying the Cavaliers are the D'Antonio Rockets back in the day, or D'Antoni rather, because D'Antonio is Mark, the old Michigan State football coach. Not quite. However, if you look at it, they're top 10 in pace, and they take a whole bunch of threes. Like, if you wanted to get to it there, yeah, maybe. But very much an intriguing game for a number of reasons. One of the big ones is let's see how that three-point barrage affects the way that the Rockets defense looks. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. I think the Ringer put up a really interesting piece about the validity mantra. And so that got me thinking, what's something that you believe wholeheartedly, with or without the information to back it up? 713-572-4610. Text us, let us know, and we'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, how about the look good, sleep good mantra with Ability Trees?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, back in the building, baby.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Okay, very good.
That's all I got.
Waiting for it.
He was just like, I'm here.
Yeah.
You've been a little quiet today, too.
Really?
Everything good over there?
Yeah, everything good, man. Yeah, yesterday I went to read to the kids yesterday.
Oh, did you use up a majority of your words for the week? So you trying to?
No. It was cool. It was cool, man. Yeah. Salute to Wade Smith, man.
For sure.
Somebody who been helping, trying to do the whole read with the pros thing and all that. So I'm like, you know what? Let me take some time off to go read with them. I didn't know I was going to be off officially because it kind of got in last minute, but yeah, I like doing that type of stuff.
All right. I love it when you're here, especially when you can participate in the question of the day. What's something you believe with or without the information to back it up? 713-572-4610. And I appreciate the 832 saying things I believe with only anecdotal evidence. That's basically what we're getting at with a $5 word.
That's a good way to do it, right?
Yeah. Like, yeah. All right, but yeah.
Reggie texting in on the text line.
That's right. He's texting the show.
See, if I had said that, y'all would have gotten on me. That's the problem there. However, I was doing a little thing I like doing, which is called reading. And I was on the Ringer, and they put up a piece entitled, "Is the Look Good, Play Good Theory Real?" A Ringer investigation. So they tried to do a somewhat investigation into the look good, play good through the lens of the NFL's jerseys. You know how obviously like the Texans are going to be wearing that battle red jersey, like they're alternates. So
are they going to play good?
That is what we're getting at here, John Lopez. And so they went, and the method was to just determine what defines an alternate, went and found which alternates were. And then the thing that in the methodology that gets a little quirky for me, Lopez, is that they then determined good alternates versus bad alternates. And as we know, that's a subjective determination. However, I think I agree with them to some degree. So like they went with the old school Seahawks throwbacks, right? The ones with the gray helmets and the damn near totem pole looking Seahawk with the very vibrant blue. That's one of the good alternates. Are we in agreement?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I love those alternates.
The all yellow mustard Los Angeles Chargers jerseys. Bad alternates. Agree?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I like their old classic look.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so if we're in agreement there, then how do you lean into the findings that would seem to indicate that teams do in fact when they have a quote unquote good alternate versus teams not outperforming the spread when they have a quote-unquote bad alternate in the game?
I'm buying it a little bit, but a lot of times these alternate jerseys, and maybe I'm totally wrong on this, a lot of times for me anyway, these alternate jerseys tend to be, they harken back to teams that were good. You know, like there's generally good teams. Like nobody's, as much as I like them, I'd be curious to see what the old Tampa Bay throwback alternate, how they play with the throwback alternate ones, because those were not jerseys? Because those were not good teams.
Now it's just
Tampa Bay has been okay, pretty good, here and there. Obviously, Super Bowl here.
Now
and
is
there.
this just football or just all sports?
Well, I mean,
are they just doing football?
The theory is all sports, right?
The first thing I thought about, because I think the Cavaliers brought back those old throwbacks, the ones with the, I think they had the blue and orange or something like that. It was probably late 90s, early 2000s, and there were not no good teams during that time.
Right.
And they brought those back, and they still look cool.
Right.
But I'm like, man, those are bad times right there.
I wonder if they covered.
I will say the Tampa Bay Buccaneers show up 3 times in this. Now, of course, they're also only using this year, which, again, not the biggest sample size.
Yeah.
But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2 of those 3 games matched up with another team wearing alternates, so it felt like it canceled out.
Oh, yeah.
They did underperform the spread in those jerseys, though. So you might have something to your theory.
Yeah, because you associate, those are sweet, because those were good teams. And
players hyped up when they get those type of jerseys and new gear, where they probably go out there with a little extra juice.
Yeah, yeah. So what are some of those theories?
Yeah.
To the question of the day.
Yeah. So what are some of those theories? I do buy into the idea to look good, feel good, play good, get paid good. Like I very much buy into that. Like it's somewhat what Seth was talking about, the power of positive thinking, that kind of thing. Like I'll even go as far as, have you heard of the concept of like power posing?
Yeah.
Right, where it's like if you stand in a pose that is more powerful, more upright, that you will kind of, I don't know, give yourself better endorphins. I don't know. We're not harping on the thought process behind it, but just the idea that you will put yourself in a more.
If you walk with your
positive
head up,
yeah,
everything will be better.
And I feel like I buy into that.
I've always bought into that, and you guys know that I'm very much a believer in the strength of your subconscious mind. Always have believed that. Like subconsciously, you don't even know what you're doing, but you're doing something positive or negative because of how you portray yourself or are portrayed.
That's how a lot of people got some jobs around here too.
Absolutely.
The fake it till you make it mentality.
They get that job. You like, man, this brother don't know what he doing.
Yeah, but he looks good.
Exactly.
But he looks
or she looks good.
So yeah, what are some of those for you guys? A lot of those coming in on the text line and on the YouTube page. Somebody said success is not final, failure is not fatal. So that's just kind of a mantra to live by. I respect it. Somebody said, things that this is 832, things I believe with only anecdotal evidence. Live music and good food will make any date a great experience.
That's true. That's true. I had mine actually proved correct this morning.
Yeah, the idea of laying on your left side.
I've always believed you sleep better on your left side than your right. Seth is over here typing away, and he's like, "I'll be damned, you do."
Not only that, we got, because Houston.
He found the source.
A lot of medical folks in this city. A number of people texting in, say, pointing to different things. Obviously, like cardiovascular things. Seth was talking about lymph nodes. I'm not digging into the medical of it because we ain't no doctors here.
Yeah, but it was pretty cool because I've just always believed that. Like I sleep better on my left side.
Yeah, I love this from the 936 because I feel like this was your parent one. Driving with the cab light on in the car will get you pulled over. Maybe true, maybe not. Did y'all's parents do that?
Always said that.
What
they did it more for safety.
Will you drive with that with the light on? That you'll get pulled over.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Sometimes I still be thinking that. My wife be having to know. I'm like, man, get the light on, man. What you doing?
We're no ticket. Get pulled over.
I don't want no ticket.
Yeah. Mine was my mom would always say it prevents you from seeing the road right, like the light inside. Hers was more like a safety thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
So she tried to make it a little more logical.
Yeah, a little more logical.
Yeah. One I think about, this is probably a personal thing, but whenever I get a car wash, for some reason I feel like the car drive better.
Oh yeah.
I feel like the car drives smooth.
Or you change your oil. You change your oil like, I'm on now, baby.
Yeah, it's like, I definitely feel the difference in the car.
I feel it definitely after a car wash. I got my car detailed a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Drove off. I'm like, man, this thing driving smooth, man.
Of course, O's always going to come in hot as he wants to do on the text line. He says he thinks that psychiatrists, chiropractors, and multivitamins, all frauds and hustles.
Well, Ocho has a problem.
I was like, all of them?
Ocho has a problem.
Like that's
psychiatrist.
That's 3 very different things to all put in the same bucket there.
Now, I'm not with him.
I will hear him on the Kairos, though.
I kind of hear him on the multivitamins a little tiny bit because sometimes, like, I take them because I know you're supposed to take them. But sometimes I'm like, is this doing anything? I still feel the same.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel no different if I take it or don't take it.
You need to hit that moon water, man.
that's all
the same. Put that on the list, too.
All those in there. The idea that water that sits outside you're just going to drink that and be better.
It does.
All right.
Yeah, it does.
What about this one? To me, I felt like the Sprite machine at McDonald's is way better than any other Sprite you'll find.
Agreed.
I hadn't even thought of that. I just like fountain drinks over cans
Yeah,
anyway.
but the fountain drinks at McDonald's, way better than anything you'll find anywhere else.
Without question.
They mix them the same.
Nah, prove it.
I mean, they have companies that go into different restaurants.
Prove it.
Like the same company does like McDonald's.
I actually feel like McDonald's probably has proprietary agreement.
Yeah.
No, proprietry agreement with
best
Sprite
sugars.
or with Coca-Cola where they're like, hey, make ours a little
the
better.
McDonald's Sprite.
We
or
can hook
McDonald's
people over here.
Coca-Cola.
Somebody said I always believe that GNC stands for generally naive consumers. All right, so there's a lot of people on the vitamin kick that are like, nah, them things don't do nothing. I appreciate this. I feel like if you're conspiracies like this, 713, that Kendall Briles, the OC at TCU, is a Baylor sleeper agent. Because you remember, the Briles family and everything.
Yeah.
And it would track if you just look at his performance. That offense is not good, has not been good under him in all the times they've been there. Somebody said from the 281, Lopez is a Spurs fan, I believe.
I do like the Sprite. I've always said that, but
that you never got off of that narcotic. You are still fully on there.
I wouldn't even trust you if you said you wasn't a Spurs fan.
That's what I'm saying. Like I've never not
you
said that.
grew up in San Antonio.
That doesn't mean I'm not a Rockets fan now. I mean, lived here for 35 years, man.
And an interesting one, because you came with the you believe very strongly in the idea that the Patrick Ewing draft was orchestrated in order for him to end up with the Knicks.
This is a good example because no hard evidence ever really has been proved. The frozen envelope and all that was just a theory. But I actually got to know David Stern a little bit.
Oh, look at that!
When I was covering the NBA.
Well, I know David Stern,
and I know a lot of people that were around him. And it's just based on how his mind worked, he fixed that. Like he was all about the promote the people, promote the markets, box office. Remember that what was that Laker, the Magic and Bird documentary? Yeah. Like that was a real story. That that really happened. Where he got them together and said, "I know you hate each other, but we're doing this, and we're gonna make sure that we promote the personality." He did the same thing with Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, okay,
yeah,
I feel you.
Yeah,
and I think if you're not slightly concerned for your safety when you're getting tacos, you're not getting the best tacos. I think that's very interesting.
Or a Thanksgiving potluck. Figgy, we got to talk.
By the way,
we got to talk.
Figgy's going to be on my side.
No, he is not.
By the way, I'm certain that he's going to be on my side.
I am certain he is not.
That is the tease, mind you. Before I get there,
Reggie ain't paying at the door, is he? Or charging at the door?
Just wait.
Before I get there,
just wait.
I did mention the look good, feel good, investigation that the Ringer did. They think that the Battle Red uniforms are a bad alternate. That is wild to
really?
Me. Mm-hmm. That is insane to me. Mm-hmm. They think the Battle Red is a bad
I remember people originally liked those better than the H-Town ones.
That is insane to me.
All right, we got to talk about this.
Anyways, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL, but before we do that, Lopez, we're going to see if Figgy agrees with my take that I gave yesterday about potlucks. I'll let you know what that is, and we'll have that conversation next.
Heads. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Figure a little bit of confirmation, I think, for you on your McDonald's, your idea that, hey, man, there's no way McDonald's is doing this different. Apparently, McDonald's does, according to the text line, which of course I have not sussed out.
That's law right there.
You take
on the text line. That's
case closed.
Yeah, you got to take that with however many grains of salt is necessary. But from the 409, McDonald's does have a specific system for their drinks. One texter says, and somebody else makes the note that your fountains can be adjusted to change the level of syrup that is put in with the obviously the soda water.
McDonald's isn't doing it on the cheap. Or they're doing it themselves, which makes sense.
It's relatively,
but it's strong. It's a bottle of Sprite or Cokes at the store. They're going to McDonald's.
Yeah.
You take a sip, you like, whoa, man, this is strong.
It's aggressive.
Yeah.
What did they do to this?
Yeah. All right, but we got to do this.
I feel like let's do around the NFL first. And look. Park, you hear this? I'm trying. Look, let's do the sports and then we'll do the nonsense.
We will go around
Reggie
the NFL.
Trying to stick to sports.
I'm
really trying to make sure that we get this in the way that we supposed to, and then we can do the fun on the non.
Yeah, all right. We're gonna get it in.
You know what? I tried.
We're gonna get it in.
The more tenured employee has spoken. All right. So yesterday, you missed the Odyssey Houston potluck.
It looked like it was popping too.
It was popping big time.
That's right.
Really good
and
food.
My confession yesterday was that I was not going to eat at the potluck because I don't know everybody here well enough, and you can't just be eating everybody's food.
This is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. And let me just state for you, Figgy, and our listeners that weren't listening yesterday, why this might be the hottest, craziest take Reggie Adatula has ever had.
You're setting that up way too high.
No, I am not. I might be setting it up low. So it's the Thanksgiving potluck at the office.
Correct.
I mean, his point being, well, I don't know, there could be a cat roaming around the.
I don't know everybody's particular cooking hygiene standards.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
At a Thanksgiving potluck, my 2 points that I think are irrefutable.
Assumptions.
Irrefutable.
Assumptions.
Also irrefutable. My 2 points are this. When you decide to bring something to a Thanksgiving potluck, that's going to be your A game. That's going to be you want to impress your coworkers and such, correct?
Yeah.
Your jalapeno popper dip.
Yeah.
You've brought it to the potluck in the past, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be good. Number 2, you sure as hell don't want to be the person that got somebody sick. So you're going to you're going to do the extra steps, even at home that you might not do for your family, like whatever, plastic gloves, extra wrap.
One would assume.
Refrigerator and all that.
If you think about it.
If you think about it.
Or if you know that those are the standards that are necessary in order to
You don't
want
to be the one, like, oh, man, who ate the whatever, green bean casserole?
Who brought that?
Who brought that? Yeah. So my contention is, first of all, he's crazy. and secondly, this is going to be one of the best, number one, and safest meals you will have. He doesn't eat at potluck. Well, we're going through the line yesterday, and he's just standing there, like looking at all the food, smelling the food.
All right, smelling the food isn't say. You act like I was up here putting my nostrils on everything. That's crazy.
Okay, he came back in the studio and said, "Boy, that looked really good. Whatever it was you were talking about, I forgot. That such and such looked really good." Yeah, and like, yeah, you know what? It is. No, he didn't eat a thing. He didn't eat. He ate zero.
I'm good.
Nothing.
See, I kind of land in the middle of it because I'm with Reggie. You don't know what people's situations are, but the eye test, if I'm looking at something like, ooh, that might look good, let me try it.
Yeah.
I might try a couple things. It's definitely a lot of things I stay away from because I'm like, nah, if it's potato salad or something, I'm just like, nah, I'm good regardless. I don't care who made it. But at least a couple things.
Have you ever
I ain't going to get the full plate.
Have you ever not eaten at a potluck? Because of that? Because you think it's unsafe?
No, if I feel like something looks good, I will try it.
Thank you.
I would give it a try.
Thank you.
I'm not going to sit there and say, ooh, that looked good, but
yeah.
Know what? I don't know who made it. I don't know their living conditions, so I ain't going to try it.
We don't work with a bunch of bums living on the railroad tracks.
I'm not saying we work with a bunch of bums. I'm saying
people about to be looking at Reggie crazy now.
my risk assessment in that moment was just a little bit higher than yours. Ain't no problem with that.
But you said every moment. You said you don't eat at potlucks, period.
Well, I mean, if you see Reggie in the hallway, just shoulder bump him a little bit, man.
So you gonna get a bump back. I ain't playing with you. Why do you think that's a good idea?
Just bump a little bit. He ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm gonna lean right back. In fact, I'll chase you down. What you mean? Yeah, we don't gotta handle this with HR. We can handle this in the hallway. No, but yeah, the idea being like, I mean, if I know people well enough and I kind of have an idea, yeah, we get to that place.
Well, he's telling us he doesn't know anybody here.
I've only been here. I don't know everybody well enough.
I felt like he didn't eat my bacon jalapeno popper dip.
Yeah.
I feel like you bought it and you probably just threw it to the side. Just,
I mean, I didn't eat all of it because I'm an individual and it's a big old plate. But anyways, are you willing to touch this team though as we go around the NFL, the Kansas City Chiefs in 2025? Because the Athletic put up a piece that they delved into that asserts that the Chiefs are actually trending to be one of the most unclutched teams ever. And I want to take you a year ago about as another iteration of a getting away with it all-star type team.
Yeah.
I would make the assertion that this team is probably the same amount of good as they were last year. It's just this is the big change. So does this change the way that you feel about the Chiefs? Because we've still talked about it as they still feel like they have the possibility to be a boogeyman because of the name recognition of Patrick Mahomes, of Andy Reid, and not just name recognition, what they are capable of doing. Does looking at this in the ways that they have actually been deeply unlucky in certain ways, does that change the way that you feel about them?
It really doesn't. And we talked about the Chiefs a little bit yesterday, and I still feel the same way. Obviously, they can come back and make us all look stupid, make me look stupid, whatever. But I think we're being swept up by the marquee of the name, the names on the marquee. And those are pretty solid names, obviously. But the reality is I just don't think they're good. I don't think they're, as clutch as they've been. I think they probably were not as good as they looked last year. And maybe they're a little better than they've looked this year, but I don't think they're the same Chiefs, period.
Yeah, what's interesting is, funny enough, actually, through 10 games, at this point, the turnover margin for the Chiefs was a -5, where it's a +3 now.
There you go.
Right? Like you look at these things and they're scoring more points, they're allowing fewer points, their average margin is larger, and yet they're just kind of not getting as many results. And so some people,
what about you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that the logic of it would be to say there should be some regression in instance for the Kansas City Chiefs where that 5-5 ends up looking more manageable as they go through the remainder of the season. However, they got teams that I imagine can capitalize on that through the remainder of the season. And, starting 5-5, as we've seen here, right? You were clawing back to 5-5, but it puts more of an onus on you. So I think there might be something to be said for the idea that the Kansas City Chiefs might not be in nearly as good of a position. Well, I mean, clearly they're not nearly as good a position as they were last year.
Right.
But you could see them, end up on the other side of this, which would feel right to me. It'd feel like some level of cosmic justice, because there's not many things that annoy me more in football than the getting away with it team. The team that's like, they should not be this good. I will forever remember that Pittsburgh Steelers team that started in 11-0. That drives me up because I was like, no way they should have 11 wins here. They're not that good. And similarly, last year, it was just like, this is a good team in Kansas City, but 9-1 through 10 games.
No, the difference being that they have the two dudes and more, depending on how you feel about some of their.
Which two dudes are we talking about?
Kelsey and Mahomes.
Kelsey hasn't been that strong.
No, I understand that, but they have the two. I think I'm agreeing with your point of, they might be better, but just because they still have it in them. You're as good once as you ever was, that kind of thing.
Sure.
They still have it in them to make some plays that are otherworldly.
I largely agree with your sentiment. I do wonder if it applies still with particularly Travis Kelce. Like that has been, especially as they've had or made decisions and concessions on, okay, well, we can let Tyreek Hill go in order to keep this thing going. We can, we can let some of these things change. Travis Kelce has been the consistent and to be, can he be the guy that helps us make the incredible plays when we need to? I do wonder, and this ain't even like no Travis or Taylor Swift stuff. Like, have we seen the decline reach a point where he can't dial it up to that same level anymore? Right. And does that then put you in a place where you're in a rough spot for Patrick Mahomes when he doesn't have necessarily the guys that you can get to get the ball to make those incredible plays in the big moments. I know he's still got guys like Xavier Worthy and such, Rashee Rice, that are really good playmakers. And one of the reasons why, again, you look at this team and you go, they probably shouldn't be 5-5. It's just really intriguing to me, which makes their game against Indianapolis this week really interesting.
They got a little bit of a stretch here, man. The Chiefs that are going to be kind of tough on them.
Yeah, I know their next 2 games. I'll have to actually look at it to get more of the games, but yeah.
The Colts.
Obviously the Texans.
Yeah.
Week 15. They'll have the Cowboys in between there on the road, which a Cowboys team.
That might be a little tough for them, man.
Defense looks like it possibly question mark might be improving. It was the Raiders, so I don't know what to do with that.
It's hard to count for the Raiders, but
Chargers, whatever they might do. The Broncos again still on that schedule. Like they have some.
That's
tough
a
games.
strong stretch right there, man.
They have some tough games there.
Colts at home, Cowboys on the road, Texans at home, Chargers at home. That's a little bit of a stretch.
And forgot we talked about the Broncos. Broncos are still in there as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that should be interesting. But yeah, I saw that about the Chiefs, and it was such an interesting note to take into account. This is going to be a really interesting game that we can watch really closely with the Thursday night game being where the Texans are. So you can actually this weekend talk about it more when we get towards the weekend to actually be able to lay out and really watch the full NFL slate because
that's going to be great.
Yeah, that's been rough. Where do you fall on this as we go around the NFL? And mind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming now on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, and it's also featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. All of that. Landman, which is the new season.
That's a great show, by the way.
You've been watching it?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Are you caught up, or are you just?
I'm not caught up. I just started watching it a couple days ago. It's actually pretty good, man.
Okay.
Billy Bob Thornton doing his thing in that show.
Yeah, he's just the best.
So do we need to watch it as a show and then have part of Around the NFL be breaking down Landman? Is that
I
what
think
we need
the
to
one
do?
thing I like about the show is based out of Midland, Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of Texas stuff in there, man. I done seen Whataburger in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I see the Texas license plate. So it's a good show.
That's pretty cool.
What do you make of this? Did you see Cam Scatterboo?
Yeah, and I saw the backlash too.
Yeah, and I'm interested in where you fall on this because there's been a lot of backlash. Monday Night Raw, which is a big Raw event. I got some wrestling friends, obviously Sean, one of those, chief amongst those, where Monday Night Raw was a big deal because it was John Cena's last.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I never know with wrestlers when they say it's the last if they don't come back and show up at some later point, but that's neither here nor there. So a lot of people wanted to be in the building for it. And Cam Scatterboo was one of those. Was it at Madison Square Garden on Monday?
I think so. Yeah. Yes.
Right next to all the events, and he got in a shoving match. Yeah. With Dominic Mysterio, and people got mad at him to some degree. Obviously, he had just undergone surgery for his dislocated ankle.
Yes.
And so I think that there's some people that were like, "Yo, you injured? Why are you doing this? What's all this?" Where did you fall on this? Because Cam very much obviously felt in the place where he felt like he had the capability and the willingness or the ability to do
this. Is an easy answer. Get over yourself, man. What do you think he's going to take a risk? This was a show, man. This was just I know. And to be fair, I didn't sit down and watch the whole thing, or all I saw was the highlights, which was him. As you were just discussing, kind of mixing it up with it's Dominic Mysterio. It's Rey Mysterio's kid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at you knowing.
It better be.
Yeah, it better be. Yeah. And so I was like, get over yourself. This is fun. What do you want him to do? What do you want him to do?
He is ruled out for the season as well.
So what?
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying.
So is Joe Mixon.
He's ruled out for well not officially.
Breaking news.
Wait a minute, he's not.
I'm actually glad you mentioned being ruled out. I do want to because
Mixon. My point was Mixon's out there doing all these events and stuff. Yeah. He's not mixing it up, not throwing hands or anything. But what I'm saying is people just get your nose in the playbook. Nothing drives me, more mad than that. He should be studying film. Get the hell out of here.
I tend to agree with you. I should have mentioned this. The Bills, rather, they put out their obviously walkthrough day. So and they're traveling, so very much easy to get this out early. 3 players will be out for this game versus the Texans on Thursday. Wide receiver Curtis Samuel, wide receiver McCole Hardman, tight end Dalton Kincaid.
That one's huge.
I think all three of them in tandem. I think you're right. The biggest one is clearly Dalton Kincaid. He's probably the best target that Josh Allen has, or if not the best, the second best for certain.
Mm-hmm.
But then also Curtis Samuel was one of those guys that they utilize out of the backfield, or not out of the backfield, but utilize as well. McCole Hardman, just another option that you have wide receiver wise in a wide receiver or pass catching core that's pretty thin, and it's even more thin now that all these guys are hurt. Like this is going to be real rough. I think that the Texans find another slight advantage in this particular injury report.
I think they do. We talked about yesterday as well. I think the fact that they could use more than one tight end it could be a potential detriment to the Texans defense. But now their best one is out. So, no, I think that's very big.
All right. There you go. That is Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Somebody said about the Scatterboo. Lopez is wrong. If the NFL player had been pushed and slipped on a beer on the floor and injured his ankle, or even worse, it would have set him back for months.
What if he stepped off a curb and did the same thing? Get the hell out of here.
They're going to have to put these in these contracts now. No Monday Night Raw.
Succinct.
That's going to end up being my, go die. The hell out of here.
Oh, okay. We're workshopping it. All right, I see what you're doing. All right, coming up next, let's continue talking tomorrow. Actually, man, we're almost there. Are there any short week advantages that the Bills have? Because I feel very strongly that the Texans have an advantage with the short week. As small as some people may believe, I think it's actually relatively big. But are there any advantages that the Bills have in this short week? Let's talk about that next.
According to D'Amico, 2022. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Later on in the program, actually in the 12 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops, and you'll also, if you win that, be entered for a chance to win a grill at the end of the football season and a case of OG salt.
You're dang right.
The question being asked right here, John Lopez, is pursuant to this game, short week, and with the short week, there's always an interesting. It feels like at least the interesting dynamic of the home team maybe getting a little bit of an advantage
always
when it comes to the extra day that is gained due to the visiting team having to travel in addition to it already being a short week. There's some other things you could talk about as advantages, at least for the Texans on paper. But where are the places that the Bills might have some short week advantages here? 713-572-46.
So immediately you ask the question, would you rather be at home on a Thursday night or on the road? It's an obvious answer. You'd rather be at home. So period, point blank, that you'd rather be at home than on the road. But I did start thinking a little bit about this Bills team in particular, and is there any advantage that the Bills might have with the short week? And I thought of this listening to D'Amico Ryans talk about Josh Allen. I mean, the Bills, they're up against it. Coming from Buffalo, they might be flying to Houston right now, if not now, in a couple of hours. I mean, they're flying in today. So you've got a big advantage just, in terms of just the schedule. But when you face a very unique quarterback, like you will not face before or since, you won't face another quarterback like Josh Allen. You'd sure like to have a lot more time to prepare. You'd sure like to have some healthy, healthier bodies, no fatigue factor or all that to Nico. And that's what got me thinking about this.
Yeah, each team has their own philosophy of how they use a spy, and I know it's easy for everybody to just say, "Oh, spy the quarterback," but what are you doing? You're standing there watching them throw the ball, or what are you actually doing with that spy player? But I won't get into specifics of what we're doing. But some teams use it; it works well. Some teams use it doesn't. It's just what's your personnel? How do you attack their scheme, and what are you looking to accomplish by using a spy?
Josh Allen is just different, man. And I know the Texans, we talked about it, this week. The Texans have had success just as a franchise, so much less last year under D'Amico and Matt Burke. But he is extremely unique. And a texter, brought up a really good point that I hadn't even thought of. When you face a very unique quarterback that you have to have a lot of time to prepare for and do things like spy, as you just heard, or however you're going to play it. They faced Lamar Jackson on a short week last year.
They did?
Yeah.
That's a very unique – at home.
Yeah.
That's a very unique quarterback. So it got me thinking Josh Allen is the advantage. Even though there are so many things that you could check the side of the Texans playing Thursday night at home, Josh Allen's going to cause some real issues.
I was even thinking about that when y'all was talking about the injuries the Bills have on offense. I was thinking like, man, Josh Allen still playing?
Yeah.
Like he could carry your team on his own. He's that type of quarterback.
And you have like a day and a half to get ready.
Yeah.
2 days.
I mean, that is ultimately the biggest portion or the biggest talking point in this game is just what does Josh Allen look like? Also, had a similar thought. This was Josh Allen. Can you give me Josh Allen cut 2 if you don't mind, Fig? This was Josh Allen talking yesterday. And this was him talking about the fact that you played this team last year, week 5, and it was we've talked about it a number of times, one of Josh Allen's worst performance of his 2024 MVP season. Does last year's loss to the Texans still sting for you badly, Josh?
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. It's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. So, yeah, hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But, again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
He's obviously going to give heat praise against a defense that rightfully deserves it in the Houston Texans. But at the same time, tell me that didn't sound like a dude who's ready to right some wrongs. And
chip
I think
on shoulder.
In addition to that, in addition to like kind of the general chip on shoulder element of it, this will kind of play a little bit more like a division game. It's like a common opponent. You've seen them relatively recently. Last year, you saw them, and it's not like the defense has changed to a great degree. Like I have a feeling that they will be able to use not just trends and things that are happening this year, but what they actually were able to experience last year. And I think that should give Josh Allen and the offense and the team in general a better opportunity to come out and be successful here in NRG. And that's not a good thing, right? Like that's not a good thing for your Texans, because a second look at this defense for a player of his caliber, I said it just flatly, just in a general statistics perspective. What are the chances like he did in that game? I feel like when you also consider that he has that game to work off of, to use as a foundation coming in, I do wonder how far, right? What's the delta between the performance he gave last week, week 5, and what he will ultimately put on that field this week?
Yeah, and everyone is going to be fatigued. It's a rough week for home and visitors. But also when you have a dude that's, what is he, 6'4", 250 or whatever he is.
Big boy.
Big old dude that can run and hard to bring down. Does that play in? Your guys are going to be a little fatigued, especially when this is also a very good running team. I think they're the number 1 running team in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills, with James Cook and others. I think they lead the league in rushing. So, you're a little fatigued. They're going to, pound the ball at you. And you got that big dude. Again, just in general, give me the home game on a Thursday night. But the fact that it's Josh Allen coming in and so unique, with such a unique skill set, it just makes me pause. And I'm looking at the schedule right now, and they have not played well, just in general, the Texans, against the better quarterbacks in the league.
No, I mean, that's been the very obvious thing. All the people that have had concerns about this Houston Texans team, that's a large part of the foundation here. I think also you come back around to just simply the power rankings, the way that the national perspective is on this team. That's going to be something the team that they look at. They very basically, you can go, all right, who are the teams that the Texans have beat? How good are they? But then also, who are the quarterbacks that they've been able to beat in these contexts? And when you get to the birds of the world, you go, oh, well, those were losses. And then you can come around and, all right, you got some Cam Wards and Trevor Lawrences, that you got some victories, Cooper Rushes. All right, that's cool. And so, when you put Josh Allen very firmly in the category of the good quarterbacks, that also doesn't make you comfortable, especially on top of the fact that you want to know what was the worst game that the Texans defense in particular, or just the Texans as a whole, had in this season? What would you say it was?
Tampa? Who would you say?
Was it not Monday night versus Seattle?
Oh, Seattle, yes.
What was one of the things that Seattle had to their advantage? A big, explosive football team.
Yes.
The Bills are second in explosive pass rate, second in explosive touchdowns. The explosion that this offense has is the thing that I think is one of their big advantages.
That's what he does. He throws the ball downfield.
This Texans team and the defense has done a great job of just, hey, we're going to force you to make good decisions constantly, and we're just going to snuff it out eventually. What happens with big looping shots over the top, especially when you have an offense that's not capable of mirroring that, or at least feels like they're not capable of mirroring that?
Yeah.
I think that is also an advantage to take into account here.
Yeah, it was something, when I heard him talking about that, and boy, you can just sense that for everybody, but especially right now in short week, they're scrambling, trying to figure out, how they're going to play. It's a really good defense. I expect them to play well, but they're scrambling how they're going to play, Josh Allen right now, because it's a short week. He's coming in with that unique skill set.
Now, I talk about the big play. We talk about Josh Allen. I think the running game, and you talked about
best in the league,
right? That's in large part because Josh Allen also factors in. You're accounting for 10 guys as you typically are in run situations, because that quarterback's not actually doing something. He's not going to go block. Josh Allen is going to run with the football. Josh Allen's going to get out there and block because he's a psycho of sorts. Like, that changes the math on this somewhat.
But Cook he only played 10 games. He's almost got 1,000 yards.
He's really good running the football. He's actually also, interestingly enough, good at catching the ball out of the backfield.
They're doing that a little more lately.
They haven't utilized it a lot, but Joe Brady actually made mention of it this week in the media. And that's one of those things where I go, ooh, don't let them break out an additional thing for this defense to have to consider. But yeah, I think that's one of the things as well, right? Like the Josh Allen being able to run the football and helping the run game be problematic.
Do you think they're going to implement a spy in spots?
I don't think so.
It's kind of reading between the lines. He's like, D'Amico, you just heard it when earlier in this segment. He's like, well, then what does he do? Does he watch him throw? So that kind of gave me the indication that they're not going to run a spy. because he doesn't want to, you're already defending 11 guys, so to speak, and then you have a spy that maybe, like D'Amico said, just going to stand there, shadow him, and watch him throw. So I'm starting to lean toward where you are, yeah.
Yeah, and this is another place where you go, or do the Bills have another distinct advantage in this?
Mm-hmm.
How much do you lean into the idea that the Texans have not played well in primetime games?
Well, I always tell myself it doesn't mean anything this time, and then they don't do it again. So they've been consistently average. They won some games, but they've been consistently average to below average on primetime games.
I mean, they've had some instances where they've actually through those games that you lost: Rams, Tampa, Seahawks, Denver versus the Jags. Well, actually, the first game versus the Jags. Yeah. That's fair. The offense was bad. Mm-hmm. Sure. The confidence. Where's your confidence level with the offense? That's the question that I have, and maybe that is able to shake because of what we talked about starting the show, where it feels like the delusion of running the football might actually be available to you in this game, and maybe that changes the dynamic here. I don't know. All right, you're in loop here on Sports Radio 610, and no 713. Jalen Petrie isn't back, which is another thing that I think gets interesting because their ability to get to the quarterback is going to be vital, or at least corralling the quarterback and really bringing him down is going to be interesting if they're capable of, because that is a tackle breaker inherently in the way that he plays the game. But yeah, the easy answer is one of the big advantages on the short week or any week for the Bills is that dude over there, Josh Allen. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. We got the latest college football playoff rankings, and there is just a real big inconsistency that's happening there. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive.
6th. Get tickets at toyotacenter.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at Wednesday. And we just mentioned this, right? We got the Bills gave out their injury report, their practice report for this Wednesday ahead of the Thursday night matchup between the Bills and the Texans. No Dalton Kincaid, no Curtis Samuel, no McCole Hardman. Those are the three that have been ruled out for this football game. Notably, all of those in the pass catchers for the Bills. So that's going to be interesting to see what an explosive offense or a really explosive offense to this point looks like without one of their most important pass catchers in Dalton Kincaid, and then a couple other supportive ones that you imagine could be guys that you look to get the ball to. Notably, though, Gabe Davis, so that's going to be an interesting one because he ends up being a secondary guy that maybe you go, hey, could he help alongside Khalil Shakir? That's clearly the big name in that pass catching core that Josh Allen trusts.
Keon Coleman is out there, huh?
Yeah, Keon Coleman is such an interesting one because he's been in. We haven't mentioned this all week, so that's my bad. Keon Coleman was suspended for was that the entirety of the game, their last game? Dion
missed practice or something like that.
He got really into it with the media. Well, as into it as I think you could get without actually coming to a raised tone. About he
was bothered.
Well, the media was pressing him in a way that very much felt like they were almost vilifying him for the idea that, hey man, this has become a habitual thing with him maybe not being on time or just straight up missing meetings.
How you gonna fix this? What do you mean? How am I gonna fix this?
He was like, well, it wasn't clear on whether you were late or you just missed the meeting. He was like, I mean, either way, I wasn't what I was supposed to be, so I need to be better. Which makes sense. Keon Coleman, just as a player though, he has not been the player that I think they were expecting.
Or I expected. I thought he was gonna be pretty dang good. But I mean, obviously you mentioned Shakir. That's the one that is going to be a problem. But maybe not for this defense. Probably not for this defense.
Yeah, I would hope not for this defense, especially with the particular defensive backs that you have on this team that you could sick on them. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? If you identify, hey, Khalil Shakir is enough sting on him, that puts you in a place where you're playing a little bit more man. But if you're playing man, you then definitely don't have somebody with eyes on the quarterback unless you play a spy like that. That could be an interesting dynamic. And are you comfortable enough with the entirety of your defense? The answer is probably yes. To just play straight up zone in a lot of circumstances and trust that the way that your defense operates, you will be able to protect against the likes of like a Khalil Shakir.
Yeah, I think that's where they're going to end up. A lot of zone, maybe just mix in occasional spy in down and distance situations, but not much.
Yeah, maybe that's the way that they play it. D'Amico, you played the audio, pretty forthcoming, but also with the understanding that, hey, I'm not going to give y'all what we're actually going to do here. We mentioned this earlier on in the show, the Rockets in the land, quote unquote, to face off against the Cavaliers, one of the better teams in the East today. Cavs, mind you, still don't have Darius Garland, who's one of the engines for them, but a name to know, Sam Merrill. Sam Merrill has been he's top 15 in three-pointers taken and top 30 in three-pointers made, or three-point percentage. So he's a very good three-point shooter, as this entire Cavs team is, or at least they get a lot of shots up. That'll be interesting to see against this Rockets team who, again, remember Tari Eason out for a few weeks. And then on top of that, Jabari Smith Jr. is a game time decision, I believe, or he's at least questionable for this game. So
I saw game time decision, but doesn't matter. We'll see.
Whether he plays will be very intriguing to me personally. Huge game, 6 p.m. on ESPN.
Which you gotta love.
I gotta love.
Gotta love the 6 p.m. game.
Yeah.
I
mean, for me personally, I'm gonna be up through that 9:30. You seem like you really need that
versatility. It gives you evening versatility.
Yeah, but
I actually don't think I like the earlier start.
But what you doing from 6 to 8:30 or whatever?
What's keeping you so busy?
Well, honestly, it's not even just busy. I feel like for me personally, the way my day is scheduled, and nobody cares. But get off the show in like that time period from 2 to about like 7, when you got games in earnest starting for the most part, whether it's Thursday night football or basketball or whatever. That's a nice little bucket to go get some stuff, like go to the grocery store, get stuff done, cook if I'm on cook. Like that feel, and you get that extra hour with that 6, and you got a little bit less time in that cut.
To me, the 8:30 games remind me of the 4 o'clock games on Sunday.
Yeah.
Where it's just that later game where you're just like, just waiting around for it.
It better be good. It better be good.
Well, you're not waiting today, 6 p.m. because they're playing in Cleveland. Somebody said the Rockets versus Figgy's team. Figgy, do you care to comment?
Not really, man.
He said, nah. Not really.
I just want to see a good game.
I think that they'll deliver on that for sure. Interestingly enough, ESPN has the Cavs as the favorites here. Narrow, 51 to 49%.
Makes sense. They're good, man.
That white boy can shoot too, man.
Yeah.
Sam Merrill?
Yeah, I remember last year somebody made a post about him like, hey, I'm being dead serious. Who is this dude right here? I think he put up like 20-something. And like, who the hell is this dude?
Exactly.
My allegiances aren't split at all. However, I always, if we're talking about white dudes that we appreciate on the Cavs, shout out to my guy Dean Wade, former K-Stater. So definitely wanted to.
Real D Wade.
Yeah, yes, the real. At least the one currently in the league.
The better D Wade on the Cavs.
Yeah, he's some things that are popping. We didn't mention a couple of these things Astros-wise, so I did want to mention this. Framber Valdez, he has declined the qualifying offer, which surprised literally no one whatsoever. It was just going to be a one-year deal, well below, I think, his market value as a probably the biggest pitching free agent out there in this offseason in baseball. Are you still 100% sold on the idea that he will not return?
Oh, he's not coming back. No, he is not returning. I mean, I don't see how the path gets there. How you get there to bring him back. No, he's not returning.
Are you at all? Is there a particular landing spot that you would like for him?
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Particular landing spot for Framber? I don't know. What do you think?
I actually am not certain either.
I was going to say like some crappy team, but the crappy teams that
so you want to see him go struggle?
Yeah, well, just so he doesn't bother you. Just so he doesn't bother you.
You'd be bothered if he went and was successful elsewhere?
I don't want him to go to the Rangers or the A's.
Okay. Okay, that's very fair.
Even though they're not
nobody in the division.
Nobody in the division.
Which, I mean, that feels like that's always kind of the case. Just don't go somewhere that you're going to bother me. But yeah, so there's that, and then also Jose Altuve, actually, interestingly enough, he had a procedure on his right foot. It was a minor procedure, or it was described as a minor procedure, which is always funny to me because I'm like,
is it the one he showed the umpire?
Was it the barefoot?
For like a season and a half. Or
That'd be hilarious if it was. It's still from the ball hitting him.
And Joe Espada, Fallertory, that podcast. In fact, we'll hear some audio from that later on in the program. But one of the things he talked about there was, we knew that he was dealing with a little something at the end of the season. It was this. It was a minor procedure on his right foot. He's expected to be ready by spring training. In fact, Espada basically said like in a couple of weeks
nothing to
or
see
so.
Here.
Just a note that's worth mentioning. However, I did want to get into this a little bit. This happened, I believe, yesterday or maybe the day before that Ramon Urias was DFA'd in order to make space for Miguel Uyola to be on the 40-man roster to retain him. That's if you remember, Miguel Uyola, really good pitcher that has been working up the Astros farm. He looks like he might be useful to the team. I don't know how ready he is for that, and I guess that's what spring training is for. We'll see. But I saw some kind of conversation about Ramon Urias being DFA'd. Obviously, you had two utility-type guys in Urias and Mauricio Dubon, who obviously just won a Golden Glove. Did they make the right decision on utility players to retain?
Oh, hell yeah. They made an easy decision. He just won the Gold Glove. And he can do so many different things. I think. Why did you think there was a case to be made that they didn't?
I think that a case can be made. It feels like it's strained. Urias is better at the plate than Mauricio Dubon.
Well, he has been. I mean, how much has he been? He doesn't get nearly as many at bats.
Okay, I can see that, but like he is better at the plate. Now he's not so much. He's not at league average by any means. Like he's still below league average. Probably if we're talking percentiles, like 25th percentile, which again still pretty low, but better than like 10th percentile that Dubon with the bat. The problem is Dubon much better in the field
everywhere.
Everywhere is really. I think that is the deciding factor that the Astros made. Urias more of an infielder. Do we have to talk again about the number of players that you have in the infield right now?
Well, we're going to, and one of the things that he's talked about, I don't know if he talked about it in that podcast or not, was they've talked about, they're going to definitely keep Walker. I don't know how they can, but we'll see how that plays out. But there's a lot on the infield right now. They have to make some decisions.
But there's not a lot on the outfield.
No.
And I think Dubon's ability to play in the outfield is the difference between why you keep Dubon over Urias. But I thought it was interesting, just like as an experiment, like, did you have any thought as to, is this the utility guy that you should keep?
No, I can't get there. I think there's some other stuff at work here that we'll dig into a little more when we get into the Joe Espada discussion. I just as a little tease, I think they're sounding a lot like a team and an organization that's all in on a rebuild.
We'll get to that.
And I think Iola has something to do with that.
1 p.m. 1 p.m. is when we do that. Some other things that are popping. There was a couple of notes that I wanted to make. The Mariners made the first signing of the offseason. There's been a few moves later, but they signed Josh Naylor, first baseman, to a 5-year contract. How did this hit you? Because I looked at this and I was like, I don't like this at all.
No, the Mariners are a huge issue. The Mariners are ahead of the Astros right now, and they have the means to make deals like this.
Like, they previously had Luke Raley there at first base, and it was like so fantastic at the plate. A lot of just really good batting average. Typically, last year he was a 295 average and 815 OPS. And you add that on top of what feels like a team that is just hitting so much better than they had previously did. Like, that was the big thing about the Mariners last year is they always had all this pitching. Can they actually hit? And they hit for a sustained amount of time last year. And what they did is they went and doubled down. Like that, the frustrating thing for me is that the Mariners also did this early on in the offseason. So this sets the tone for the way that they go about the rest of the offseason.
Right.
I'm scared.
You should be.
I'm scared
No, they are in win now mode right now, and then they're ahead of the Astros. I mean,
I don't like the fact that you said that. You're right. I just don't like it. I didn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
At all. I've been going all this time. I didn't talk about the college football playoff. We got the latest in the college football playoff rankings. Georgia steps up into the top 4 now. If it was to start today, the college football playoff, they would have a bye now. And so they step up into that space. Who do you determine as the winners? As in Texas Tech still high up there. Texas takes a 7-spot tumble down. And University of Houston up there, I believe.
How about
23. 23. So look, I don't think anybody was anticipating college football playoff actual contention, but nice to get a little bit of recognition and opportunity to make that a little bit better with the win versus TCU.
I think the big winners were Notre Dame and Oklahoma for sure. I was frankly surprised that Texas. I've been saying, I think, and obviously I do not want this to happen, but if they go on and win their next 2 games, including the finale against the Aggies, I've been saying they could make a strong case to still be in the playoff. They dropped 7 spots.
Well, I that's the thing. I do wonder because, and I forget who the new college football playoff committee member or like a commissioner was.
Yurachek.
Yeah, Yurachek was up there instead of our guy, Mac Rhodes from Baylor. And he seemed like he was just giving us some nonsense up there. But the consistent thing that I did feel like that they were giving us was it feels like they care more about losses than wins. Right? Good losses over good wins and head-to-head.
Like Miami beat Notre Dame and Notre Dame
they're 6 spots.
Miami.
Yeah. Notre Dame is where's Notre Dame? Notre Dame 9 and Miami is 13. 4 spots difference. When you have that head-to-head, but that's based off of the idea that Notre Dame seemingly has Notre Dame seemingly has better losses compared to Miami's unranked losces, which, I hear you, but I feel like you should probably focus on these wins a decent amount. It felt like what they're using as justifications did not feel consistent.
No, because every year it's different. Like, it's head-to-head. Well, this year it's not head-to-head. Okay.
Well, but not even because I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Like every year they seem to find different metrics. It also feels like it's not consistent within the year, right? Usually, at least early on, we get a feel for they're gonna take into account strength of schedule or whatever, and then it feels like they're just kind of putting up who they feel.
It's a committee, and they have there's a human element involved.
Bring back the BCS.
And
all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines. Let's talk to Zach Jones. He's on the Shop and Bulldog Show up there at WGR 550 in Buffalo. Let's get a little bit of an insight into what the Bills are bringing into town. We'll do that next.
The Texans. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were asking in What's Poppin', like where would you like to see Fromber go? Yeah. I very much could see one thing that somebody texted in. Baltimore with the Orioles. They just traded Grayson Rodriguez, who's one of their better starters, just to kind of, he hadn't been consistently healthy. So they look at their rotation as it stands right now in the offseason when nobody's playing baseball, and you go, it's all right, but they need something at the top. That feels like a Fromber Valdez situation. That could be interesting. I like what you're doing there, Texter. But all right, you're in the loop. Let's go behind enemy lines. We like doing this before games or right in the week leading up to a game, and especially a big one like this, an island game as we like to call them, Thursday night football. Jazz. So let's go to Baltimore. I'm just talking about Baltimore, and I wanted to say Buffalo. Let's go to Buffalo and talk to Zach Jones, who works at WGR 550 in Buffalo on Shop and Bulldog. Zach, what's happening, man?
Not too much, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, we got an island game Thursday night. Hopefully it's not the worst thing you watch all week.
Yeah, that's a great point, because we had not talked enough about the circumstances of Thursday night football, at least this week. It feels like that it's been more slot fests. I feel like there's an opportunity for a matchup that everybody's going to be excited for, though. This defense in the Texans and that Buffalo Bills, at least the Josh Allen show. Let's just say it that way, because and we've heard both sides really talk complimentary. What has the tone and tenor been up there when talking about Josh Allen facing off against this defense?
Oh, man. I mean, it really does depend on the week, how Bills fans feel about the team. Like, Allen is Allen. Like, he's the reigning MVP. He's great, the whole thing. James Cook is having a wonderful season at running back. It's really the wide receivers. It's really like, there will be games where they score 40, like they did against Carolina, but they did it only running the ball. So there was a lot of frustration there, including for the head coach, Sean McDermott. But I think for the most part, like, I think if you ask a lot of Bills fans, if you ask them honestly, like, do you trust this team as long as Josh Allen's the quarterback? It's going to be unanimous 100%. No matter if it's against a great defense or not, he is sort of that, ultimate equalizer. Like, I mean, he just won AFC Offensive Player of the Week, having 6 touchdowns. He had 2, like, really bad turnovers. Like, it was somewhat nostalgic seeing him play. Like, he is sort of that do-it-all for Bills fans and kind of that ultimate equalizer that you can trust.
Is there any feeling on why the Texans in general and DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator in particular, have had so much success against him?
I want to know why, because the Bills have not won in Houston since 2006. I found that out yesterday, and I'm like, that seems insane. But the Bills have actually had a struggle against, like, all of the AFC South teams, which feels incredible. I think a lot of it just comes down to, like, last year, that was a team that the skill position players were not great around him, and Allen tends to press. When he is feeling that he's got to, put the cape on, he'll put the cape on. He has no issues doing that. It can sometimes be a problem, and I think with how aggressive Houston's defense is, that can sometimes really get him in his worst tendencies, where he starts to push, he starts to press, he starts to make throws that he shouldn't. Every quarterback's going to miss throws. I think he gets incredibly frustrated about it. And I think that's really the big part with Allen is, us Bills fans, we always kind of talk about it. Like, you can tell if it's going to be a good Josh Allen game, like 3 passes into the game. like immediately you're like, okay, we got it. Like, last week is one of the few where that wasn't exactly the case. But I think it's just, it's really the talent level on Houston. Like, I've been thinking about this matchup really since like halftime of Tampa Bay is like, how are they going to look against this Houston defense? They're like, it's easier to say where they're not ranked first in categories than where they are. And it's just, and I don't love the wide receiver room. There's already 2 guys that are ruled out with Curtis Samuel and then Dalton Kincaid, and then McCole Hardman just came around. We got to see him for 5 minutes. And that doesn't paint a great picture. I actually think it's going to have to be a lot of James Cook doing a lot of dirty work, which has been the case for much of this year.
We're talking to Zach Jones. Zach, you mentioned the pressing that Josh Allen will have. Respectfully, I like to call it his bozo gene. Like, it feels like he break out in those moments and do that. Is that what you would attribute the Atlanta Falcons loss to, or what? Because I think we've been trying to draw some comparisons to the defenses that those teams play. What led to that particular loss there?
He the Bills, himself, whoever, like they seem to have those losses every year. I'd put Houston last year's one of those where it was just you look back at the end of the year and you go, how did that happen? Because going off the Houston performance, there's no way he wins the MVP. Same thing, Atlanta. There's no way he's going to win the MVP. I think it was pass rush. He has not been the best against the blitz this year. That has actually been a huge struggle, and it still was against Tampa Bay. And I think that is something. And with guys like Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and then, of course, having a just pure, unadulterated lockdown corner in Derek Stingley, I think that's where they can take advantage. The Bills really don't have a lot of man beaters. And I think the idea of having Allen drop back, try to go down the field is just a recipe for disaster. It kind of was in the Atlanta game, too. They had a receiver in Josh Palmer. They finally got the deep pass game going. And a real problem for the Bills is their big game plan was to get maybe Josh Palmer involved, and he gets hurt, I think, like a quarter in. He is back now, though. But, of course, with one guy coming back, two guys get down.
It does seem that as much as we talk about the Texans defense here and, of course, this week in Buffalo, that it's really going to come down to the Buffalo defense against a often struggling Texans offense that really can't run the ball, but Buffalo has some trouble stopping the run. Would you agree?
It's a horrific run defense. Like putting it as kindly as I possibly can, it's a horrific run defense. They are not a good edge-setting team. You guys will see it tomorrow. Joey Bosa is going to bite really hard on some sort of fake, something on the edge that is just going to drive Bills fans just nuts. That's where I think this game is going to come down to it. I mean, against Tampa Bay, you have a third-string running back in Sean Tucker out of Syracuse have a career game, and I'm sitting there at around halftime, the third quarter going, man, what happens if Bucky Irving is in this game? One of the shiftiest running backs in the sport. I'm curious to see what Woody Marks looks like because I've talked with people in Houston as well where they're like, I wouldn't be surprised if we have 40 total yards rushing by the end of the day. I also wouldn't be surprised if we have 150 by the end of the day. And I think that's where it's going to come down to is, with the backup quarterback, I'd almost say like just as much as you can keep the ball out of his hands. Anytime Tampa went back to throw on Sunday, I thought it was a bad decision, honestly. Like the run defense is just both due to injuries and I think also just due to the talent they have. It's just not had to be their kind of do-it-all guy. Come back from suspension in Michael Hoyt. Bills fans got to see him for 7 quarters. He was great. He was everything you wanted to be and more, and he gets hurt. And he was kind of supposed to be a big piece to fixing up the run defense. It hasn't been the case. The pass defense, though, has been pretty good. Cole Bishop has really come into his own. Maxwell Harrison, they're really seeing some of the flashes from him. It is that run defense, though. It is a really bad unit. And if we're being honest, even just looking past this game, would probably be the reason they don't go to a Super Bowl.
We're talking to Zach Jones of WGR 550 there in Buffalo as we go behind enemy lines here. I want to circle back around to the pass catchers because you did make mention Dalton Kincaid out, Samuel out, Hardman out. But one of the things you look at statistically, especially since the bye week, this has been an explosive team, highly explosive. What has created that? What's made them capable, this Bills team, of being explosive in those instances?
James Cook not regressing, I think, is like the biggest thing for them. So that was a big conversation this offseason with Bills fans is, do you pay him? He's a running back. Do you let him go, right out this year and then let him go off in free agency? It was late. I mean, even in Hard Knocks documentary, we had like a little taste of the quote-unquote hold-in that he had. They signed him, and he has been worth every penny. I mean, there have been games Allen really hasn't had to do much. I mentioned the Carolina game where he runs for over 200 yards, and they blow out the Panthers 40-9. And most of us were complaining about the passing game, but it didn't matter because Cook was so good. I think as well, too, Khalil Shakir is a very, very good slot receiver. Kincaid, although him being out, he has been very Allen this year. And then even last week, a guy that I would be very surprised if many Texans fans knew who he is, Tyrell Shavers, has been a guy that's been on the Bills practice squad for the last few years, kind of fighting for a roster spot, what have you. And he had a very good game. I think 4 for 90 and a touchdown, one of which was one of the big plays. It really does come down to they don't have maybe a ton of elite skill position players, but they have an elite player in Josh Allen at the most important position, quarterback. And James Cook is, if it weren't for Jonathan Taylor, might be having the best season at running back in the NFL this year.
You talk about the discussions there. The discussions here, especially this week, of course, is spy or don't spy with Josh Allen, especially with the receiver the receiving room, somewhat depleted. What's been your experience with teams trying to spy against him?
It doesn't work. He's a big dude, and he likes to bully people, and it can be tough. The funny thing is, up until last week, he hadn't been running. That has been a big, issue that Bills fans have had, is that he's not leaving the pocket fast enough. Allen's already passed the amount of sack numbers he had last year, which is a big thing, that he was just the least sacked quarterback in football. That's not been the case this year. He's for me at least, waiting maybe that second too long before he goes. Last week kind of showed okay, that's still in the cupboard. They can still pull it out, and it worked. And that's my thing too, is I got to imagine the Bills will go back to it. But I think you have to leave a spy on him. The guys like Allen and Jackson and Mahomes, you just have to, because they can kill you with their legs. They can extend drives. I mean, that's how these guys can beat you. I mean, one of the most frustrating things watching Patrick Mahomes play football is looking at him going, he's not that fast. How is he getting past everybody? What is going on here? Mm-hmm. Where Allen is a little bit faster. And I remember watching earlier this year, Tampa Bay come down to Houston, and Baker Mayfield, who, boy, does he look unathletic when he runs, but he gets first downs. And so I think you got to put a spy on Allen.
How have you guys gone about talking about the law firm of Hunter and Anderson that are going to be descending upon Josh Allen?
I'm so curious with this defense, because you can see the talent everywhere. Trading up for Will Anderson, I think, has been a hit for the Texans just in terms of the pure player. And I think what almost surprised me too is that I was kind of waiting for it to be maybe more of like a Denver Broncos situation where it's, it's spread around, but those are the two main guys. And I look at the stats and I'm like, no, it's 9, 8, and a bunch of 1.5s or 1s. It really is those two. The Bills have a very talented offensive line. Pro Bowl tackle Deion Dawkins for the Bills spoke about, he's really excited to go up against talented players. That's why he loves to do it. My fear is that Allen's sack numbers are up, and that the offense hasn't been as crisp as it was last year, which was a big thing for them last year. But they didn't turn the ball over. They got a lot of takeaways, and they didn't take a lot of sacks, and that really allowed them to have great field position and to keep drives going. Where I look at some of those talented guys on Houston, I go, this is where it can get dicey, is if he starts pressing, you pick up an early sack or two, and intercepts where it's closer to Texans' favor. But that front four is it's so talented, so much fun to watch on Houston.
I'm just curious about sort of the pulse up there. You mentioned something that got me thinking about it, that could be the reason they don't get to a Super Bowl. I mean, that is the standard. I'm guessing Bills fans are kind of wringing their hands over this team despite being 7-3. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And look, I'm part of it too, where it's just you sort of get to that point where you're like, okay, we're talented, we're really good, the primetime games are fun, but where's the championship? I'm somebody, I'm very into the history of sports and everything like that, and history is not kind to the team that comes in second place, the team that is not the dynasty, but instead the one that always got there. You look at the Jordan Bulls of the 90s, everyone likes to bring up Utah, but they bring up Utah in the sense that they kept losing. And that's where Buffalo's been at. Every statistic is they've been one of the best teams the last 5 years. They just haven't gotten past Kansas City in the playoffs, or, they haven't gotten to a Super Bowl. And I think for a lot of fans, the years of the 17-year playoff drought is now a distant memory. And I count myself among that, where the expectations have changed. You've got to get a championship, at least one championship with Josh Allen at quarterback. He's too good. He's too talented. And that is something I think, honestly, and this is maybe where, some Bills fans maybe don't agree with me on this, but I think that is a stain on an organization when you have that kind of talent at quarterback, and to maybe not even make a Super Bowl, let alone win one. That's something I think that is very hard for an organization to not recover from. Cam Marino getting to a Super Bowl in the second year and never really getting close after that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the stain that falls on Joe Brady? Because you mentioned the idea of Josh Allen not running, them not utilizing him as much. One of the things that I've been very intrigued in is, as good as James Cook has been, that they don't utilize him through the air nearly as much. Where's Joe Brady in all of this and his relationship with McDermott as well?
Yeah, up until last week, I mean, that was a really big conversation of not even just James Cook, but Ty Johnson, one of their backup running backs. They used a lot in the passing game, and they really haven't up until this year. He had a touchdown last week. I mean, that's really where it kind of opened up. Brady is an interesting kind of enigma for Bills fans. And I think a lot of Texans fans might kind of relate to this. I don't think it's gotten as bad, but I've brought up Bobby Slowick a lot when talking about Joe Brady in the sense of how fans feel about him. Because when, last year, outside looking in, we all thought Slowick was like this ascending offensive coordinator talent, what have you. And then the end of the sophomore year for Stroud, he's fired. I don't think Brady's going to get fired by the Bills or anything like that. But I think a lot of Bills fans would be happy if he ultimately takes a college job, LSU, Penn State, takes an NFL job, whoever else opens up. In terms of relation with McDermott, it's been kind of eye-opening the last few weeks to hear McDermott after wins. I mentioned that Carolina won a lot. They win 40-9 or whatever it was. It's a 31-point win. It's mainly done on the ground. And yet one of our beat reporters asked, or more said to McDermott, like, well, we know you love running the ball. And he couldn't wait to just squash that. And in cussing game. And so I think really in a perfect world, I think Sean McDermott really wants the Bills to be like the Detroit Lions, where they can run the ball. They've got a really good running game. But when they need to pass, oh boy, can they pass. And right now, it doesn't totally feel like they can. And I don't think this is going to be a defense where the Bills can maybe shine and prove that they can pass the ball. I really don't. I think if this game ends 20-17, that sounds about right to me. It's just it's a very weird situation now. I don't think Brady's untalented as a coordinator or anything like that. It just I think there's a mix of he wants to run the ball too much, and the Bills don't really have a lot of talent at wide receiver, and that's been a whole other thing where Bills fans are getting very frustrated with the general manager.
Okay. Appreciate your insight so much, Zach Jones. I'm very excited for this Thursday night game. Enjoy it, but hopefully not too much, and hopefully we can speak to you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Talk soon.
There you go. Zach Jones, WGR 550 up there in Buffalo, our sister station. Interesting. I had a little bit of a sense that there was a little bit of something there.
Yeah,
did not realize it rose to that level between the coordinator, Joe Brady, and the head coach, McDermott.
Yeah.
Oof. All right. We'll talk more about this game as we continue to go here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, it's time for our lunchtime confessions. We'll do those on Sports Radio 610.
All right. D&M Auto Leasing.
Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got to confess this. I confessed it a little bit to Figgy on Monday. So my basically confession is there's another activity that I'm going to have to be really thinking twice about a whole lot. So Saturday was my granddaughter's 3rd birthday party, and they had it at, I think it's called Wonder something, Wonder Activity. I don't know, whatever it is.
Why that made me think of the Wonder Ball. You remember the Wonder Ball? It's like a little chocolate ball, wasn't it?
And they have this.
Sorry, I'm doing an entirely different thing than you are right now.
They have this giant trampoline.
Okay.
In the middle of the floor. It's one of those floor trampolines. It's like a bubble.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And get up there and bounce. So, of course, you know, my granddaughter says, trampoline, hop on trampoline. And I'm like, let's go. No sooner did I get on top of that trampoline and start bouncing with her, and all the moms and dads are lined up, you know, watching, when I could feel any more of these, and I'm going to tumble. I mean, like, I started bouncing, and she's bouncing. And have you ever had one of those moments where you're on a trampoline? Well, we all have, but you're on a trampoline and you try to slow it down. It takes a while. Like, you got to kind of like slow down, and then your knees buckle, and then you buckle a little more. And my back started hurting. I was like this close to just like, boom, you know, elbows over, you know what, you know, off the trampoline into the feet of all these people watching. And I got off, and she goes, trampoline. And I went, nope. We're done. The trampoline days are over. So advice to anybody as you're getting into your 60s, don't do the trampoline. I mean,
that's really impressive that you even got on there.
Dude,
you over the age of 60, man.
She asked. So what am I going to say? No?
Yeah, that's always a possibility.
Hey, they ask a lot of stuff.
I did the second time. I said no.
Also, she's at the age where you don't even got to say no. Later will do.
Yeah.
Like, so
later will do. She's not
The
remembering.
good news is I didn't fall and officially retired from trampoline.
Okay.
Dude,
Was that your moment where you like, that's it?
That's what he said.
As I'm bouncing in the air, I'm like, I could blow out a knee, my back. I could crack my head on the side of this thing. Like, there were any number of possibilities that could go wrong. Somehow I held it together. I was like, oh, okay, this is fun.
Yeah, as far as moments where you realize I am retired, I am done for life with this particular thing, that is one of the best ways to go, right? You know, one of those other things could have retired you, which would have been a lot less fun.
For all they know, I did it right.
Yeah.
But I could feel things going.
Now, the thing that I will ultimately say, I appreciate that you gave this confession. I was riding with you all side saddle. I didn't relate to a single thing that you said.
Yeah.
The idea of like, I need to slow this trampoline down. I'm like, wow, I'm jumping, man.
Yeah,
if I need to get off it, I'm going to jump off it too.
Give it time.
I am soaring with my youth
Even
right now.
Figgy, you might have a hard time on a trampoline these
days. It might not be 20
what it
years
was.
ago.
Yeah, what it was.
Yeah, like I had a hard time. One time, I you know, sometimes they be having a little pose you could just hop over.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to do that one time. I hopped over it. But I felt everything.
Everything.
I used to hop over those little poles with my hands in my pocket. Now I'm like, whoa, that was close.
You
I
can
cut it close.
Feel it going, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
This is only a confession because I know what's going to happen with you guys when you respond to this. And yes, 832 Wonder Wild is what you were looking
Wonder
for.
Wild, that's it.
Shout out to the
It's a cool thing, man. But I said yes, unfortunately, but it worked out.
So yesterday I got home work. I was just like, I feel like diving into just reading and looking at stuff just all over the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And I landed on one of my favorite websites, FTN Fantasy for the numbers. Aaron Schatz. It's one.
Your guy, your hero.
There you go. Yeah, that's one of the websites that he. And I was just digging into it because I was like, let me just mess around. Because sometimes with the team, you're just like, I'm curious. Let me look around. I'll hop on NBA, look at NBA stats. Hop on MLB like their Savant and just look at stats and stuff. And I was doing that here for FTN, and I looked at it and I was like, wait, hold on. there's more information here that I didn't realize I was getting into.
We're going to lose Reggie.
I realized that I was only scratching the surface. I was only at the tip of the iceberg with the utilization of this service that I pay for.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I can't wait to be that much more insufferable. I want you to understand. Yeah. That was a thought that I had. I was like, oh, these boys. In fact, to the point of I saw something I found interesting. I think it was a first read rate. And I told you about this morning. But yesterday when I saw it, I went ahead and texted B. Scott because I was like, I cannot text these fellas. They will crucify me for trying to bring up some first read rate and second read rate. But interestingly enough, for the Texans, from week 1 through week, 11, steady tick up in first read rate of like going to the first read. Yeah. So for the small minority of folks that were like, oh man, Davis Mills has been better at getting to going through his progressions. Actually, that's not quite what it looks like that's the case. It feels like this offense in general all the way through has been better when they've actually gone with their first or been able to get to their first read or get the ball to their first read. But yes, that was a stat that are trying to find the depths of a statistics website that I had previously not fully utilized.
I said we're going to lose Reggie. We've lost Reggie. We've lost him to FTN. Do you have a poster of Aaron Schatz in your room?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not a sicko.
He's definitely on your screensaver though.
Yeah, he's
just look up your screensaver.
No, I just have a lot of respect for the man.
This white guy.
I just got a lot of respect for the man. He did doing
good work. You don't know who Aaron Schatz is.
Also,
man.
If I was gonna do that, there's more people that I have to shout out to, like Ben Baldwin.
There's other nerds that he would want.
There's a lot of other nerds.
Their posters first.
Yeah, well, not first, but I mean, just in tandem. I respect all of their works equally.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So, as I told y'all, I was reading with the kids yesterday with Wade Smith and went to this elementary school. And I got to confess, man, I was a little bit jealous of how good this elementary school looked.
Really?
Yeah, every time I go into an elementary school and I always look around, I'm like, dang, we never had that. This elementary school had like a courtyard where you could go and sit there and eat and just kind of hang out. They had a playground. I'm like, man, we were playing in an empty parking lot with nothing.
Yeah.
No toys, no nothing. And so I was just kind of looking around like, man, this is actually pretty cool, man. I'm kind of disappointed how our damn school system was back in Cleveland, man. They ain't give us nothing.
Did y'all ever have, because we did,
y'all at the playground?
The monkey bars on concrete?
Oh, no.
Ours were on concrete.
Of course, we're talking about very different years.
Yeah. This is when I was little.
1920.
When I was little.
Monkey bars on concrete.
Concrete.
We didn't even have that, man. We had an open parking lot, and then we had a part where it was supposed to be grass, but they cut all the grass out of it, so it was just dirt and glass and all that. And you know what we played there? We played tackle football.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Of course you did.
People then broke ankles and knees and all that stuff right before school.
What's funny is you guys, like, obviously I'm younger in this circumstance, but even we had it safer. I'm thinking back, like the little play area had mulch, right? Yeah. It's not even like it had mulch and like wood chippings compared to
I'll take that any day.
No, it's definitely better than what you guys had. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, compared to what the kiddos are playing on now, where they got the nice pillowy things underneath.
Some of them have basketball hoops. Man, you know what we do with a basketball hoop outside for recess?
We had a hoop, again, on concrete, but it didn't have even a chain link net. It was just the rim.
Nothing.
Just the rim.
I just love the idea.
Did that go in? Yeah, it went in.
Oh, nothing obsesses me more than a hoop with no net.
That's all we ever had.
It kills me. It's like, why are we even doing this? Now we got to argue about if you made the shot or not. Let's not. Let's just not.
That was air ball.
I just love the idea.
Bottom of the air.
I just love the idea that Figgy's like, I am here to support these kids. How do you get it better than me?
Yeah. I was kind of
reading no books to y'all.
I was even in the library. I'm like, look at all these books.
That's why you're there.
I'm like, you can check it out right here. Man, we ain't had none of that, man. It was awful.
That's why you're there, to encourage the reading so that they can make use of all the
Cleveland Public Library didn't look good. Like,
well, that's in Houston now, baby. We got a little bit better.
I think times have changed a lot.
Yes, it has.
These are my confessions.
All right, so the referee for tomorrow night's game has been announced.
For Thursday Night Football?
And I got to tell you, not making me feel great.
Okay.
Not making me feel great.
Why is this?
His name is Adrian Hill.
Okay.
Adrian Hill is going to be the referee for tomorrow night's game.
I think he said, who's that? Like somebody knocked on his
Adrian
door
Hill.
at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Who's that at the door?
Buffalo Bills 5-0 straight up with Adrian Hill calling games. Hill's crew is one of the major, callers of offensive holding and false starts.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Nobody,
so it hits you the same.
Nobody wants that kind of game, man.
So it hits you the same it hit me.
Have you felt like this team has been
better?
Jumpy?
It's been better.
Like you can really give.
Now the holding, here and there.
And even then, like the one holding call that happened, which, unfortunately happened in the red zone for the Texans in that game versus Tennessee. It was a little questionable. Mm-hmm. That was what Trent Brown, where he like basically flipped old boy down. Kind of slung him down. I was like, I don't know if that constitute holding, really? Mm-hmm. But yes, so I will give them credit for being found fundamentally significantly better on the offensive line. That still does not make me feel all that good about
5-0 Bills with Adrian Hill calling the game.
All right. I less lean into the idea of like ones that absolutely, and so
the holding and the false starts,
that's just without even saying which team that goes against. I just don't love the idea of having a big lot of holding and false starts penalties in a game, especially a Thursday night game when we all got to show up to work on Friday.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Well, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610-832. Lopez used to hoop in moccasins. That is hilarious. Appreciate you rolling with us. Actually, you know what? Why not now? What better time than now? Caller number 8 right now will win a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. And if you win that gift card, you'll also be entered for a chance to win a grill from Texas Star Grill Shops and a case of OG sauce. All you got to do, caller number 8. Be caller number 8, 713-572-4610 to win. All right. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of Judge John Lopez on the show. We'll do that next.
According to D'Amico, the Texans' turnaround from an 0-3 start has come down to one.
and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, the court of the Honorable Me is now in session.
It's so silly to say that.
That's what you're supposed to do. I'm just adhering to the laws of the land.
Okay.
The land being in the loop. All right, so let's talk about this. First of all, Council Figueroa, you need to come back. You need a big week.
Hey,
you got swept last week.
We're doing this as records?
Are we doing tally? Are we keeping up with
Just
the records
saying.
and stuff?
If we wait, I can tell you we are not, because I am not keeping track. Honestly, overall, if that was the case, I'm pretty sure Figgy would actually be.
No,
ahead.
I think overall Figgy is leading. I'm just saying he got swept last week. You know.
Well, he did stop brown nosing. So I'm sure. I feel like that.
Well, maybe
like that has
maybe
changed the
there's
dynamic
something
here.
to that, Figgy. I don't know. The court is just saying. The court is just saying. All right, a couple of cases for you guys today. The first one is with a very long time discussion point, very much a long time discussion point, and that is how Kirk, who obviously championship level coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Isn't he one of the longest tenured coaches?
He
right
might
now?
be the longest now that Pop is out. I'm not sure.
I think
but-
Spo might have him.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. But anyway, he's basically saying that the pace of the play these days in the NBA, along with other factors, has led to more injuries in the NBA. Pace of play, we all know the scoring is up. Is Steve Kerr correct that, and maybe there needs to be some measures taken to help reduce that? Counsel Figueroa, we'll start with you as always.
Yeah, so I agree with him. I'm going to take on this case and defend him on this. I do think injuries are a part of this higher pace, because right now, I mean, if you look at back when Steve Kerr played, the pace wasn't clearly as fast as it is now. And now it's just saying like you got a lot of people that are fatigued, a lot of players that are just fatigued, getting hurt pretty easily. And I just think that's kind of leading up to a lot of these injuries and a lot of load management and a lot of teams that are resting players. And I just saw the Cavaliers was fined $100K for resting two of their stars. So I think that's all because of how fast these teams play now, how fast just the game is. And they want to keep up. They want to kind of keep pace a little bit within this 82 game to go to playoffs, because we see a lot of teams that make it to the playoffs by playing fast like this and end up getting hurt in the playoffs or just lose a lot of steam. So I do think he have a point here.
Okay.
I am going to, as can often happen in a court of law, as opposed to a court of sports talk, I'm going to try and argue on a technicality here.
Uh-oh.
I do not believe that it is the pace itself that is causing this uptick in injuries. I mean, you can go back to, was it the 70s and 80s, where there was damn near a torrid pace in the National Basketball Association, and I don't know that you had a similar level of injuries. The thing that I will point to more so is the style of play that has been developed, where there's so much lateral movement. Like, I think that the incredible athleticism that players have makes it so that you are both defensively and offensively, no matter who your competition is, you have to push your body to greater extents to try and get beyond folks and things of that nature. I think it's why freedom of movement has been one of those things that's been harped on or whatever. But I think that creates more tension on ankles, things like that. The stop and start and how harsh it has become compared to a more up and down game, but it's just a little bit less top speed, a little bit less high end. I think that those are the things that pushing to the exertion, almost akin to in pitching, where people are pushing the spin rate to its furthest extent. I think that you're seeing that on the basket down, but it's about like the full exertion and trying to optimize every little thing when it comes to the athletic exertion of these NBA players.
It's interesting. I'm kind of wrestling with this, and I'm glad you brought the pitching analogy in, because part of me, having being of my age, having seen those 130 to 128 games of the 70s and 80s, well, not the 90s, that's for sure, but the 70s and 80s, the athleticism doesn't seem so much as a big difference. Okay, those were incredible athletes back then. We know the names and the heroes. But when you said pitching, it kind of led me back to Figgy's point when you mentioned, Figgy, about load management. In those days, there was no load management, and I think maybe that gave them more durability and endurance to play at a pace for 82 games or whatever it may be. And then the other thing I go back to is there are so many more resources now for players of today's age, even if there is an uptick in athleticism overall, to have the right doctors and athletic training staffs to monitor, their health. So I think all that being said, you should be able to handle it more now, but you're not. And I think it goes back to what Figgy said, because of load management and trying to keep these guys from doing so much. The baseball analogy is kind of what did it for me. No matter anything else, they were still going 200 innings because they could throw, because they just did. They weren't managed. So I'm going to have to side with Figgy on this one. I think the pace of play combined with the fact that they're resting more often doesn't get their bodies in tune to play at that level.
Interesting. Yeah. So the idea of like less of the practice, less of the 2-a-days building themselves up.
Yeah.
I find that to be interesting. Either way, it is worth noting that this year you have had kind of a high glut of injuries.
Yeah.
You just had LeBron James return from injury. Maybe that's not the best one because he's 43 years of age or whatever, or 41. But then, Giannis is coming off of an injury. Obviously, we saw Fred VanVleet, which isn't quite in the same vein. I just mentioned Darius Garland is not playing in the game tonight. Those are just the players that are like Victor Wembanyama's injured. Like, there's a number of injuries that have happened early in this year, and obviously it's not inherently good for the league. But I think it also is weird when you consider the league is still searching for the stars that are going to capture the audience's attention. Right?
Yeah.
People talk about the face of the league. They're in this weird transitionary period, and having so many of these high-level players, including dating back to late last year with Halliburton and Tatum injured, not really a great place for the league while the game is actually pretty fun.
My own personal thought on this, not the courts. I feel like your career might be shorter, but if you want to play more, then play more. Don't take 2 days off here and a day off here and limit the minutes and all that. It's probably going to shorten your career, and there are probably doctors and athletic trainers yelling at their radio right now. But let's play every night, and the injuries probably weren't as substantial.
I think too. I think it also kind of matters to how the players get their bodies together too.
Yeah.
Because I hate to use LeBron as an example because that's 101.
Mm-hmm.
But that dude take really good care of his body, man.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people, I know athletes take care of themselves, but not to that level where they putting in a lot of money to make sure they stay healthy most of the season and stuff like that.
Well, but also if we're comparing against eras, they take care of their bodies significantly more than at times where we're comparing with, especially if we're going back to 70s and 80s. There might be an argument that actually is the reason why that there's so much more muscle mass that is being amassed on these bodies.
Yes. Like I said, there are a number of different things.
And you can build up muscle. You can't build up tendons, right?
Yeah.
So I think, and you're seeing some of those are, muscles being exerted to their max, or sometimes, tendons or ligaments and things of that nature that obviously can't be worked
memory. Muscle memory of playing basketball, not lifting, and all this other stuff. And again, you can yell at your radio all you want. I know there's both two sides to this, but some about just playing. Just play.
Well, in those times, it was like playing is how you got yourself ready. Now there's so much muscle and all these, all this
and Steve
training
Kerr
that happens
at the tail end of that.
Yeah,
So
Michael Jordan is one of those guys that people attribute to, like, he got to a point, especially with the the Bad Boys Pistons, with the Jordan rules beating him up, where he was like, I'm about to lift these weights.
Yeah.
So y'all not gonna hit me like this no more.
And back then, of course, they did a lot more cocaine, but maybe that helped.
So you really just wanted to end the conversation with maybe they need to do more cocaine.
I didn't say that. I said back then they did.
You intimated it, though.
I said back then they did. All right, another quick one for you here. Shedeur Sanders is starting a game. How about that?
Yeah, debut start for the Cleveland Browns as, what's his name? Dylan Gabriel's still out. I feel bad because I shouldn't have said what's his name. That sounds bad. But he is still out.
Kind of fair.
That said, there's a lot of people that are already out on Shedeur Sanders. Is it fair right now to be out on Shedeur Sanders? Counsel Figueroa.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not fair to be out on Shedeur Sanders because as much as he was a good player in college, I'm taking that with a grain of salt. But still, he was a 5th round pick, man, and he was pretty much treated like a 5th round pick in the league so far with a lack of reps and practice and all that stuff. So I think to be out on him this early as far as being on the field playing, I think it's a little bit too soon, man. I think he do give him a couple games maybe to try to make a judgment. But I see a lot of people just being out on him after he came in late in the game.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that.
And
4 for 13.
He was 4 for 16.
Yeah.
Interception, it wasn't a good game. But I wouldn't look at that and say, ha, see, that's told you. I wouldn't do that. But I do think this next game, he got a full week of practice and all that stuff. So I think it's a chance, but I wouldn't be out on him this early.
It's a chance for them to see something for him. The problem is there any chance that you see something that tells you that can be a franchise quarterback, a consistent starter in this league? And I'm done with that very, very quickly. Interestingly enough, that was a historically bad outing. And I think that it's fair to mention that, because of the circumstances of the 4 quarterbacks they came to camp with, he didn't get a lot of camp reps. No. And as we've talked about a lot recently, right, backups just don't get reps during the season. All of that is understood. There was a severe lack of the things that you go, oh, well, that's the spark that we can build upon in there being so where do you go from on we'll just want to see it build them up? It felt like there were no foundational things that you go, any NFL quarterback, if they step on the field, that at least those are going to be there. It felt like he was entirely lost. It felt like he entirely was not meant to be on that level. And I understand the things that were hurting him in that circumstance.
Yeah.
But I could very much see how you look at that and you go, yeah, there's just nothing here. And we could probably move this along, even though you go through the process, but the actuality of knowing that you're not going to get to anything, there's nothing at the bottom of this hole that you were digging. You can keep digging for a little bit. You're not going to find no gold here.
Yeah, what's resonating with me on your argument is the 4 quarterbacks. The question being that we're discussing right now is it fair to be out on him? I think you just stated the case. They are out on him. Just the fact that the head coach and the way they put him in a bad spot, just individuals. I think they are out. They're playing him because they have to.
And the thing that sucks for him is where do you get another opportunity to then have someone get in on you and give you the opportunity to develop in the way that some people believe that he still can. But where's he going?
They kind of played the cards a little wrong because remember he had the chance to get drafted by Baltimore. And I don't want to say selfishly because I probably would have been doing the same thing, but he was looking for a place where he can compete and potentially play.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out for him. You can't even get in over Dylan Gabriel.
Others might not be out on him, but I think they already are. So I am going to side with Reggie on this one. Hey, we get my favorite, a split on these cases.
Very good. Yeah. I feel like you did it intentionally. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Incredibly unbiased.
A fair point. Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions his rookie season. There was also good things in there. And to be fair, I don't know how much you can compare those two anyways, just significantly different.
Yeah,
so
I think the organization is out on him.
Sure.
I think it's not fair to judge just off of this game he came in late into and just be like, yep, that's it.
All right, coming up next, Joe Espada jumped on the Foul Territory podcast, and I feel like the Astros are trying to do something that I think rarely works in sports. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll listen to it next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, Synergen X, Low T Center. You want to feel better? How about that?
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Joe Espada, the manager of the Houston Astros, he jumped on the Foul Territory podcast. Was it yes? I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
And I found it interesting because it's just like, Joe Espada talking to some media just in the offseason. And I found it very insightful. I thought that he was very open and honest in some of the things that he said. One of the big things here, John Lopez, though, is it felt like the Astros might be trying to do something that I feel like does not work a lot in sports, which is playing for the future, but also in right now.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I said this earlier, and finish your thought because there's something I want to get to.
No, I mean that's largely it. It's the team that I really think about it most recently. But I mean, there's a number of different teams in all sorts of different sports. But I remember it became a big thing with the Warriors when it was like, oh, they're trying to play for right now, but they're getting the likes of Kuminga and Wiseman. And it's like playing for two timelines in a lot of sports. Baseball may be a sport that you could possibly do it because of the fact that you don't have a salary cap. If you're really committed to it in a big, and also developing, you might be able to do that. Unfortunately for the Astros, they do spend a lot of money. I don't want to make it seem like they don't. They limit themselves in certain ways, and then also the farm has not been that great. But still, like just trying to serve two masters in a very general sense is not an easy thing to pull off. And so he was talking about a few things that gave me that impression. Did you hear it the same way?
Yes, and you're going to hear him here in just a second. But I'll put it a different way. This is how you said serving two timelines.
At times, yeah.
I think it's serving what you want the people to see you are and what you really are.
Interesting.
Because what the Astros clearly want Astros fans to see what they are is a team that is, hey, we're in it to win it. We've got the big names. We're not going to take a step back. We're going to retool, not rebuild. And good for them. I mean, that's great marketing. That's great feeding, pandering to your offense, feeding, the masses, whatever you want to call it.
The message lands on fertile soil over here. I'll be honest.
Exactly. Yeah. It sounds great. Because Jose Altuve is not going anywhere. Hell, they're talking about bringing back Justin Verlander. The Astros fans eat that up, and they should, and I would. But the reality is, let's listen to these two. Let's listen to Espada 1, and as I'm listening to this, a certain thing happens, and I start to realize that's the other thing that's going on.
And just letting you know, this is what he was asked about was the new staff, right? Because they do have some new staff. how did that? What went into hiring the new staff here, Joe?
For me, is trying to bring back, our identity. I've been here for 8 years, and our offense is great when we control the pace of the game and we all working together and we trying to win every at bat, every pitch. We trying to win first base, and I thought that we just needed a new voice when he came to on that aspect of our offense. And I can't, Alex Cintron and Troy Snicker, tremendous hitting coaches. We've been part of an incredible run here, and they deserve a lot of credit to what we have accomplished. But I thought in this time that it was important for us just to bring a new set of voices that can get our guys going again. And our group is changing a little bit. We got some younger players coming. We got some veteran players that I thought bringing a different way of doing things can get us back and getting our offense back and scoring a ton of runs.
All right, so I heard that, and the last part there, our group is changing. We've got younger players. You could squint your eyes and maybe come to the conclusion, maybe he's talking about we got a lot of young guys coming out. We're really trying to rebuild here without saying it out loud. But then came the next one.
Before we move on there, can I stop on the idea of just like what he answered there, and the idea that this changing of the staff was in order to try and focus even harder on making this team what it had previously been, which feels like kind of trying to push up against or trying to hold. The question that we asked is, yes, it does feel like the new staff, especially when it comes to hitting coaches, are very much approach-based and those types of things. Can they change the stripes of what some of these dudes are, especially the more veteran players that are still on this team?
Well, no. They can for younger players, which is kind of feeding into my thing. Like they're really transitioning here, but they still have, I've mentioned marquee far too many times the last couple of days, but they still have the marquee players that can keep the turnstiles clicking, even though I know there's not any more turnstiles. But listen to this. This is when he was asked to why the changes were necessitated. Was it something now or does it go back further?
Yeah, Chris, it's a good question, and I think if we would have had those guys healthy the entire year, I think the outcome of our season would have been different. For me as a manager, and I'm in this position where I got to evaluate our staff. We as an organization, we evaluate in the direction that we want to go. This next wave for players that are coming, right? Do we have the right people in place to help us into the future? So this is something that we discussed for a while, and we end up this decision was not easy to make.
That right there just kind of is I mean, there's no denying that the direction we want to go, this new wave of players into the future. And these new hitting coaches, a lot of them are very instructional. In fact, there's one that's not even going to even be in uniform. He's a behind the scenes guy, sort of a coach, the young players coming up. And I by no means am saying this is a bad thing. This is probably what they need to do, but it is interesting. I think this is the first time you hear it out loud. Yeah, we're going younger. We're rebuilding. We're going to still try to win, and you still got these autographs that you're going to want from Verlander and I'm assuming and Altuve and everything else. But we're changing. We're going young.
Do you feel? I feel like that's the right way to do it, though.
Yes, I'm not
that's
criticizing.
Right, because I would have been a little more upset if they tried to run it back again and
another
and
big
get all
free
the
agent,
get all the has-beens and all this other stuff. I think this is the right move. They probably should have did it a little bit last year too.
Yeah,
but I think this is the right move if they want to keep going.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that definitely catering to the younger portion of this is the right way to go because again. But it does feel like, and maybe I was harsh in saying that they're trying to play, on two timelines because you could easily make the argument that they're just trying to be somewhat competitive in this time period while they bring up these new players in an environment where it is competitive, right? Because I think that there is something to be said about in sports the teams that tear it all the way down and try and build up players that they want to be foundational, but in a non-competitive environment. Because once you get to a competitive environment, those guys are all new to playing having expectations and playing in a competitive way. So I do appreciate the idea of if they are indeed doing this where, hey, we're trying to retool of sorts or reboot what we're doing here with the younger guys, but in a competitive environment. Hope that it's that. But also, if you get to the place where, and we don't have to play the audio, but Espada talking about how, I want Framber Valdez back and, the idea of, Christian Walker, we're going to keep him. I feel like those things are where it starts to look like you might be fraying and having the two timelines.
Yeah, two timelines, two masters, whatever it may be. But I think there is value there if you limit the number, if you really focus on the young players, the young coaching staff, the new hitting coaches, and basically try to rebuild. Cam Smith, he talked about Cam Smith. I thought that was interesting.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, putting some pressure on Cam Smith.
Yeah, and this one is interesting for me because, I don't know, I wonder if you believe that, or actually just what you think is best for Cam Smith right now. This was Joe being asked what he needs to see from Cam on the field for him to become that star that Joe once said that he could be.
You know what, for me, Cressy, you guys play in the big leagues for a long time, you and AJ, and as a manager, you need to have two things when it comes to young players. For me, is you need to give them time, and you need to be patient. We cannot rush those two things, right? I think if we put Cam in a position for him to succeed and give him time, he has the work ethic, he has the ability to do it, but we need to give this process some time. This is just going to be his sophomore year in the big leagues, and I think his freshman year was a solid season. Is it more in there? Absolutely, but he barely played minor league baseball. He came into camp. He won a spot. We believe in him. We believe in his ability to be a right fielder for the future. But we just need to lead. He came out, swung the bat really well, and the league. What happens? The league's going to adjust to you, and he just needs to figure out a way to adjust to the league and what they're trying to do on the offensive side. And he is going to be able to do that. My job is to continue to provide an environment where he could be himself. He can continue to develop to the players that we know he can be, and just be patient. This kid's going to be a star, and I'm just super excited about the future. What holds up for him.
Yeah, look, and you're right.
Time and be patient. Those feel like the same answer, but I think they're actually different. I think there's a distinction in there.
Yeah,
right. Time is that understand that it's going to take a while, but be patient might be sticking with them, which I do find to be interesting.
Give them time. Be patient.
But also but sincerely, there's one thing of, hey, give him time in that we know that it's not going to happen immediately, but be patient feels to me like just keep playing him and ride with them through that. And that maybe that actually speaks more to the idea of what you're talking about. They're moving this thing into the next generation.
I think that's the strongest statements yet, even though it hadn't been direct that they are rebuilding. But also it's really good in a way that you have these, especially like an Altuve and even Dubon and some of these other guys, because where would you want these guys to be learning from? Who else would you rather they learn from? Than those guys. You got to have them around. You got to be competitive. You still have to sell tickets, et cetera. But I think they're going to go young. And it goes back to something you mentioned earlier as well that I kind of went, oh, okay, I see what's happening. When you were asking about Urias versus Ilola. Right?
This is Dubon, but Ullola is the man who they put on the 40-man roster in order to
they
retain
put him on the 40-man roster and designated
Urias
for
is
assignment.
DFA'd, yeah.
That speaks to rebuild. Ullola is a really young pitcher. I think he's 23 years old.
Yeah. I believe he might be 24. But right in that same
that
space.
Speaks to even the moves they're making. Kind of speak to we need to get some young talent up here.
I wouldn't put that necessarily in the same place. I think
I would. I think it speaks to it. They want some young arms.
Ullola is young, but he's also a much higher regarded. And you're right. He's 23. He will be 24 in this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm. I think it directly speaks to that.
I think he's a young, valuable prospect compared to Ramon Urias, who is replacement level, kind of utility guy. I think that the value proposition there is different. Regardless of
different
the
positions
age.
And all that, but I'm saying if we have to make a call, we're going with this guy. We want to see him on the 40-man roster, see him in spring training, all that.
Yeah, but I found that to be interesting, and I'm oddly enough kind of excited. I hope that if they're going to do this, that they lean strongly into it.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder though, what does that mean for kind of the conversations that the Astros will trade for a starting pitcher. Like, how does that, like, is that going to be more of a mid-level starting pitcher, or are they actually going to shell anything out?
Yeah.
What are we handing this entire thing on to, like, the Bryce Matthews and the Zach Coles? Like, is that where this team is going to be, and what does that mean for this upcoming season?
I think a lot of it has to do with the reports, the legitimate reports, not the ones that they're given to pitchers that were injured last year. You know?
Yeah. And a question that comes in from the 832: how much longer do you think Cal will put up with being by far the weakest sport franchise in Houston of the major three? I mean, what we're talking about, I do wonder where the Astros will be, because I imagine. Are you talking about just in a larger scale organizational health, or are we talking about like where these teams are? Because I imagine the Astros are probably going to be. We might be in for a season that looks kind of like. Not the same expectation, but production-wise, what the Texans are going through, were you kind of in the middle?
Look, if you're talking about competitiveness, we can argue all we want on that. The strongest organization in this city is the Houston Texans, period. It just is.
I'm about to say, why is that?
Because it's football and it's the NFL.
Well,
and
from that point?
And it dominates.
Well,
in terms of like, put it this way, which franchise would you want?
No, but I feel like I feel like you're having a different conversation.
No, I'm not.
I think they're talking about operational strength.
No, what
right?
I'm saying is, if you're talking about competitiveness and where they are in terms of the rungs on the ladder, we can have that discussion. But he said the weakest sports franchise. No. Texans are the strongest sports franchise in this city, and it's not close.
Yeah, and I don't think that you're interpreting their statement right.
No,
but even with that,
what I said is like if he's saying weakest as in on the field of play or the court,
and I think that's where they're talking about.
I just said it.
Okay.
I just said like then we can have that discussion. But in terms of like just franchise, when I hear franchise, I mean strength. I hear strength of the franchise. It's the Texans, and it's not close.
But
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. The first thing I asked their run over the last 8 years,
right, and that's why.
I felt like they were probably number one in that part.
Yes, and that's why I tried to make it clear. Like if you're talking about that, yes,
right, and I think that's what they're talking about, and I think that conversation gets interesting. However, I think that we probably you had expectations coming in. This year is where the expectations have been, I think, pretty undersold to some degree, or like under-delivered on. Yeah. I think that where you will find out, the question implies how long as if he's been waiting. He hasn't had an opportunity to address this year yet. I think that the ownership, in a real addressing of it, right, tangibly, accountability, whatever you want to call it, that comes after the season and how the season finishes out, I imagine. So, but yeah, I'm interested to see what the Astros, it seems like they're setting a tone for where they're going, and it feels like it's the youth movement coming for your Houston Astros. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's typically where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got the top 5 sinful cities in America.
Uh-oh.
Did Houston make the list? And spoiler alert, I'm bringing this up because they are on this list.
Oh, boy.
Just how sinful of a city is Houston? We will find out next.
The Texans have a Hughley Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. The top 5 sinful cities in America.
Oh no!
Where did Houston land? I didn't even think.
Go ahead and start praying.
I didn't even think Houston would even be on this list.
Yeah, Houston.
I didn't look at Houston as like this sinful type of city.
No, I
You
always
can have some fun in Houston, though.
Yeah, you can have fun, but is
Yeah.
fun inherently sinful? And Don Lopez, I don't appreciate you
Depends on where you go.
insinuating such a thing. We probably got a high density of churches too. Come on now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I love the and I might have said this before. I love someone once saying that Houston is the biggest little small city in the world, and I love that feeling because it feels kind of cozy at all times. Being sinful.
Yeah. So here is a list of the top 5 sinful cities in America, and they're going to break it down. They're going to name the cities, and then they're going to break down how they came up with this list.
The personal finance site Wallet Hub just released its report on 2024's most sinful cities in America. Las Vegas, Nevada, ranked number 1, followed by Houston, Texas, Los Angeles, California, Atlanta, Georgia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The study was based on 37 metrics, including the presence of terrorist attacks, fast food establishments, casinos per capita, and fraud and other complaints.
The casinos.
Wait, you said casino? That's fast food was what?
How is fast food sinful?
How does that even make sense?
Sinful as in gluttony.
Like gluttony.
Yeah, gluttony. Okay, I'll give you that one, but casinos?
Yeah, I'm gonna say we ain't got none of those around here, do we? Unless it's a Chauncey Billup thing going on.
I was very, very confused about the how they came up. This didn't make sense.
If I had to, you had to ask me what makes, because I thought it was a possibility it could be on the list. I didn't know
Number
it was-
2?
but number 2?
Yeah, that was
Philadelphia
strong
ain't
right
sinful, more sinful than Houston.
But if you ask me about the reasons Houston might be on the list, strip clubs was the number 1 reason.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
True. That's where I went.
Shout out to the booty clubs.
And then, just the party atmosphere. I mean, it's good weather and people, there's always, a lot of drinking, a lot of eating in Houston.
Yeah, a lot of food.
But terrorist attacks and
fast those months where you go, damn, I am way too old to be realizing that at this moment. I literally just had one from the 281. There are a lot of game rooms, and then they said there's a Nasco casino in Livingston. And my thought was, growing up in Houston, I saw game rooms, and my dumb self never considered
that it was actual poker.
Yeah, the game that they talk about is not the games that I was thinking about. Yeah, they be getting in there and going to gaming.
I get that, and I've been to NASCAR a couple of times up in is it Cleveland? It's up in there somewhere. New Caney's past anyway, but that's still not. That doesn't put Houston in the top 50 of places in the United States with casinos.
When you think of this, why the hell New Orleans ain't on the list?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. Good answer. Because New Orleans
they got everything, man. Everything you want to do that's bad is there.
That's right.
Hell, they even got casinos.
Yeah.
That kind of took a back seat to New Orleans a little bit, just having the casino there.
Yeah.
All the hubs sound like some haters, man.
Yeah.
Because not only did they have Houston as a bad sports town, they also got it as a very, very big sinful city.
Sinful Houston.
Number 2, behind Vegas.
Yeah.
Vegas was the obvious. But
How
I'm
the
hell
was New Orleans? You're right.
They ain't even cracked the top 5.
Also,
that's crazy.
What are they saying? Because I'm not been doing too much sinful activity. Like maybe I've been messing up.
I live a boring life. Yeah. I ain't doing none of this stuff, man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Speaking of Louisiana and New Orleans, let's go over to Bossier City.
I know there's a casino there.
Guarantee it.
Yeah. It's a good guess when you see it, when you hear a place in.
That's a really good guess.
Yeah.
But things apparently got a little tense over something at a council meeting.
Oh, yes. These are the best.
It got tense over chickens.
Like fried?
Like, no, backyard chickens.
I feel like
I bought chickens.
Do people call fried chicken chickens? Do we ever refer to it as if they're whole?
Not really.
Like
Yeah,
I always
it's
feel
fried
weird
chicken.
going to a place and being like, "Yeah, let me get a half chicken," and it's just like fried chicken pieces. Because I'm like, no, I'm getting 2 pieces in that instance.
Yeah, so apparently they were going through a little something with having chickens within the city limits. And an older lady was not too pleased with this, and this kind of made me appreciate all the meetings we got to go to and where people just sitting there asking a bunch of questions where you be like, man, come on. It makes me appreciate them because of what happened in this council meeting. And so this, I'm gonna start right in the middle of it where it kind of got a little spicy, and it just kept going.
We have moved past the chickens. Please have a seat.
Okay, let's talk about dogs.
Ma'am.
Can I have a comment?
Is it about water?
About the chickens.
No, ma'am, we've already moved past that issue.
So what is it? I'm hard of hearing and I didn't hear.
It failed.
It failed?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
The chickens are still going to be illegal inside city limits.
It says what?
The chickens are still going to be illegal out. So,
Number one, I have chickens.
ma'am, we've already voted on this.
Care. I have to say what I want to
Ma'am,
say.
we have already voted on this. You had an opportunity to public comment.
Can I talk?
Ma'am, we have got to move on to other business. It failed on a vote of 5-2. We had it open for public comment. We waited and let everybody who wanted to speak.
I'm hard of hearing.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. We're talking about water rates. We're not. We've moved past the chickens.
And number one, y'all got the microphones in front of you, but you never use the microphones for the us people down here that are hard of hearing can't hear you.
Ma'am, we've moved past the chickens.
Okay, what are we going to talk about now? I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Ma'am, we are taking a vote on adopting an ordinance to adjust the water rates
Well, my chickens need
on
water.
fire hydrants and mobile meters. Do you have a comment on that? We can hear your comment on that.
On what?
On water rates for fire hydrants and mobile meters. If you have a comment on that, we'll listen to your comment on that. But we've already moved past the chickens.
So what are you going to do about my chickens?
Yeah!
Ma'am, we are not doing anything about your chickens. This ordinance did not pass, so chickens are now illegal or
Just
remain
imagine sitting
illegal
through this.
inside of Bossier City limits.
It's too bad y'all don't have.
Ma'am, we have moved past the chicken.
He's losing it now.
We have moved past the chickens. Please have a seat.
Okay. Let's talk.
Move past the chickens. Please have a seat.
The incredible patience.
That guy.
The incredible patience.
He just at the very end, he almost snapped.
He was close.
Sound like somebody threw a pin or something.
He was at his limit.
We moved past the chickens.
How many times did he say that?
Enough for a chicken to lay an egg.
She was setting him up so good. What do you want to talk about? Water. All right, let me tell you about my chickens.
But what about my chickens?
And you know what? I feel like that right there is emblematic of why I can't wait to be old. Because the beauty of being old
they can
is
get
that
away with stuff like that.
100%. There's no way that a person of
you've been arrested.
Yeah, they'd have been hey, just get out of our face. Bailiff, can you come get them? Like, I don't even know if it's a bailiff in there. They would have had a citizen's arrest and get you out of there.
Tased.
That nice old lady, she gets to go back and forth with the city council for about 15 minutes about chickens that we done already decided about. Just mwah.
Yes. You know what's funny, though? Can't have chickens in Bossier City.
Why?
But you can in my neighborhood. You can in Houston.
Because Houston's simple.
There's some chickens that
we are
stay
very
next door to me.
permissible. Do whatever you need.
Yeah, I guess you can't have them in the city limit.
Yeah, but also that sounds like some hating-ass lawmaking there, Bossier City. Why can't this woman have her chickens?
Yeah, come on, man. It's Louisiana.
Bossier City sounds like you're supposed to have chickens.
It sounds like a chicken type of city.
Blank Louisiana, you should be able to have chickens in there. Like I feel like that's how this works.
Maybe the chickens is what made Houston sinful.
Unless chickens is just that. And can I make one more thing about this city council meeting? I understand like the reason why he was upset and why he wanted to move on. Me personally, I would not be so excited to talk about water rates.
Oh God!
Like no, actually, I do want to talk about the chickens. This sounds more fun.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. And it's been a minute since we did this, but I got something else. I want to see if y'all are willing to try this.
Okay.
Little big back activity, baby.
Okay.
Big back, big back, big back, big back. Yeah, my back is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big back has no room. Big.
All right. I ain't gonna play the whole thing for y'all. But Heinz is now selling squeezable leftover gravy.
Oh,
have you seen
hold
this?
Press pause. Leftover?
That's what it's called.
No, I didn't hear the leftover
no, thank you.
part.
Squeezable leftover
But
gravy.
it's not actually leftover.
I can't take these chances, John Lopez.
I'm not sure if that's the name of it or is it really leftover gravy.
It can't be actual leftover gravy.
I hope it's not.
And I'm assuming it's not because I think that's highly illegal, especially for a company like Heinz.
Right, but you
like
having the
Heinz.
audacity of calling it that.
No, as in like
Just off
your
the strength.
grandma's leftover gravy. You know.
You
Yeah,
don't want nothing
you know what I
left
call
over,
that in my house? Gravy. Why? Leftover? The notion of like a sauce or being leftover sounds weird to me.
Yes.
Yeah, so Heinz has launched its first ever squeezable style turkey gravy, and it's called leftover gravy. And it's exclusively at Walmart on Walmart.com. You could get it, but you have to order the actual jar of gravy that they sell, and that will come with the
squeezable gravy,
squeezable leftover gravy.
Where have
are you down
been,
with that?
Where have you been?
Oh, you down for it?
Hell yes.
Squeezable gravy.
Hell, you imagine the destruction you can cause?
That's for Lopez right there.
Big back.
Can you imagine how many things he's like?
Oh, you know what? He would love this because every day he
Turkey
brings a sandwich from
sandwiches and
home.
all that stuff.
He would just be squeezing gravy on a sandwich.
So now you got to buy this.
I had pork chops last. We made pork chops last
Please
night.
don't squeeze gravy onto your pork chops.
Dude, but I'm saying in a pinch on a weekday, on a Tuesday, rather than making gravy, because I ain't going to do the packet gravy. I always make gravy from scratch.
Oh, we can't make packet gravy. That'd be a bridge too far.
Squeezable gravy, yeah.
But if it's already, but Heinz, I mean, it's a good brand.
Would you buy it right now?
Hell yes. 100%.
I think it's unfortunately sold out right now because
So
I
you
think
see what
have
I mean?
I think you have a lot of John Lopez's that's down with this one.
You dang right.
I'm not sure about this one.
I am sure.
I will probably sample a little taste of it, but right now I don't know. Just gravy in a bottle.
Yes, please.
Yeah, something about that's too off-putting for me.
No.
Yeah. All right, I got to give a special salute to my guy. He's actually a good friend of mine. He's the one that created all of our sneakers.
Yeah.
My football team tomorrow, but
my cause, my sneaks or
kicks?
sneaks.
yeah,
kicks.
my cause, my kicks is what
You should
a
do
lot
my
of the media
cause, my
folks-
sneaks.
Yeah, that'd be cool. If you're watching on the YouTube, you see we're all holding ours up.
Yeah, it's my guy. What's his name? I call him. His real name is Charles. I don't want to put his government out there.
We already did,
but he's on Instagram at
illustrative.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
Hey, well, give a shout out to your cause.
Yeah, so my cause, I decided to go with Brothers in Arms.
Okay.
So shout out to Andre Ware, Warren Moon, and Vince Young.
Mm-hmm. I did Texas Boys Outdoors, which is they take a lot of burn patients from Shriners Children's Hospital and injured first responders out on fishing trips and outdoors adventures. So I got mine shown as well.
And then, of course, I got the Houston Food Bank, man. Nice and simple. Serve the greater Houston community with meals, and they need a little bit of help. So if you got a little bit of time or a little bit of money, help out the Houston Food Bank. Help your neighbors.
And his Instagram, by the way, that created these shoes are Illustrious Souls.
Illustrious Soul. He did a damn good job. I love what he did with the food bank.
Yeah.
He actually custom made some of my Travis Scott shoes.
Oh, nice.
Right. Yeah, I wanted some Texans H-Town Blue. And man, he hooked them up for me.
That's dope.
Yeah. And then also real quick before we get out of here, thanks for nothing to Myles Garrett. Did y'all I don't know if y'all saw this. I'm gonna read what I think is tweeted this. Myles Garrett is passed over by Dolphins linebacker Jordan Brooks for the AFC Defensive Player of the Week again. So Brooks won this week despite Myles Garrett 4 sacks.
Man.
Brooks also won in week 8 when Myles Garrett had 5 sacks.
That's just a testament to how great Myles Garrett is. You take him for granted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just had another 4 sacks.
Or they're just not trying to reward this. It's like, hey, we're not rewarding the fact that you keep playing for them.
It's funny too because J.J. Watt just retweeted that like an hour ago, pretty much saying it's crazy that we over here talking about wins, actual team wins when talking about individual awards like this, especially a weekly award like that.
Yeah.
This ain't no MVP type deal. This is a weekly award.
And I believe he's still leader, or he's up there when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year, at least odds. So the people out in Vegas respect him.
This brother had 10 sacks in 3 games.
And didn't get Player of the Week.
Just only?
And lost to the same guy twice.
Yes. Only 10 sacks in 3? Come on, man.
They're just taking him for granted. That's how great he is.
I need 15 sacks in 3 games. Come on, man. Get that together. There you go, another fantastic edition of the mixtape, Figgy's mixtape, right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. How far in advance do you have to sign up to help out the food bank? Man, go on the Houston Food Bank website. You can get started right now. Create you an account and sign up for an opportunity to go and help. And I appreciate you asking there on the YouTube page. But yeah, 1:20 p.m. every weekday, right here on Sports Radio 610 is where you hear the segment, and at the Figgy. Is he something mixtape worthy? All right, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. On a Thirsty Thursday, Wednesday edition, the fellas are out of the Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll talk to them here in a second. But is Nick Caserio on a hot seat? We'll see if CBS Sports thinks so. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Texas Star Grill.
800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, it's been a fun Wednesday show here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and the fun don't stop because as soon as we're off the air on any given day, we get to hand it off to some of the most fun dudes in all of radio in Houston, both Clint and Ron, and I say both. Don't forget T. Mill involved there. The fellas are on a remote today as it is effectively a Thirsty Thursday for them. You know how on the football week it gets shifted.
Everything's gotten moved up.
So today is in a way the football Saturday, but also in radio terms, it is a Thirsty Thursday as the fellas are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of Ritchie Road, right off of the North Freeway, right off 45 up that way. And so go out and see the fellas, get you something to drink. In fact, we'll talk to them here in a quick minute. I really do apologize for not making that known earlier in the show so the folks could get moving. But of course, tomorrow is all about football. So that is why the fellas are out and about. But CBS Sports did this, Lopez. They asked which NFL GMs are on a hot seat. And they used an expert panel that also that kind of looked at and tried to establish what hot seats look like in the National Football League right now. And, of course, this is very intriguing here locally because Nick Caserio's in an interesting space. You heard him yesterday on Payne and Pendergast. But we've had, and I say we, you could talk that specifically on this show, but just in the larger royal we sense, have had conversations about the way that this roster is built, the way that this coaching staff has been built. And when those conversations happen, it's not all roses. It's not all rainbows. It's not all unicorns. And so I'm interested, how highly do you believe, or how hot, rather, do you believe the seat is for Nick Caserio? Mind you, the way the CBS has gone about this, they have made 4 tiers. The tiers meaning perfectly safe, that is tier 1. Tier 2, not much to worry about. Tier 3, the radar is up.
Yeah.
And then tier 4, which is the highest tier, maybe have a bag packed.
Yeah, he probably is either nothing to worry about, or what was the first one?
First one was perfectly safe, and the second one is not much to worry about.
He probably should be categorized as perfectly safe or not much to worry about.
Interesting.
But he should be in the 3rd tier. He should be radar is up.
Okay. All right. So
I just think they believe in him still enough that he's safe. But maybe next year, if this continues, the radar will be up.
All right. There are 11 general managers in the perfectly safe tier where the experts kind of put this together. And so with the perfectly safe tier, you currently have Eric DeCosta of the Ravens. I think we understand he just has a track record. Jerry Jones of the Cowboys, because what you gonna do?
Who's gonna put him on the hot seat?
Yeah. That falls in a category that I like to call "Who gonna check me?" Right? Who gonna check me?
Yeah.
Brad Holmes of the Lions.
Oh yeah,
obvious. They've done an incredible job acquiring talent. James Gladstone of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, early tenure. And nice enough results.
And I think they kind of hold on. They kind of similar to the Texans a little bit. They kind of hold on to people a little longer than expected.
Understandable. Chiefs GM Brett Veach. I mean, they've done a great job just continuing to win just off of the strength there. Hortiz, the general manager of the Chargers. Les Snead of the Rams. I think these are obvious. Howie Roseman, obvious. John Lynch of the Niners is an interesting one because I feel like his seat, he's perfectly safe, but there's some
it should be a little warm.
He should be maybe in the 2nd tier.
I think there should be some questions about the way that they've decided to allocate their money in some ways, but they still talented. John Schneider, the Seahawks, he looks really good right now, and then Jason Licht of the of the Bucks. So no Caserio there.
Yeah,
tier 2, not much to worry about. In fact, one of the guys is of the team that you'll be seeing, Brandon Beane of the Bills, which you could see that. We were just talking to Zach Jones up in Buffalo. They don't have wide receivers. Run stopping is atrocious, and there's some I could tell you. And if you want to, we can go through all of it. Texans are not here. Nick Caserio falls in.
Oh, really?
He is the low. He gets the lowest score in this tier, but the radar is up for Nick Caserio.
That's where he should be. No, I just said it. The radar should be up on Nick Caserio. It's not. I think if you ask if Cal and Hannah are voting on that, he might be in tier 1. Maybe tier 2.
You think so?
Yeah, it might be in tier 1. I just think they're not quite there yet. They believe in him. He's got their ear. He's back. They've backed him. He's kind of, even though his moves, as I said, questionable, and you've said in certain areas, very questionable in others, I think they still appreciate him helping them come out of the abyss.
Yeah, that's the thing where when he first got here, where they were at until right now. I don't think you could just. I don't think they would just throw him out after a year or something like that.
He scored a lot of points in that building. Number one, the way he handled the Deshaun Watson thing and stood strong and got all those first-round picks. Number 2, using those first-round picks on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson.
Yep.
And number 3, his grand plan. And you remember this, Figgy. I was giving him a lot of credit back then. I used to always say, I know what you're doing. I see you working. When he hired David Culley, and then this was not
Lovie Smith.
And then Lovie Smith. This was not anything but buying time and creating assets and getting rid of cap problems. He did a fantastic job to that point, and I could see him work. I mean, they said all the right things. Well, we think we can win, and Lovey this, and David Culley that, but we knew what
free agent part. Remember, it was a bunch of 1-year deals.
Yes,
he had a bunch of the Christian Kirkseys, and other worlds, and all that stuff. He was bringing them in on a 1-year deal, maybe 2.
He built up a lot of good feelings and equity there early, but since. It hadn't. Radar needs to be up,
and I think that's where this gets interesting because I firmly believe that not every leader is for every season, and what you established and what you talked about is absolutely correct. Did a great job of really kind of setting the groundwork in this time period where this team is trying to go and contend.
Yeah,
there are questions as to like how successful that has been from a team building standpoint, and I think one of the things that I think is maybe not considered, and I don't know exactly what the methodology was all the way around for CBS Sports, is the synergy that seemingly is there between him and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
I think that matters because as much as you're talking about them being bought in on Caserio, I think they're very bought in on D'Amico Ryans as a coach. Culturally, we talked about all those things. But I do wonder, though, if because you are in a different season and in this season, you've had expectations that, at least for the last couple of years, you've not really met. And this year, it's been really far off the pace, although they're trying to salvage it as they go, and Thursday night can go a long way in doing that. In fact, I was talking to you about it. There's obviously the different metrics on percent chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Texans have the largest window or delta between what the percent chance of them making the playoffs if they lose this game tomorrow versus the percent chance of them making the playoffs if they win this game tomorrow.
That's crazy.
That speaks to the razor thin edge, and that's under his watch. And so I think I go back to what that texter asked us in the 1 o'clock hour where they were like, how long is Cal? And I imagine in that same way, just the ownership, Cal and Hannah and the decision makers there, how long are they going to, abide by waiting and seeing, where this team is? I think they put it more in the full Houston sports landscape. But I think that it's worth noting that they had last year, which was, okay, you didn't meet the expectations, but you made some changes.
Yeah.
Let's see what it looks like. This is the year where I think it gets real interesting to see how they respond to whatever this season ultimately looks like. And you're going to have to account for the start of this season. You're going to have to.
You have to.
Because you knew that you had a big offensive line issue, and it felt like you addressed it in a way that was so-so. And that seems like that was in some ways factors into where you are right now. But he is at the lowest level of that tier 3, though. Above him in that tier 3, Mike Borgonzi, interestingly enough, with the Titans, is above him in that, but in that same tier. The Vikings general manager, above him, but in that same tier. And I imagine quarterback situation is probably some of that as well, the way that they've handled that. And the Cardinals, in that general manager, in that same tier. Does that feel, Raiders GM, as I mentioned as well. Like
that actually feels right.
That feels right.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he's had a rough offseason.
From what we're seeing, yes, yeah.
And so I felt like it was interesting that I thought that was correct. But, and that is something where we talk about kind of the different cultural things, but from the outside looking in, right? This is the 30,000-foot view, and this is one of the places where I do appreciate the national media because they can give you that perspective. They're looking at this and like, yeah, no, Nick Caserio. Yeah, be on radar. Radar's up. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We turn things out. Rich out there, North Freeway, go see the fellas. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Not bad, man. It is, a creature of habit. Usually on a Thursday is Thirsty Thursday, but we're out here on a Wednesday. That's all right. We got a little Thursday night football, biggest game of the year, so we moved it up a bit, and you all need to make your way on out here. Of course, we didn't come empty-handed. We got prizes for you to win, so make your way on out here, as Reggie said, right off Ritchie Road. Make your way on out here, and it's going to be a good time. We've been at this location earlier this year. Always a fun time out here.
Yeah, excited for you guys to have a good time as you continue to work your way into this. Yeah, you did mention being creatures of habit. Has it thrown you off a little bit that it's a Wednesday, but you out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings?
Nah, not really.
Nah, not me, man. Look, this is I love the abnormal week. I love the week where you get you an easy hour on Monday.
Yeah.
Get you an easy couple hours on Thursday. Wednesday show is on the road in a Buffalo Wild Wings. A little different vibe, a little party vibe here. So, yeah, man, it's one of them abnormal weeks. It just kind of flies by, and you got a game on Thursday night right here at home, primetime, baby. So this was going to be one of them weeks, hopefully, to remember.
Yeah, that's the thing. It just makes the week go by faster. And hey, we're going to be at the stadium tomorrow, so ain't nothing wrong with that.
Hey. I gotta say, boy, y'all concerned me on something.
What do we do?
Just say it.
Oh no.
What y'all just talking about?
What's that?
Hey, Nick Casario's decision to continue to be the general. What he did when David Culley and Lovie Smith.
No, I didn't say that. I said he gained a lot. He gained a lot of.
That gain should be over. That conversation, that can't be like, all right, man. Hey, man, if we're gonna make a move, no, if we really love what he did here earlier, we got to be past that. If a move is going to be made. So no, I hope
it has
that's
to be
not
a what have you done for me lately perspective. Do you believe that this organization has that? Like, there's something to be said for the willingness to understand the community and understand the vibes. Do you feel like the ownership has that kind of perspective? That what have you done for me lately?
I don't know, but I know whatever vibe they have, their vibe has to be is, how do we feel about our quarterback? Feel pretty good. Is he young quarterback? Yes. What's been the problem the last 2 years? Got to fix the offensive line. What's going to be the problem going into the offseason again? Got to fix the offensive line. Do we want him to be able to do that 3 straight years?
Right. No, you're right. That's one of the things that we've talked about are big marks against him, and hiring the coach.
He's done a lot of good things. He's on his third head coach. He's on his I don't know how many offensive coordinators, and he's on his I don't know how many offensive line coaches. I mean, those are the things that have to factor in to me.
What would you say? Just a question, because I agree with all the points being made, but I lean heavily towards what I think Al McNair and Hannah McNair look at this situation right now in any way, shape, or form that they need to make a move. I don't. I personally don't. I think there's a loyalty there that a lot of folks are probably uncomfortable with personally. But what would you say the top 3 moves in the organization relative to winning have been?
To winning?
To winning right now. To getting us to straight 20. You won 20 games in the last 2 years, not excluding this year. You went where we're at right now. What are the 3 biggest moves? Not. I mean, don't think real hard, John.
I like this question.
I don't want the Culley. I don't want nothing about Culley and Lovey. What are the 3 biggest moves?
I think it's
hiring Lovey so that he could lose the last game of the season. Get the number 2.
No, this is a layup. This is a layup. It's hiring D'Amico, drafting CJ, trading and drafting for Will Anderson. Boom.
Okay, now if we're being completely honest about that, how much of that do you think Nick Caserio moved and shaped and impacted and influenced in a major way?
Not D'Amico.
1 of 3.
No, not D'Amico.
Which one?
It's the Will Anderson Jr. I feel like it was you take
CJ
one of these.
Was right there.
Yeah, you take one of these quarterbacks and the other one was off the board. That was going to be the selection. Yeah.
Oh, so I agree with where you're at. So if anything, it's Will Anderson, and I have a tendency. Seeing how D'Amico is absolutely in love with Will Anderson, and Will Anderson can do no wrong, I got a real strong feeling that is heavily a D'Amico Ryans move right there.
Alabama.
So I only say all that, guys. Again, I'm not saying you should move on from the guy. I only say all that to say where we sit right now, no-brainer, Nick Caserio didn't have a damn thing to do with type of stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe the Will Anderson.
That's a great point.
And so,
to me, I don't think they're a serious organization if they're not at least having the conversation of, all right, is this a place where we can improve?
Yeah.
Or not. I'm not saying they got to do it. The loyalty thing, sure. But I don't take them serious if they're not sitting here looking, at least thinking about it.
Well,
Clint, you talked about it yesterday, guys. He's had one of the worst off seasons. I'm just talking about free agents.
Yeah, Cam Robinson and Christian Kirk. And
the moves they brought in to help the team. You know, I mean, it's like that has to at least be a conversation.
Yeah.
Look, I think there's a lot of positive, obviously, behind building a roster, and I think him and D'Amico have done a tremendous job, big picture with culture and roster overall and all that. But when it comes down to going from a 10-win team to a 14-win team, a second round of the playoffs and getting embarrassed, or an AFC championship and a Super Bowl, I think there's been moves made that were big-time misses that have hurt the organization from becoming that, in my opinion.
I think you're right.
There you go. You're right. All right, excited for you guys to keep going. At the Buffalo Wild Wings on 45 at Rich, you go see the fellas on a Thursday, Wednesday edition. Lopez, I'll see you tomorrow for a football Thursday of sorts. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, Reggie. The Drive is live, and we are live here, as Reggie said, right off Ritchie Road, Buffalo Wild Wings. Lot here.
They'll be back.
Man,
They'll be back.
We had
this side of town always comes through, man.
Yeah, we had a nice little crowd out here. So make your way on out here. Prizes you to win, courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light, as well as Buffalo Wild Wings. If you're in the building, Shay's right here. He's got tickets you can put in our raffle box to have yourself a chance to become a winner today. Clint, I think they got a football here that you need to sign, Clint.
What?
That's it. Yeah, that's what Matt said. They got a football. They want the old. They
better have some Razorback fans in the area.
Better to put it on there 2 times.
Who's coming up with this Clinton Seth autograph?
All SEC. All SEC player right there, 2 times.
I tell you, I take pride in my penmanship.
2 times.
It'll look the part. That's for damn sure. And I mean, look, that's probably about $100 piece of leather right there. So
there you go.
Come on.
There you go. Put Clint on the Duke right there. There it is.
All right. We're really low in the bank, ain't we?
Oh man, they did this on purpose, man. You come see the Drive.
You remember these mic arms now.
Well, I thought something like that'd be ran by me. Or, you know, hey, you comfortable with this or what?
Hey, man. No, you comfortable with this?
Hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'll sign the old Duke, baby. Ain't no problem with that.
Again, like Clint said, as we did the crosstalk, it's a little different week, right? Obviously, it's a Wednesday. We're here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and that means game day's tomorrow. And we'll have a short show tomorrow. And game day is upon us, and tomorrow we'll be there for their biggest game of the season, and that is hosting the Buffalo Bills. And, Clint, I think some good news already coming out. Obviously, the Texans, they are dealing with injury situations themselves, right? No C.J. Stroud, no Jalen Petrie. Those are 2 big potential moves right there that they are without. But now it looks like the Buffalo Bills are struggling with some injury concerns of themselves, Clinton. They've already ruled 3 different receivers out of this game, including Dalton Kincaid. I would say his number 1 guy, the guy he looks for, between him and Shakir. But Dalton Kincaid with the hamstring is going to miss his 2nd straight game. Curtis Samuel, another guy that they do a lot of different things with, kind of the way you would want Jalen Noel to be used. A gadget guy, sometimes goes down the field, reverses and things like that. He is out. And then McCole Hardman, who's recently been a punt returner, fumbled a punt actually last week against the Bucs. He is declared out with the calf as well. So no Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, or McCole Hardman in this game. Clint, especially Dalton Kincaid, I think this is a big plus for the Texans to not have to deal with him. He's one of the unique tight ends in the league that can really create mismatches.
Well, look, I think a big part of what kind of how the game unfolded last year was no Shakir, which was the leading receiver for Josh Allen, and even more specific from Stephon Diggs, out wide being super productive and taking, low percentage shots and hitting some of them to the tune of Stephon Diggs being all pro. When they shifted from that, it shifted to more of an inside. We're going to focus on running the football. We're going to focus on throwing the football to our tailbacks, our tight ends, and our slot receivers, and they're going to play that box game with Josh Allen's skill set, and it's worked really, really well for him. Joe Brady had made that shift, and it was a big move, bold move, and it ended up being a good one so far. But last year, that was the approach, and they were missing that slot receiver that he was so dependent on.
Well, just guys he looks at.
Yeah, I think it was an easier offense to defend when they don't have that guy. Well, you fast forward to this year, and I think Dalton Kincaid is the big one this year. I mean, I really liked him coming out of Utah. Athletic tight end that can stretch the field, that is a mismatch against a lot of guys. And so, him not being out in particular is a big win for the Texans. I mean, when you talk about what the Buffalo Bills bring to the table and kind of how they want to attack you in the pass game and who they want to attack you with, running backs, tight ends, slots. I mean, you look at our nickel defenders are down, our safeties are down, our linebackers, our true linebackers, with the exception of, I would say, E.J. Speed and Christian Harris aren't really cover linebackers. And so it's not a great matchup. If you look at scheme, like we're injured or where we're just our weaker points, you can throw their really good run game in versus our interior defensive line. It's not a great matchup for the Texans, but Dalton Kincaid not being there is advantage Texans for sure, because he's a difference maker.
And in their big games, he looks for him. Against Kansas City, he had 6 for 101 with a touch. Against New England, he had 6 for 108. Had a touchdown and 50 yards against Baltimore. He is just somebody, he hunts that matchup down. And now, really, that one guy is 10, is Shakir now. And, I mean, they've got some other guys out there, but when he gets in trouble, he likes to go that way. So Dalton Kincaid being out is obviously doesn't make up for you losing your quarterback and you losing, Jalen Petrie, one of the big guys on your defense, but that is a big deal for Josh Allen. Now
they've still got. They've
got guys.
The Knox kid, has been with them for a while, and he's just one of those guys that he isn't Kincaid by any means, but he shows up, and so they've got some dudes now. They got some guys they can get it to, and hopefully the fill-ins at safety, the fill-ins at nickel defender, and those linebackers and that interior defensive line can hold up.
Yeah. All right, so that's the latest there from an injury front. Usually it's the Texans who are dealing with things. We'll get the full injury report, see who's in and out, but that's a big one there for the Bills. All right, as we are here live on the road here.
Let's see, a little wet Wednesday.
Wet Wednesday, I guess. All right, get on in here for not Thirsty Thursday, but a little wet Wednesday. A little wet Wednesday. On Wet Wednesday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Are you surprised by this? Clint and Tyler, are you all surprised that the Bills are 6-point favorites in Houston on Thursday Night Football on a short week? Are you surprised they're 6-point favorites? You're not, Tyler?
I'm not.
Really? 6 is I know Davis Mills is starting, but he has started the last 2 games. I thought 6 was a little high. Because, hell, I thought coming into last week people were really down on Buffalo, and I know they got a win against Tampa at home. But short week, the way these games have been on Thursday Night Football, I was a little surprised that the line was that big.
I'm surprised that the line is that big, but not because I don't think it should be. I mean, this seems more in line with what it should be than what it was earlier in the season. I mean, the Texans started 0-3, and we're still being treated like the Texans that were expected to win 10 games there. And they may end up getting there. Vegas may end up being right, but I was shocked at some of the lines or the lack thereof earlier in the year. So, this seems like something that, the product that we've seen consistently along with your backup quarterback. He's on the defensive side of the football that are painful. This seems like a little bit more realistic. Based on what I think the film would tell you, I think this seems a little bit more realistic.
I think a lot of people look at it and potentially, I think a Davis Mills thing. Like, I think a lot of people nationally, I think a lot of people around here have some concerns about being able to beat Josh Allen, a Buffalo team that is a Super Bowl, at least has Super Bowl aspirations, has been considered a Super Bowl contender the last several years. Being able to beat that team with Davis Mills, I think, despite what Tyler's playing, I think that is where a lot of people are in the space of the Texans have. I don't know if a lot of people think the Texans have a legit chance to win this game. Maybe a lot of stuff go their way, but a lot of people think they got to play perfect. This defense has to really go nuts. Because last year, Clint, Josh Allen was 9 of 30, 131, one touchdown, didn't really dominate in the run game. Played that may be the worst line of his career, right? And C.J. Stroud was 28 of 38, 331, and had a touchdown and a pick in the game. And they had to win on a walk-off 59-yard field goal with Davis here at NRG.
Yeah, so, the Bills handed it to them. This is the game where the Bills, did what D'Amico did earlier this year and got real aggressive and then punted to him at midfield. The Texans win it. So,
But I think a lot of people look at that and think, well, hell, they did that and almost lost when CJ went off. What's it going to look like if Davis is in there?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not so much about last year's game because last year's game clearly was about how inept the Buffalo offense was and how they couldn't get going, and our defense just dominated those guys, and that's where the Texans are going to hang their hat. But I just, in general, all week long, I have been hammered with just talking about Davis Mills, and he's played well, and Tape Drop Tuesday he's played well, and boy, he made these throws. The conversations that have popped about, is should CJ play? Should he be able to play? I'm less worried about people that think CJ's soft and more concerned about how many people are just think there is no chance for the Texans to win this game with Davis Mills in the game. I mean,
you look at this, think they've got, not any given Sunday, you never know what happens. You think they got a legit chance even with Davis as the quarterback too?
It don't matter who the quarterback is, to be honest with you. If the defense doesn't lead the way, you're not winning this game. But my bigger point is just, if you've watched the Texans this year and you've watched the last 3 ball games, the film tells you that you got a chance to win with Davis Mills in the game. And I know a lot of people make this about C.J. Stroud, C.J. these days. It's not about C.J. and Davis. It's about this team is led by defense, and Davis Mills has done a really good job hitting layups, shooting free throws, taking shots when they're there, not turning the football over. And it don't matter who your quarterback is, that's his team to win. Davis Mills has put out just as good a film as anybody out there in 2025 in a Texans uniform. And so, I'm just surprised that Davis shouldn't be the starter. Well, hell, I understand that. I mean, when everybody's healthy, I think everybody with a heartbeat and a brain can tell you that CJ's the guy. But when it's all said and done, the thought that Davis doesn't give this team a chance to win, the film just says something totally different. I mean, when it comes to making throws, when it comes to taking the football to the right place, when it comes to playing a brand that protects your offense, the coordinator clearly and this quarterback seem to see really, really tight eye to eye. I find it hard to believe that you can't win this ball game with Davis Mills.
I think this is a game he is going to have to do, more than, hey, don't make the big mistake. There are going to have to be some moments where he has to make plays, but I think luckily for the Texans, he's had to do that the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
So he has had to do that. Now, we'll see if it's a different thing against a team like Buffalo and Josh Allen and how much he has to keep up, right?
Yeah.
Now,
well, the other end of it as well is we've seen this team have no chance against a good defense with CJ quarterbacking. So again, it's just the thought of boy, if Davis has to play, if CJ can't come back and Davis has to play, man, we're going to get our ass whooped by Buffalo. Now, you may get, but it's not going to be because the quarterback was out there. I don't think it is. I mean, I guess it could be. Davis isn't above throwing a handful of picks, but I just don't view it that way.
I don't even know if
I'm shocked at how many people that have. I'm talking about the people that have watched the game, watched the film, the people that look at it, listen all the time, will follow the Texans. Like, no chance with Mills?
Yeah, it's not even about the turnovers to me, although Buffalo has been one of the most opportunistic teams in the league. For me is, can he replicate what he had to do against Jackson if called upon that? If Josh Allen starts getting Josh Allen, and we watched last week, Baker had to go back. They're going back and forth. Again, I don't think the Texans defense is going to probably allow what either one of those defenses did, but they had to go back and forth. And at one point, Baker and the Bucs offense let go of the rope, and Josh and them went on and went past him. In a way that he did against Jacksonville, is he able to replicate those things if he has to?
And again, now we're getting into, if the game goes this way, can you win it? Look, if any team goes out and scores 40 points on the Houston Texans defense, and a soul better shape their mouth to talk about whether Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud was quarterbacking. I mean, this is a defense. This is a game that every bit of the pressure is on DeMeco Ryans in the defense.
Well, let's get into that because you believe that's where this game stands. This is a huge, huge game. A lot of people look at Davis Mills. A lot of people the offensive line, things of that nature. You think top DeMeco Ryans. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, tomorrow will be game time. And if you're not able to get out to the game.
Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Moak 1-222-2222. Touchdown! Wow! It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Yes, it is. If you're thinking, well, hell, it's Wednesday. It's not Thursday. Yeah, we moved it up a little bit.
Damn wet one.
It's a wet one, hopefully for y'all.
Yeah, come on through.
It is a Wednesday, and come on out right off Ritchie Road. That Buffalo Wild Wings location, we've been here multiple times here earlier this year. Come on out, hang out. Chance to win prizes. Shout out to Bud Light. I believe the Bud Light girls will be here to have a little fun with you as well.
Yes.
So,
Tyler, I mean, at first I thought he was joking a little bit. I think he really struggles. I mean, I think it's a.
I never joke about the ladies.
Well, I know you don't. I'm talking about Ron. Ron from time to time tries to be professional, but he just the only option I think you have to be completely safe is to just, hey, Bud Light girls going to be here, and let's just go into the thought. Whatever. Let's talk about
What's wrong with that one? The Bud Light girls are here to have some fun with you.
Well, first of all, the way your pacing of the have a little fun with you was a tad bit creepy. And then if you're actually here and you can see your eyes, I know you were. It was with a little bit of little jest. Is jest the right word? But you got
just a good time out here. Wait till they get on out here.
I think it's a hell of a time.
It is.
Bud Light girls definitely make it a better time. Take it up a notch, no question.
They really do.
No question.
They help you take it up a notch. All right.
Well, see, there you go, T.
I didn't even mean it that time, man.
It don't take much to turn Tyler up a notch, does it?
Tyler, man. Tyler.
I tell you, man.
Tyler's one of the nastiest. Tyler, I believe, is the nastiest producer in all of sports radio.
Well,
is that including New York and L.A.?
Yeah, I think so. I would love to put you up against anybody in any of those cities. Hatchet in Detroit.
No, it would have to be have to be one of these young punks, because I mean that Tyler. I mean we've all been in that stage where it's like, boy, you just need a good sniff of perfume and it's over, you know. And I just don't think Tyler ever grew up.
Well, see, but here's the difference. There's some people who just need a good whiff of it. Tyler just needs to think about the whiff, and he's there. He don't need the whiff. He walks in prepared, ready to go.
No lies detected.
The nasty keeps it just streams
that
out
of
him.
T-Mill being T-Mill.
Yep, that's it. All right, you're saying who do you think this? You're saying you think this is a D'Amico Ryans? I don't want to say defining game. I don't want to put too much in on what you're saying or how you feel about this. But this for you is a big D'Amico Ryans game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this if you're going to build the football team, the strength of your team has to be the tip of the spear, the leading cause or reason that you're winning ball games. And look, we can talk about holding the Denver Broncos to 15. We can talk about holding the Tennessee Titans to 13 or whatever the hell it was. We can talk about shutting the Tennessee Titans out earlier in the season. And at the end of the day, this organization is only going to go as far as this defense takes them right now. And really, to be honest with you, the way they're wired and the way that they want to play offensive football, it is going to be heavily dependent, no matter what they do in the offseason and fix the offensive line, it is going to be heavily dependent on defensive football and whether they can make this a low-scoring affair. And this is one of those games where if it's not a low-scoring affair, then you're going to have an extremely difficult time winning the game. And to me, the story's not going to be about your backup quarterback. This ultimately, the season's on the line. The defensive product has to be the reason you win the ball game, or the reason you have a shot to win it in the fourth quarter. I think D'Amico's left a lot to be desired from a game management perspective, clock management perspective, timeout usage, those kind of things. I think he's got to be absolutely nails in this game for the Texans to have a shot.
I like that thought. One part, many people go right to it and think it's the defense. It's kind of like D'Amico in this game. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Like, Vegas has him as a 6-point underdog. Like, there's a thought you're playing against the reigning MVP, a team that has been a Super Bowl contender over the last several years. But it's not a game that you can't win. But one thing is, D'Amico, coaching staff, decision stuff, clock management, all that stuff you talk. None of that cannot be the reason that you lose. He's got to make sure he handles his stuff, and as you've said since I've known you, be a weapon as well on the sideline. But it cannot be because we look up and we're like, damn, man, D'Amico had this blunder in the like last week. You can challenge stuff like you did against the Titans and get away with it, but you can't have a screw up like that. There was no reason for that to be challenged, especially in the second half or something, to lose a timeout that could be critical.
Well, I think all of that, man. I do. I think the defense has to be nails versus the best opponents that you face if you're going to build it the way that you built it, if you're going to have a defensive-minded head coach. I think the game management stuff that we're talking about has to be absolute nails. It has to turn to your advantage, right? I think it's easy against the Tennessee Titans to go, it's 4th and inches. Oh, man, just kick the field goal, man. They're not going to outscore us. I know that they're not going to run away with this game. It's easy to make those decisions when you got the Tennessee Titans across the field from you. When you got Buffalo across the field, it's a different animal. In the moment and big picture for the game, it's a different animal. So making some of those tough decisions of, hey, we're going to punt it here, just go for it. I mean, those are the kind of decisions that I believe and situations that I believe the Texans have to win those. That's who they are. They're not built to go out there like they were last year with Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Steph Diggs, Joe Mixon. CJ at the time was coming off the rookie year, and you could expect him to go out there and score 40 points. They're not built that way. Even if CJ was healthy, they're not built that way. The reality of it is you're built in a way on the field to be led by your defense. You're built in a way organizationally to be elite in situational football, in game management. You're built in a way of you're expected to be better in those scenarios, and you're built like Nick Caserio's openly talked about. The majority of the teams in the league, if you let them, they'll beat themselves. You're built in a way to do everything right, to do everything by the book, to have an advantage everywhere, not take a ton of risk and let the other team screw the pooch. Right? You can't be the one that goes out there and wastes the time out because you challenge a play that has no business being challenged. Yeah. You can't go out there in a game where you feel like maybe it is. I don't know how he feels, but if you feel like you've got to score 27, 28 points to win it, you can't go out there and punt on 4th and 1 in the second quarter when you get the ball at the 50. You got to make some tough decisions. I just think they got to be great in those areas before we get to – Davis Mills couldn't get the job done. What's his name? Nick Caley couldn't get the job done. Like, we got to – this is one of them games to save the season where we got to look at the big dogs. These guys are elite on the defensive side of the football, and supposedly Nick Caserio and the way he's wired this thing, they're elite from a analytics and a game management perspective. You got to win those scenarios.
And listen, we saw it firsthand last year. You're going up against a coach and a staff that can be had.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott, as you said, gave the Texans the game late in it last year.
The drive was 5 yards, and then Kaimi kicked the field goal to win it. They literally, the decisions they made gave it to him. That's a great point. That's the kind of stuff you got to win. Like, you can't.
You should.
What D'Amico did earlier in the year. Who was that against? Where he threw it early and then kicked it back and we lost it. Was that Denver?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that who it was? Was Denver?
Yeah.
Like, D'Amico can't have that kind of blunder in this game. In fact, he can't let Nick Caley have that kind of blunder. He's got to step and go, whoa, what the hell are we doing? What are we thinking here? Yeah. Let's take this thing to overtime or whatever it may be.
Those are good.
No, I'm not right now. I mean, I'm in a really good spot because we got us a solid Thursday night primetime game, but I'm just telling you how good you need to be. It's ain't about me being good. It's about you being good, D'Amico.
Clint, he didn't actually say that. That's just a drop.
I thought he was listening.
Wow, Tyler.
Thought he was listening.
Damn, I'm good.
I think Clinton
I was
really
giving away free advice.
He's talking to D'Amico. Coming up as we continue, man, we've given this guy a lot of I think fair, maybe sometimes unfair problems with how we've talked about him and things that he's done, but I think he should be the voice of this team now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Around these.
texas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings' Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seeing a lot of growth from Clint Stoerner here. We're proud of him, man.
What'd I do, man? What'd I do?
Proud of him.
I mean, I appreciate it. I'll take it, but what I do?
Are the Bud Light girls there?
No. They're not our Bud guy here earlier. They help us put this on each and every week, but the Bud Light girls, they will be here just for your enjoyment. Or just, they'll be here.
Can you get them to get on the screen when they get there so I can at least see them for a second?
Yeah,
say hi, be polite.
I'm not going to tell them to come get on the screen.
I just want to, I'm part of this broadcast, too. I want to just be a gentleman, welcome them to our show.
Tyler, if you'll keep it PG, I'll get him in the camera.
Always keep it okay for the kiddos.
Respect.
Okay, yeah. That's
respect. Coming from a girl, coming from a girl dad. Remember, they've all got dads.
When have I ever been disrespectful?
Well, he'll tell you he's a girl dad too.
Yeah.
3 of them. You only got 2, right?
Yeah.
Beat you. No, listen.
Mine didn't eat turds, or at least I'm not.
Hey, that's just Lala, and she gets a shave.
But Tyler, growth. Clint got down here. He just said to me, "Well, that Charger almost got me again." He said,
"On the car."
Yeah.
Oh God.
But hey. He didn't do what I was certain he would do. He said, no, I got down here close. I know I got about 20 miles. Let me go and find something here. And he found something around here off Ritchie Road and was able to get that thing charged.
It was about 7 miles up the street. Not from here. It's about 4 miles.
It's close. I'm just saying.
I found one, so I'm sitting heavy, man. I can make it home now.
You normally have that.
Typically, I do.
And then in your mind. And then mine afterwards, you get to going and you'll forget.
That's it, man. Leave here with all kind of stuff on my mind, man.
Proud of you, man.
Thanks, Bob.
So now you can go anywhere you want to now.
Well, I mean, I'd like to just go ahead and
Tyler,
I'd like to go ahead and just break free of it, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, Tyler, they're never going to get rid of this car.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's 100% up to me, and I have just it is. She's out. No, well, yeah. My wife is a. If you told her right now, if you called her right now and said, "Hey, let's trade this," she would have something found by the time the show's over today, and say, "Hey, go drop it off," and with no details, no nothing. And in my mind, I'm like, "No, I'm gonna shop for exactly what I want. It's gonna be a good deal. I'm gonna buy it right after Christmas, before the New Year's, when they gotta push them rigs off the lot, and I'm over there trying to make sure I buy it right. She just wants to." We got an hour on a Saturday. She wants to ease out and do something. I'm like, no, baby, that just ain't how I can.
She's ready to go. She's ready to wipe her hands, wash her hands of it. Let's go,
Chief. I came home yesterday. The washer and dryer was gone. I'm nice washer and dryer. Wasn't nothing wrong with them.
Hold on. That wasn't discussed. She just got rid of the washer and dryer.
I walked in. I said,
"Hey, Doc. Hey, Courtney got at least run a text by me on that."
She didn't even run it by me.
Y'all
you know
got
what
a
else?
line and some clothespins.
Hey, Tyler, y'all miss her. Not only she gave them away. They look brand new. But the little spark, there's a little bit of rust, I guess, like right where you put the what do you put up top, bleach or whatever, kind of drains out. There's a little bit of rust. And she's out on that. But, not only did she give them away, they're gone. I walked in the house yesterday, and I thought, man, this room looks empty. What's missing here? I looked over there, and there's dust. It didn't clean up, by the way. When we moved, just dust and the water, the hot water and the cold water PEX pipe.
It took you a second when you walked in the room.
I said, how much? I said, how much you get for them? How much you get for them? She said, I gave them away. I said, Mama, there wasn't nothing wrong with them.
Maybe it was someone who needed
it. Did she have her eye on Does she have her eye on something?
That new whirlpool.
I'm gonna do some digging. I'm willing to bet you somebody on a reality TV show somewhere or one of her close friends has recently purchased washers and dryers that she wanted.
Well,
that's what spurs this.
Sales staff. It looks like Clint is in line for a washer and dryer.
Appliances. Appliances. You got any appliance deals out there? I'm in, man. But it's unbelievable, man. Gone, Ron.
Tyler, could you imagine?
I'm gonna tell you that's how
you walked to the house. Megan just got rid of the washer.
So we just go into the washateria the next few days, or
you know they're nice when she gives them away and they're literally gone within a couple hours.
Oh yeah, they probably came out there and got it themselves.
They saw them pictures and said, "Shoot, I'll be there in a minute."
I got it. Don't worry, I got it. Here.
Yeah, I don't think gone, so
damn.
If she got a receipt for it, she would at least be able to get a tax write-off.
Maybe there's a text that you missed. There must be a text that you missed. That she did.
No, I got a text, but it wasn't. Do you mind or hey, what do you think? No, it is. You're going to be mad at me.
To which you said,
correct. That's a text I got.
Oh, Doug, if you got to fire off the "you're going to be mad at me" text, it's a hell of a move. It's a hell of a move because Tyler, it's a hell of a move. It's you know what? If I tell him about it, he'll bring up so many good points to talk me out of it.
Yep.
But if I get rid
of
it, we have no choice but to get new ones, and I've got my eyes set on, as Tyler said, woo, those new ones.
I can't wait to see
that new model whirlpool, baby.
Tyler, I bet it's a color thing too.
Oh, and I bet you she just says to herself, yeah, just get them in the building. If I just get the new washer and dryer in the building, maybe she's gonna save some space and get the one. The
stackable.
No, not stackable. They got one. They got new ones.
A single with washer and dryer.
Washer and dryer. Yeah, she gonna do that on you.
That makes too much sense.
And she'll get you with that one.
No.
She started letting you show everything it can do, even though you probably don't do a lot of laundry.
It's going to do the same things them last washer and dryers did, except they're going to probably be black and they're probably going to have like gold knobs on them or something. Like there's going to be some kind of color, some kind of. This ain't just run down to the old Home Depot or Lowe's and get whatever's on sale type deal. This is coming fresh out of selling Sunset.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tyler. I'll tell you exactly what this. I would have gone to break early to get on the horn.
To get on the horn with your old lady.
Hey, hold on. Now what happened here? We just did what?
You know what? I haven't even asked for a price. All I got was 0% for a year or something like that. Like the whatever financing she did, it's 0%. That's how she justified it.
Happy wife, happy life, Clinton. No, go to hell with that. Now there is a stoppage of that. I get that in some way.
Hey,
there's some stoppage.
I think you're going to be mad, but I ordered a new washer and dryer. I financed it 0%. Sorry, do you want to kill me? That's what I got. And then I walk in and the old ones are gone. So there was no.
The bold strategy, Cut.
Hey, Tyler, she got it all done.
I mean, in
that 2 to 6 window, she got it done, bro.
See, if we just break this down, she clearly knows what she's doing. Because if she fires that text and that detail,
absolutely.
She sure enough knows she could have fired a, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing here, text. Your thoughts.
She planned that. She planned that between the 2 and 6 hours, no question about it.
Nice job. Hell yes. Hell yes.
Oh, boy. Here I am driving around this goddamn golf cart.
Talk about he walked in and said, damn, this room.
I did. I thought, man.
Seems light.
With the battery running low.
Hey, I can't breathe at all in here. Dust flying all over. What is going on around here?
Did we get square footage?
Switch them clothes.
Oh, hey, the biggest telltale was that big foil-looking silver
just sitting out. Yeah.
Dryer vent sticking out of the wall.
Yeah. Hey, that watch Tyler. He gonna come home one day. That damn bathroom's gonna get started up.
There's no question. We've been
have people that lifted up the
We've
floor
been in this flip game long enough. She knows once they demo it, there ain't no going back. Like you got to fix it.
She go get that damn bathroom.
Hell, there might be walls missing next time you go home.
Now she saw. All right, this washer and dryer thing. This was a test. This
I didn't catch too much flack for that.
Now let me get in and get this bathroom. He'll definitely want some of this too.
Nah, we will talk about that.
Get you a she shed, Lo.
We'll talk about that.
She may have not done nothing, but she may have hired the people. All right,
you know what that means, Ron?
What?
She got that bonus check from work. My wife is the typical. If she can look at something and see that there's money, either like she just made or in an account somewhere, she gonna spend that money, Chief.
Get it? She been eyeing that washer and dryer.
She waited till that bonus came through.
I want to see the washer and dryer she's got in her house.
I'll send some pictures.
Lo, if you're listening, send me which ones you're looking at. Because we got some real nice ones. I'm gonna ride mine on out. I'm gonna ride ours on out.
Whirlpool, baby.
All right, coming up, I've seen a lot of Texans fans bring up this fair point about this game against Buffalo, but I do think things are a little bit different, and I'll explain why on that point. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, let's talk about your hair, man. You're losing it, and you desire to have it back, and good for you. Lucky.
Game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we are live here on a Wednesday edition of Thirsty Thursday, or some may call it Wet Wednesday, as we are here.
Look out now.
Buffalo Wild Wings off Ritchie Road. Now, some of you may be confused, but you need to make your way on out here. You hear us? Come on out to Ritchie Road, the Ritchie Road location here. Buffalo Wild Wings. You got a chance to win prizes. And there it is. Bud Light girls just arrived. They're waving. They're ready to have a good time, and come on out here and grab you a ticket here. As Shay here, he's got tickets there for you to enter our raffle and your chance to win multiple prizes. We'll start that up in the 4 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss that. Get yourself in here and give yourself a chance to win as we get ready for this huge game tomorrow. That's why we're out here today. Tomorrow, Buffalo and Houston get going. And it'll be a good time here today to get you going on a Wednesday edition of Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on out and hang out. All right, Clint, I have heard this a lot, and I want to play something that Josh Allen had to say when he met with the media, talking about his performance and his game last year here at NRG against the Texans. And I think his comments here will kind of shed the light on something that I've been hearing a lot of Texans fans bring up. Here's Josh Allen talking to the media and having kind of a flashback to last year's game.
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. You know, it's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. You know, I played pretty badly. So, yeah, hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But, again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
All right, there's Josh with it. I got beat up pretty bad and watched the film. And he remembers that game, right? I'm sure if you say, hey, Josh, what are the top 3-4 games you remember from last year? I bet the Texans slide in there. And because, I mean, as we said, man, it was just awful. He was 9 of 30 in the game. Didn't really run the ball either. I'll be honest with you. If you believed that Josh Allen had a concussion in that game, I think he did too. the way that he bounced off and somehow
I forgot about that.
Somehow shook out of that blue tent. And there is nothing about what he looked like on that field that said, yeah, I thought he was out for the game, and then somehow he came in. But I think a lot of people have had the thought, fellas, of, hey, we've watched Buffalo. They've been inconsistent. They've lost to teams like, we know how bad Miami has been at times this year, and they got it handed to them by and not just getting their ass kicked physically on the scoreboard. That game was not close. They lost to the Falcons as well, a team that has struggled and not a great team as well. And a lot of fans is like, hey, they've got losses like that. They've lost on the road to bad teams or teams that aren't as good as the Texans. And I agree. I think the Texans are a better football team than the Dolphins and the Falcons. But I would just urge to say, I don't believe the Texans are getting a Buffalo team that's overlooking this group. Buffalo team, you know, sometimes I'd imagine Buffalo probably walked into that Miami game a little bit of the thought of, all right, man, these guys are in shambles. I don't think they walked in the same way they did when they went to play Baltimore on week 1, or the focus they had when they played the Chiefs in week 9, or even the focus they had last week when they played the Bucs coming off. I think that Buffalo, their antennas are up off of the way last year's game was, and I think especially their best player Josh Allen, his antennas are up. So you're getting a full focused Buffalo team that maybe Atlanta and Miami didn't get.
Look, I don't care about Atlanta and Miami. I think when you look at Josh Allen, I heard a conversation this morning. I can't remember who was having it, but talking about if Buffalo can't win a Super Bowl, can't even get to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen as your quarterback and the supporting group that they built over the last handful of years, it'd be a crying ass shame. And I agree. And I look at Buffalo and especially Josh Allen, right? They're in a dogfight in their own division with New England Patriots, right? So there's one reason why you better show up and play. The other part of that is if you're Josh Allen, you're the Buffalo Bills, and you have constantly not been able to get over the Pat Mahomes hump, you're looking at maybe not even having to face him, but if you do, you're going to face him at home if you get to the playoffs, right? Lamar Jackson, probably not even going to have to face him, but if you do, it's going to be at home more than likely if you see him in the playoffs. So I don't know, Ron, that there's a bigger, better opportunity to make a run to a Super Bowl and not have to deal with Lamar, not have to deal with Pat Mahomes, not have to deal with Joe Burrow in the AFC. Like, and they may show up and be half-cocked. Boy, that would be a major mistake in Buffalo. Now, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm here for it, but it would be a major mistake. I would be willing to bet you. I'm with you. I think you get the best that the Buffalo Bills have to offer because they know.
At least close to it. And I think what people have said is very, very fair. I've seen it all week on the text line. I think it's very, very fair. They have had some performances where you're like, what the hell's wrong with Buffalo? What the hell was that? How are they?
Well, who hasn't this year?
Yeah, but at least it was how the hell are they looking like this against the Dolphins? Like, how is Tua doing this? They've had those moments, but again, I do not think that the Texans are getting that. I think they've got Josh Allen's full attention because they kicked his ass last year. You heard him right there, right off the bat. Yeah, I got beat up. Probably got knocked out.
Yeah.
And like you remember, boy, last time I played that team, I was 9 of 30. Like you remember that, and that's why I don't think they walk into this game the way like Baltimore walked in against the Browns, where you kind of, as you say, half cocked or like not with your full total attention. Well, I think this is a game they want.
Yeah. Look, I think obviously I pointed out all the reasons why they should be in the league, a championship caliber team, then they'll be locked in. The reality of it is, though, is D'Amico's defense. I talked about it a little earlier. I think it's a bad matchup. If you start talking about personnel, I think it's a bad matchup for the Texans. In respect to D'Amico's defense versus Josh Allen's offense, but. The tape will tell you that D'Amico went in there and absolutely destroyed Buffalo's offense last year.
Absolutely.
So is it
and Houston's defense will make you have to.
Well, that's where I'm going with it.
Take it serious.
It may not matter what Buffalo team shows up, and this goes back to what I was talking about a little earlier about the Texans' defense. Like that's who you have to be. Right? It doesn't matter what Josh Allen shows up. It doesn't matter, who's healthy or who isn't. It doesn't matter, how good or how electric Cook is. When it's all said and done, our defense is better than your offense, and we're going to make it hard to score points. I don't care who you are. So, that's the hope is it don't matter who shows up, that D'Amico's defense is an absolute problem for him.
Yeah. Listen, that will be an issue, and I do, like you said, I do think you're going to get, for a lot of reasons, both what they need to do in their own division and what the Texans did to them last year as something they remember. I think you're getting at the best of the Bills. And with that, Clint, I think this is something that is going to be extremely important and a question that I don't know if I know the answer to. And yesterday he talked about it and talked about his own run game. He talked about what the Texans need to do in this game. And can they take advantage of what is clearly the biggest weakness of the Buffalo Bills? Now, with that, it's not the greatest strength of the Texans, but clearly stopping the run is the biggest weakness for the Buffalo Bills. And if you can look at their games, they have been awful at it. Here's D'Amico yesterday talking about the importance of that for the Texans in this game coming up.
Yeah, running the ball, for me, it's always a key. No matter who you're playing, who's your opponent, you got to run it well. That just, when you can dictate and control the line of scrimmage, it just opens up your playbook a lot more. So the run game is vital. Of course, it's going to take all 11 guys blocking really well, being detailed in what we're doing, and our backs just finishing.
Can they do that? 713-572-4610. Can they take advantage of that weakness? The Bills give up 153 yards rushing a game. That is 31st in the NFL. The last 2 weeks against Tampa and Miami, good run teams, but they're not teams that you think of that, all right, these are two of the most punishing running teams in the league. Clint, they give up 400 yards and 5 rushing touchdowns to those two teams in the last 2 weeks. Woody Marks, we saw, got 18 carries. He got the bulk of the carries with Nick Chubb. Are they good enough up front to take advantage of that weakness? I mean, we watched Tampa Bay do a number on them. About every team has. Are they good enough up front? Because that's not this year.
Yeah, I think they are, at least in a because what I think that one of the most impressive things over the last 2 weeks that we've watched is, in the fourth quarter they've ran it really well, and in a way of to help them win a game in a big way. And so I don't know if they're going to go out there and go for 200.
Yeah, I don't.
But to go out there and run it well enough to complement the pass game and to allow them not to key in on one or the other. Yeah, I think they can. I think they can get that done. I think the Texans will run it well this week.
Yeah, because
they're committed. I mean, last week you look at it. Right, I love what they're doing.
They didn't run it. They ran it for 61 yards last week.
Yeah, but where I was going with that, they didn't run it well all week last. I mean, all four quarters last week. But in the fourth quarter, when you needed a field goal, they made it a chip shot instead of a. Well, I guess it ended up being a. They ended up being a
35 yarder.
30, okay, 56 is earlier in the game, so a 35 yarder. So they ran it multiple times down there, as the other team was calling timeouts, and they ended up getting 15 or 20 yards closer. So. The time running it in timely fashion, I think, has been really impressive. But where I was going with it is, they had 21 rushes last week, running backs. Obviously, the quarterback ran it a couple times, but the running backs, it was 18-3 Woody Marks to Nick Chubb.
I think that's probably how it should be.
Now, I don't know if that's because, hey man, last time we played the Tennessee Titans, Woody Marks went off, or is it, hey, we think Woody Marks is our best player, so we're going to go ahead and give him the ball. But that tilts me in the direction of when they rock and bounce it. When it's not perfect, he can bounce it. If it is perfect, he can hit his head on the goalpost type stuff. I like that approach. So I think they'll run it. I think they'll run it well enough. Not that it'll be great, but I think they'll run it well enough.
Yeah, and I just think you gotta take advantage of that. We've seen Woody Marks have. Moments. We've seen Nick Chubb have moments where they've cut loose and they've been able to run the football with some success. We've seen a couple of games this year, and to me, I think the good thing about the Texans is right now there isn't, besides Nico Collins, I think you obviously want to make sure you get him involved and him and Dalton Schultz, but it's not like, hey man, this is what we do. Like we come in here and run it. If we decide to try to run the football, that goes against what we normally do. I think. As they say, your game plan offense, damn it, this week makes the most sense, right? This week clearly it shows. I mean, they pulled a third-string running back in Tampa off the streets, and he goes for over 100, and they did their thing. So I think that is something. I think you're right. Late against Denver, Nick Chubb was able to get some yards, and if they can do that against Denver and some of these other teams they've been able to run the football against. But I think that is a critical thing this week is Buffalo is if you let them out and say, hey, man, we're gonna throw the football and let them do what they want to do, then I think that's obvious. As you know, it helps Davis Mills. It helps the quarterback if they're running the
2 weeks into 40-plus attempts from the quarterback. Backup quarterback throwing it more than the starter was throwing it when he was in there. And so we'll see how that changes if they do lean more into the run game. I would imagine if they can, I
think that's a bad stat. If we're in the mid-30s with Davis Mills attempts, to me that feels like they're they maybe are chasing, and they've had to let go of maybe the run game, unless the game plan coming into it is, hey, we're gonna drop Davis back and throw the football.
No, look, I think they trust Davis Mills enough to really allow him to decide. Call two plays in the huddle and decide when to throw it, when to run it, when to pull it and throw it into the flats on the RPO stuff. They're doing a lot of that with him, especially early. And so I think they trust him a lot. We'll see if they don't have run-its this week because of how poor Buffalo's run defense has been.
Yeah. To me, the formula here is the Texans' defense is going to be the Texans' defense and do what they've done for the most part to everybody. Now, maybe they don't shut them down for 14 points or something, but this isn't going to be the normal Buffalo defense, and then can you run it on them as well to control the game and control it away from Josh Allen. All right, as we continue here, it is Wednesday, and yes, we're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, but it is a little stock up, stock down. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right. Check it out. That is your local Twin Peaks Lodge. There's 5 of them around the city with hearty, crave-worthy classics that hit the spot fast, sink your teeth in.
Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell them to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That is right, Matthew. It is Stock Up, Stock Down. It is a Week 12 edition of the Buffalo Bills coming to NRG for some primetime Thursday night football. Do not forget, Houston, to wear your Battle Red on Thursday night. It is Battle Red Day, Battle Red game against these Bills for the Texans. And that's what we're discussing here on Stocks today. We're on the show, Hughley, and your eyes, sir. Stock up for the Houston Texans going into Week 12.
My stock up goes to Woody Marks. We talked about it a little bit in the last segment. I do think running the football may be, I think, offensively the most important thing for the Texans in this game. And I think we saw last week, I hope this isn't just a game plan thing because you never know. Nick Caley has said, hey, whatever the game plan is from week to week. But it looked like they are in a space where they're shifting towards Woody Marks being the main guy. As you said, he had 18 carries versus Nick Chubb's 3. And I talked about it last Friday that needs to be the switch. To me, right now, it's clear that he should be the guy that gives the most opportunities in the lead back, and it looks like that's happening. Although he didn't run great, I think he was like around 2 yards a carry or so, but I just think he should be the one getting the most opportunities. So for me, stock up. We saw it a clear, one of the first times, a clear shift in who the lead back was, and we'll see if that continues. And I think a big part of the game, them running the football. Woody Marks, my stock up.
Yeah, I like it, Ron, because I agree with you. I mean, the more, the better off you're going to be, because he is one of those guys that, boy, doesn't need much more than the crease. He doesn't need to catch one in the flats and be able to turn it up the side, and he can give you an explosive. He can give you hit your head on the goalpost type situation. And we don't have enough of those guys in the Texans uniform on the offensive side of the football. So I agree with you, man. His stock's never been higher. I'm glad they see it. I'm glad they used it last week. Hopefully they can continue to find ways to get him touches through the air and on the ground, because I do think he's got a I don't know how long-lived Woody Marks is here, because, I mean, if they go draft a guy high or get a big free agent or something, obviously that would limit his numbers. But right now, where Woody Marks is, man, he's a third down back that can pass protect, that can catch out of the backfield, that's getting first and second down touches, and I like it.
Yeah, I know my fantasy team would appreciate it. I've been starting him the last couple of weeks. There was Ron the Show's stock up for the Texans in Week 12, the rookie running back Woody Marks. Over to you, Clint Stoerner. Stock up for the Texans in your view.
I'm going to go Trent Brown. Look, I think what I saw last week, 2 weeks ago on film, I knew that they had to have seen it as well. There's just something about having an offensive lineman that can stop a pass rusher dead in his tracks. There's something about an offensive lineman that can wash a defensive lineman or an edge rusher completely down or completely out. And it literally has it has the ability. Now, it doesn't always work, because there's some speed issues and some footwork issues. But when he does completely shut down, lock up an edge rusher, even if it's not a great play, a highlight reel type play, but when he anchors down and locks that guy down, the quarterback has 4, 5, 6 yards of room to work that way if need be. When he washes down a D lineman, the running back doesn't just have a crease or a one-way go. He's now got a gaping hole or a two-way go. And to have that element, and it doesn't happen every snap, but to have that potential every play you call or every snap that takes place, I think changes the offense in a big way. And so they clearly saw it starting him last week, and so Trent Brown right now has got some stock that's up, man.
I think we'll see a lot this week too, right? The injury report is out, and I think Ed Ingram is good to go, and we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if last week was an Ed Ingram thing, and maybe that's what they felt. I would assume Ed's getting closer to healthy.
Yep.
And we'll see if that is a change, whether it is hey, man, we need Trent Brown there because we need Trent Brown, or if this is a injury thing and Trent Brown is, as they say, our best 5. But I get the feel that I'm with you. I get the feel that they want Trent Brown on the field.
Yeah, I think they want him on the field. Here's the deal: is if it's me, I would start him. I'd leave Titus Howard inside, and then because Buffalo's got some edges now. If all of a sudden he's struggling with these edges just from a movement ability from an athletic,
Rousseau and Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, if he all of a sudden struggles with those guys, those better, more complete edges, then you go back to Titus, get Ingram back in the game inside. You got to plan. You got to plan for either one to tackle in good hands right now.
The arrow's pointed up.
You are listening to H-Town's #1 afternoon drive sports talk. That'd be The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Every Wednesday at 3:30, we do a little stock up, stock down. Stock ups are out of the way. Now is where we got to get tough with it. We got to be honest, got to be critical. Stock downs. We're on the show, Hughley, Week 12, Bills, Texans, Thursday night. Stock down for these Texans in your eyes.
I like these kind of stock downs because it's not necessarily like, man, this guy's playing awful. I would say stock down to Xavier Hutchinson. And it's not because Xavier Hutchinson is playing poorly. I think he had a couple of plays in the game against the Titans, and I think he's been pretty good this year for them. But it is clear we are starting to see an emergence from Jaden Higgins. We're starting to see 81 start to seem to get more and more and more. And in the last two games, especially with Davis Mills, like he's been involved in the offense a lot more. And I think the person that is going to probably lose some snaps due to that is Xavier Hutchinson. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think the whole hope and plan was that Jaden Higgins would be a guy that could take that spot opposite side of Nico Collins, and we're starting to see him being used in a big way. So for me, I would say Xavier Hutchinson, not due to his poor play, because I think he still helps this team out, but I think Jaden Higgins is starting to rise right now.
Yeah. Jaden Higgins, if anybody in that same position isn't down right now, I thought the Christian Kirk would be the low-hanging fruit there, but
that's what I was about to say. I was like, I can't believe Ron didn't go Kirk.
Well, it was his birthday yesterday.
Well, it was his birthday, but
we
Christian's
still talked about benching him.
More of a slot guy. I think Higgins is the guy that you want to line up outside opposite Nico. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, we got to come up with a different segment for what Christian Kirk is at.
I need him to rebound, man.
It's something lower than stock now.
He's making us Aggies look bad. All right, Clint Stoerner, put a cap on this thing for us. Stock down in your eyes for the Texans in Week 12 with the Bills coming to town.
Well, this has more to do with just a situation of when you need this guy, and so it's never been felt more than I think this week. I'm going to go with linebacker Christian Harris. You know, this is Christian Harris. There's a lot of talk right now about DeMeco Ryans and a spy on defense, and should he use a spy, and how should he use a spy, and what's that look like? And the reality of it is we saw a guy named Christian Harris. I think it was last year. We saw him be really the best player on the defensive side of the football against Lamar Jackson.
2 years ago in the playoffs.
Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, remember, last year.
That's right. Last year was the injury stuff, right? But we saw him, the super athletic former defensive back linebacker, the guy that DeMeco said is one of the best, if not the best linebackers he's coached, whatever he said. We saw exactly why. And it's games like this right here for me, Ron, that hurt, because Christian Harris run this week and had the ability to track down and tackle both speed and physicality with both the running back Cooks and Josh Allen. So my stock's going to be down for Christian Harris because I don't expect to see him on the field at all.
Do you think E.J. Speed is good enough to handle that? But I'm with you. Christian Harris is a different kind of athlete. We saw that. We haven't seen a lot of people keep up with Lamar.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think EJ gives you a chance, but EJ's one of those that he gets on top of you so fast that you don't even realize. So it's going to be more of that sneak attack where I think Christian Harris is a guy that he can actually touch Lamar in a phone booth. Where nobody else has a chance, Christian Harris can. So it's a little different. He can go into those situations very confidently, whereas I think EJ Speed's got to go in balls to the wall and hope to surprise him. So yes, I think EJ can get the job done.
It would seem like he'd be the guy that they probably.
He's got to be. The other guys ain't gonna be able to keep up. But I do. This is one of those games where I think Christian Harris, he is just made. The reason you have a Christian Harris on your roster, obviously, is to play good linebacker year round. But it's because in these games, he could typically make a big difference, and to not have him this week could potentially hurt. So right here on this wet Wednesday, Christian Harris, stock down, Chief.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 16 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th already started. Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman streaming started November 16th only on Paramount Plus. All right, I know Tyler watched this intently, and he already knew what the answers were going to be when he watched it last night with his team, Texas A&M. But there was a lot that happened with the college football playoff unveiling of the most recent rankings, and a couple of teams are the ones that a lot of people are talking about at the back half of that top 10. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, with the airports and travel being what it is today, I know a lot of folks will be hitting the road in their rig.
or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
There is nothing more insufferable than an Aggie team on a win streak.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It is a wet Wednesday, usually a thirsty Thursday, but we're out here on a Wednesday as the week is a little different with the Texans playing the Bills tomorrow. But that brings the drive on the road here to Buffalo Wild Wings, Ritchie Road. And I know many people are about to start getting off work. Make your way on out here. Get you some good food, some good drinks. Bud Light girls are here. They also help us put this together each and every week, and we appreciate them. Buffalo Wild Wings as well. They'll take care of you. You got a chance to win prizes. We're gonna start hooking folks up here in the 4 o'clock hour. All you got to do is get a ticket from our guy Shay if you're on the way or in the building, and you can put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to be a winner of multiple prizes. We'll be hooking people up starting in the 4 o'clock hour. So come on out, as it's a good time as always. Hey, Clint, the college football poll came out last night, and it's starting to get more and more serious as we get closer towards the end of the season, to where now, Clint, where you are is starting to matter. Where you dropping? I think the committee they had several things that let you know maybe the rest of the way of what you can and can't do with your teams and how they're thinking. The rankings came out. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, they're all undefeated. They stay 1, 2, and 3. I think we all knew that at that point. Georgia and then Texas Tech slide in at 4 and 5, and then Ole Miss, who's sitting there with one game left against Mississippi State. They look like they're pretty much in. Especially if they win. They're sitting in the 6th spot. Oregon, they've got a big game against USC, who's 15th that can make a move. OU, after their big win in Tuscaloosa, they come in at 8. They move up 3 spots. Clint, Notre Dame sits at 9. A lot of people have some feelings about Notre Dame. Alabama, they drop 6 spots, Clint, after losing at home to Oklahoma by 2. That's another talking point. Then BYU, Utah, Miami. Miami is one to watch there in the ACC as their champion is going to get in, but they got a hard time getting into the ACC championship game. Georgia Tech is actually probably the team to watch there potentially. But not much movement at the top, but from 6 through 12, a little bit more movement, Clint. And I think the big talking point is people are really, really surprised that Alabama dropped 6 spots after losing at home to Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only dropping, but dropping below Notre Dame, I think, is the big talking point of
Did you agree with that? They're really getting punished for that Florida State loss, that road loss, which.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I don't agree with it. Personally, I don't agree. I think Bama's a better football team, but you know, a lot of it is I mean, Notre Dame's beat USC, Pitt, and Navy, I think. Is that I think that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they've left a lot to be desired in the sense of like strength of schedule and
it's like their
signature
losses.
wins.
Their losses are better. It seems like
they're and I don't remember all the details, but going into this season, the College Football Playoff Committee was, they were close losses. I think were going to be rewarded at a higher rate, which is exactly what Notre Dame has done. I mean, they've lost the 2 losses. They've lost by 3 points, both of them.
Yeah.
You're right. The even though the Florida State game was earlier in the year, I would imagine that's probably the difference in Notre Dame being ahead of Alabama, getting absolutely shellacked. What did they lose by? I mean, it was 15.
It got away from them.
It got away from them late. I think it was even worse than the 31-17 score that it was.
But to me, as you said, Notre Dame's best wins were is
USC and probably Navy. Isn't Navy pretty good this year?
Yeah, but like Pitt fell out of the poll right now. So USC is the only team they have that's in the poll. When you look at Alabama, they've got to win over the number 4 team in your poll at Georgia on the road, right? Then they've got wins in Missouri. They beat Tennessee. Like they've got 4 wins inside this top 22, which is like that's got to be more important than the 2 really good losses that Notre Dame has. To me, it's where it looks like Notre Dame is just gonna be in, and I don't know, boy. That is you lost your 2 top games that you played, and then Pitt and USC. Now, if USC beats Oregon this weekend, then that feels a little different. But I don't know, boy. Notre Dame feels like they're getting some. I don't want to say special treatment, but that they stick out like a sore thumb right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be when you get down to this is what I love about the college football playoff where it's at now, and even if they would have went to 8 instead of 12 or however many instead, I love the fact that we get to banter about. Right now it's 8, 9, 10, 11, that kind of deal, and that's where the conversation is more of a debate instead of the top 4. Who deserves to be in the top 4? So, to me, this conversation is a beautiful one because the bottom half of the college football playoff and not the top. Where before it was who gets in, who doesn't. Now it's just about hey, what team that slipped up 2 or 3 times this season is still going to get in.
And I think because someone Champ Slice texted in and said that Notre Dame's always going to get in with the brand name. Well, hell, Alabama's right there. I mean, it's the reason I heard what's her name, Heather Dench on ESPN this morning talking about the importance of this is, let's say, I think Texas Tech is in the field regardless. I think if Texas Tech gets to the Big 12 title game, they're at 5 right now. If they were to lose to BYU or Utah, I think that Texas Tech still gets in. I don't think they drop all the way out. And I think if that were to happen, obviously BYU or whoever beat them has to get in. And then I think whoever's sitting at the 10th spot maybe drops out because I think Texas Tech would stay in the top 10 based off everything they've done all season. So that's why getting dropped that far down to that 10th spot is important, is just in case something funky happens up top.
It's going to get hairy at that 10, 11, 12 spot because, like you said, if Texas Tech runs the table, it's not going to matter. But if Texas Tech drops one, you got BYU and Utah sitting at 11 and 12, and look down a little deeper. Texas is somehow sitting at 17, and you're sitting at 17 with an Arkansas team that you should the game of the year, right? At Texas A&M.
Yeah, but Texas got to be done, man.
Bro, if they beat the brakes off of Arkansas this week and get up to say 15 or even 14, depending on what happens ahead of them, and then you turn around and you beat the number 3 team in America, you're getting in the top 12. And you're to Champ Slice's point, you're a blue blood. Yeah, you're getting in absolutely. You don't think they would deserve to get in?
No, with 3 depending on what everybody else does, but like to me, I don't think they should get in over a Miami team if they got 3 losses. By the way, we'll see how close Miami gets to Notre Dame because they've beat them head to head. But I'm
going to tell you right now, if Texas wins out, which is it's a long shot.
You think if Texas wins out, they're going to get
Texas wins out. If the University of Texas beats the number 3 team in America,
which isn't going to happen.
I agree with what Tyler just said. But if they did, I believe they get in.
They're always overrated too. They got that working for them.
All they've got to do is be in the conversation and right around 12, and they're getting in. But they're not. Utah's not getting in over Texas. If they're right there, and that's who they're not getting in over. Texas.
Yeah, maybe they're not, but Miami would.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if Miami gets in, there's still other. I mean, is Georgia?
I'm just looking at this right, OU is, and they beat OU, but OU is sitting up there at 8. They've got 2 losses. All these 2-loss teams, I find it hard, Miami and Alabama and like I find it hard that Texas would be able to jump all of those with 3 losses if they
got 2 weeks to do it. And if one of those if one of those wins is versus number 3 in the country. With there's 3 teams in the country right now that are getting the love, and it's A&M, Indiana, and Ohio State. You beat one of those teams, you're going to climb in a big way.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a blue blood.
Well, we'll see. Text line coming in. I think Alabama can beat Texas A&M. They played a soft schedule, not battle tested. Someone else texted in.
They have the strongest schedule, literally.
Ain't beating the Aggies.
The hell out of here.
Somebody else texted and said, Clint, that's a whole bunch of places to jump. Teams to jump from 17 all the way up into
from 17 to 12 in 2 weeks. Nah, really, truth be told, you got 3 weeks because you got conference championship games.
I don't think they would get in. They got 2 SEC losses. I don't think so. Yeah, they still wouldn't jump Georgia and because they lost to Georgia. They wouldn't jump Georgia and A&M. Interesting. We'll see, but. I would like to say it's going to probably play itself out, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure in some route. But
again, I'm just glad that we're having this conversation about 10, 11, and 12 and not 3 and 4.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, look, I got a couple of things. I got I don't know if I'm going to bet that the Texans are going to win this game this week, but boy, I am shocked at how many people think the Texans have no shot with Davis Mills playing, as well as Joe Espada with some absolute fire speaking to the media about the Astros. Hunter Brown, to be exact, I absolutely love it. I got to bring it to the people. And I think Bill Belichick has lost his damn mind, officially has lost his damn mind. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. In fact, I'm sitting here fixing to eat me an old piece of chicken and some fries, and I wish I had me a cold Coors Light sitting right there in my face. In fact, I may.
insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, today's Dirty Daily is powered by, not the Milner Brothers, Tyler. But it is.
Take the bait.
Well, it is powered by a little something that you had to do with. I'm going to tell you, I didn't get the teacher's name, but my wife's teacher that back in 2000, the year 2000, decided to put that time capsule together. They unearthed it yesterday, Tyler.
Mrs. Smith.
Probably. You had what you put in there.
I meant to go watch that live stream that they did last night. I totally forgot. No.
Yeah, well, I know I married well, boys.
What'd you put in the time capsule?
Straight A report card, son.
Oh, what a nerd.
Back when they typed out report cards, man. I mean, straight A report card. She had drawn a picture of her little pony that her granddad had bought her that she rode all the time, named Baby. She drew that little picture in there, and then there's actually a video of them as a class, like they all stood up there in two lines, and they introduced themselves. So I got a kick out of that, man. And when you marry 13 years younger like I did, I didn't know her when she was that age. I didn't.
You didn't know her, huh?
I didn't.
Damn near came close to babysitting
her. By the way, my mom told a story in my kids' church school this morning that made me sound like a real creeper. I was like, Mom, that's not how that story went.
No, it is. Just tell the truth.
She's telling the whole church how I've been watching my wife since she was 3, and I'm like, Mom, we're in a day school. I wasn't watching my wife when she was 3 years old. I mean, think about what you're saying. But
come on.
Anyway, the time capsule teacher. I don't know who you are, but Stephen
Mrs. Smith,
Austin,
we thank you.
Yeah, that's big time. So that really touched me, man. That was fun. That was fun to watch. She got all excited about it.
Did she?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, the old time capsule, man. You want to do one? We can look back in 20 years. See what
I have done one somewhere in Raytown, Missouri. I don't know. I remember doing one. I don't remember what I put in there. Yeah. Don't remember what I put in there.
I mean, are you interested in going back and looking, finding out what was going on?
I'm guessing they probably did that. I mean,
look up on Facebook and find it, man. Raytown, Missouri, huh?
I got it. Yeah. Old Laurel Hills Elementary.
Or is that Kansas?
No, that's Missouri.
Oh, my bad.
Old Laurel Hills, baby.
All right. Well,
I remember doing one.
I mean, I think I went to elementary before time capsules were a thing. So I guess I'm too old for it. But whoever that teacher is, I appreciate you powering Dirty's Daily today. Wet Wednesday. It is a wet Wednesday. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings, Ritchie Road,
That's
45 right. Up in Spring. Come through, hang out with us, and the drinks are wet. But the Bud Light is wet. Right? It's the bar is wet. The county is wet. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know how it wouldn't be. Do we still have dry counties in Texas?
Yes.
Is there dry counties in Texas?
Man, I mean,
I'll be damned. I got a buddy of mine in Arkansas.
Came out the blocks quick with that.
I got a buddy of mine in Arkansas that I mean, his kids will never have to work again because he's got the last or the first, depending on if you're leaving or coming, liquor store on the edge of like 5 straight dry counties. He's at the first one you come.
Oh, man.
So if you're going to make a stop on the way out or stop on the way in, boy, I tell you, it's a way to go. But it's a wet Wednesday. Buffalo Wild Wings is wet for sure. Come on through and hang out with us. Also, little announcement, Football Friday, which is obviously 2 days from now. It's also going to be a Reaction Friday, right, Ron?
That's right.
We will be at Walk-Ons in Katy.
That's right.
So come through, hang out with us, Walk-Ons in Katy. Last time we were at Walk-On in Katy, but it was a good day. It was a good afternoon.
Yeah,
good afternoon for us. It was great for old buddy that sat at the bar and left and then came.
Don't leave her out. She had a great time too.
I'm sure she did. Right, since
I think she did.
Since we came off the Texans winning
she may have faked
Sunday, she may have faked it. but she's all right. Since the Texans winning on Sunday against the Titans, it literally started in the postgame show. Sean Pendergast said, "Hey man, what do you think happens moving forward at the quarterback position?" I said, "Well, you got a short week. There's some boxes that need to be checked for CJ to get out of concussion protocol. He hadn't had snaps, hadn't had reps, hadn't thrown the ball, hadn't been in the huddle, and more importantly, hadn't navigated a chaotic pocket in 2+ weeks. And so I think that it'd be best that you start Davis Mills this week, and then you bring C.J. Stroud back on the long week when you got 10 days to get it all figured out." And folks immediately started hitting me on Twitter, immediately started hitting me on the text line of how crazy I am and how the Houston Texans have no chance with Davis Mills at quarterback. 713-572-4610. Text in, call in. Do you believe that the Houston Texans have zero chance of beating the Bills with Davis Mills at quarterback?
Yeah, I think, but I do think the game has to go a certain way for the Texans, right? I think obviously if CJ was there, there are other paths. To me, this has to be the defense really showing up. I don't love at all, even though he made plays against Jacksonville, so at least that there is some confidence there. I don't love the thought of anything close to what the Bills and the Bucs did last week, to where he's got to go tit for tat with Josh and their offense, and they go here and they score here. I don't like that. But to say no chance, no, I think there is a way that they have to win this game.
I like the way you said that, because I do think, and I can acknowledge that there's obviously another path to victory, or it's more likely that you can accomplish and take the path to victory of your offense has to go out there and score 30-plus points to win it. That's obviously going to be more likely if you've got a C.J. Stroud caliber quarterback out there. But what shocks me is the immediate response after Davis has played well for 2 weeks of we have no chance. Like, I'm just going to tell you, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to fan. You fan how you want to, but the film of Davis Mills, the film of the Texans offense the last 2 weeks will give you a chance to win this football game. They may not be the reason why you win this football game. I don't want to see this Texans offense in a shot with C.J. Stroud, much less Davis Mills. But the quarterback, the product that's been the quarterback the last 2 weeks, is playing the position at a high enough level to where he can play well against his defense and they can win this football game. And now I think the lead horse has to be the defense.
Yeah.
The defensive play caller has to and more importantly, the head coach has to be to game manage in a way that it's an advantage. But Davis Mills is playing well enough where you can go into this game as a Texans fan and feel like you got a shot to win it. You can go into this game as a Texans fan and feel like the quarterback's not going to be the reason you don't win it. And so I've been taken aback a little bit over the last 3 days of just how out folks are, and I can tell you that the film doesn't necessarily say that. So,
a couple of texts coming in. No chance, Clinton. Then the very disrespectful "sorry, bud" to dismount on that. General Mills gonna kick that ass for a big W for H-Town. Text line coming in. They barely beat the Jags and the Titans. I wouldn't think they would win even if Stroud was a quarterback.
Yeah, that's that's an interesting way to look at it. I mean, that just unfortunately football doesn't work like that. I mean, I guess fortunately this year it doesn't work like that. I mean, it's we can look back at common opponents, we can look back at prior games, but the reality of it is, again, if you're the offensive product, I've said it. Look, it's not Davis has been good, but if we're being honest, the supporting cast has been significantly better. I think the offensive line that they've landed on has been better than the offensive line was early in the season. The play calling and has been more offensive line and more quarterback friendly. I mean, the supporting cast has been better as well, and so I think there's a real chance here for the Texans product to look different against the Bills. Again, it's not you're not gonna win this game being led by and spearheaded by the offense. Obviously, the defense has got to lead the way and give you a chance and put you in position. I'm just telling you, if the other pieces do their part and put this team in a position where in the fourth quarter you got a chance to win the game, Davis Mills is playing well enough and making throws, and the guys around him are playing well enough and doing their job to where I feel good about their ability to go down and win a game.
Yeah, you just, to me, this, and I think what you're talking about is the defense has to be the thing that really moves this in this direction. This needs to be a Davis. There are going to be a couple of plays out there that we want you to make. But other than that, make the plays that you need to make. Don't lose us the game. You hope this doesn't get to like Jacksonville. Hey, man, we need a big second half.
Yeah.
We need you to go out. We need you to go out and go toe to toe with Josh and their offense. Like that's where you don't want to. Because if they're in position, hey, there's a couple of plays that we need you to make, like the 3rd and 16 throw to Nico. There's a couple of plays, like you said, you saw 10 to 15 really, really big time throws in that game. They need to make you a couple of those, but we can't have the kick off the game turnover.
Yes,
like you did against Jacksonville. Now we're getting in a position where you're losing the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I just, for what it's worth, watching it through the quarterback lens, watching it through the quarterback lens, man. I mean, Davis Mills has been really, really good, and the supporting cast around him has been better than it was earlier in the season. So I think offensively, you've got a shot here. You're not just completely out. Again, I'm not going to tell you as a fan, if you're out, hey, be out. That's cool. I'm just telling you, I feel like there's a shot here. Boys, have y'all seen this most recent report of Bill Belichick?
I have not.
I have, unfortunately.
Tyler, you may have to remind me to pick up some of the details. I quit just after the headline. Ron, have you not seen any of this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Disgusting.
I mean, we got at some point we got to decide if Bill Belichick is tarnishing the arguably the best coaching career of all time.
I think we have made the decision.
Well, no, it gets worse.
I'm sorry.
Bill Belichick has been spotted in the bleachers watching his girl Jordan. You know what she's doing? Adult cheerleading team.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Well, I mean, he's supportive.
I didn't know it was a thing either. It's got to be a joke.
It's supportive.
It's got to be a joke.
I mean, her hair and makeup and outfit.
You sit over there with Lowe's riding the horses. How come he can't support his lady? That's right. Good for you, Bill. That's a good man.
Boy,
good man for his lady.
I tell you,
your lady. If your wife was on the adult cheerleading team, you'd be out there watching and supporting, wouldn't you? Where you're hoodie?
I think it's no, they're not married. I think it's a. I don't think I don't
getting all the other perks.
Tyler, did you see? Did it look in the picture like it was some kind of part of some kind of show or something, like part of some kind of gimmick or something?
No, honest.
Not
to
him.
God,
I'm talking about her. The picture of her.
No. Honest to God, the images I saw. I mean, it was just one or two on Twitter or whatever, but it looked like a legit cheer competition, like I saw like our high school doing back in the day, like with the the foam mat at the gym.
I didn't even know this was a thing. But Bill's in that. He's in that auditorium, boy, supporting this young lad. I'm gonna tell you, man. If anything has ever happened in the football world that proves that is the most powerful thing in the world,
and they killing it too.
It is untied and undefeated. Bill Belichick is proving that point right now.
This was basically watching her in Dancing with the Stars.
Maybe
she was.
If she was Dancing with the Stars, I'd get down with it. I mean, she's out there with a bunch of adults that are legitimately like in cheerleading outfits, guys and girls, like dead serious grown adults doing cheerleader things.
Better leave Bill alone. Bill's about to have them bowl eligible.
Bill can't support.
About to have them bowl eligible.
Bill can't be getting down with that.
Maybe he's recruiting for the North Carolina cheerleading squad.
I just don't understand why y'all can't let that man he's supporting his lady.
What would you do right now if Courtney came to you and said she wants to join an adult cheerleader?
I'll be right there cheering her ass on. Me and the kids.
You're so full of it.
I am not
You're
full
so
of it.
full
I
of
am not full of it. And why would I?
You're so full
It just happened. No, I'm not full of it. Of course, I would.
I would judge her.
Well, you can judge her.
I would.
And hell,
judge
I
her.
might judge her, but I will be there supporting her ass.
You'll judge her a little bit in that outfit.
And he had some fun. And he had some fun later on.
I think he's doing damage to his coaching career.
That's not doing damage.
Oh,
he has got the North Carolina Tar Heels. Are they close to bowl eligible? I think they are, aren't they?
Oh, he's killing it. He's killing it.
I think he is. I mean,
this guy's gone. This guy's gone from
man.
being the most disciplined, no distraction guy to high heels and short skirts on the sideline and meetings during the game, and now he's sitting on the sideline watching a damn gimmick.
That's right, man.
Nah, man, it's
let him.
What's
live.
wrong with Bill, man? I never was. I never was a fan of Bill.
They got to get 2 more wins, baby. It's 4 and 6, baby. You got to get 2 more, man. Bill, these guys bowl eligible.
He's out there recruiting.
Man, go ahead, man. You support your lady. What's her name? Jordan. You support Jordan.
Yeah.
She's out there giving the best she can, and he's out there right there. Go ahead, lady.
She got too much time on her hands.
I bet he's breaking her down like he does defenses. I bet he's like, I bet he's got the whole team down.
Your footwork, I mean, your technique and mechanics sucks.
Dude, he's telling her, she's got
to execute.
Because she's got a couple of guys out there. Do your job. That aren't doing their job and not getting their spots trying to do more. All right, listen up, man. Some audio here we got to play you because I cannot believe I'm going to say. I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but he officially needs to be the voice of the Astros.
And I'm going to agree with you.
Clearly the voice of the Astros. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're injured in an accident, whether it's you or a loved one,
is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back in as we are live here. Buffalo Wild Wings on well, it's supposed to be Thirsty Thursdays, usually Thirsty Thursdays, but we are here on a Wednesday, a little wet Wednesday is what
you're figuring it out. It's starting to roll a little bit better for you.
Clint started to call it a wet Wednesday, not on me. If we get in any trouble on Clint.
Oh,
no. But no, man, it's a good time out here. We're going to be hooking folks up with prizes here coming up here the rest of the way. Shout out to Bud Light and the Bud Light girls, and shout out to
Anna. And Anna.
Oh, well, hello. AM in the building. There it is.
Oh, you got they're busy right now.
Yeah, they're kicking it right there. Yeah,
they're looking at pictures of Tyler Milner. They're watching the YouTube video watching Tyler.
Yeah, that's accurate too, Tyler. All over you. That's right.
She's zooming in right now.
Zooming in. Him. Yep. Good looking fella. All right. If you're in the building, go ahead and grab a ticket to be able to win some of our prizes. We're going to start hooking folks up as soon as this segment ends, so stay tuned for that if you're in the building or you're on your way coming in. All right, Clint, Joe Espada, he went on Foul Territory on MLB Network and talked about several things. And to me, man, I'm listening to this right now. I think Dana Brown believes that he is the voice and the face of the Astros. Jim Crane's the owner, likes to kind of chill back a little bit, but I think Dana thinks he is the face. And he held court at the GM meetings last week and made some comments about the direction of where this team is going to start next season. But, boy, I loved what I heard from Joe Espada, and I want to talk first about what he talked about with Hunter Brown, his ace, his starter. He's going to be probably without Framber Valdez, but the guy they're building this entire pitching staff around, Hunter Brown. This was Joe Espada talking about his ace.
Got to give me a second. I thought we were doing Cup 4.
My fault. Hunter Brown. We'll get to him, but no, Hunter Brown is obviously who they're going to build this thing around.
Yeah, look, what I like about it, Ron, is he was asked a question that you've asked many a time: is Hunter Brown an ace? And I mean, he specifically, I'm telling you, this is some tremendous audio, just in a sense of what an ace really is, not just a good pitcher.
No, yeah, I mean, you finished third in the Cy Young Award.
All right, I got it for you.
But here he is. Here is Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros, talking about his ace.
Yes, I believe so. You know, and not. I'm going to take away the performance. Like you do need to perform, right? I think performance goes with that description that you just said, right? You have to perform, but there's also an element that ace bring to a team which is. Every day he steps on the baseball field, the dynamic, the environment, the clubhouse just changes. You know, we all feel like we're going to win that game, right? You go through stretches of games where you're not playing well. You can't wait for that ace to get on the mound so it could change the course of the series or the week, right? That's the description of an ace. That's number one. Number two, you know, he brings this element of like humility, arrogance to him, where it's contagious to everyone, right? He's got an edge. Garrett Cole has that edge, that level of confidence where he knows that today we have to win this game. Today I'm going to give our club 6-7 innings because our bullpen needs it, our team needs it, and Hunter Brown has developed into that A's mentality. And from moving on, now he's got to continue that consistency in his preparation and discipline. It's what is going to keep him in that level where when we talk about the A's, the Schools of the world, those guys are on a different level because of how consistent they are, not only on the performance, but in their preparation.
Right, had multiple times to mention Framber, and he did not when he went through all the former aces, especially with the Astros. And
the interesting thing, Ron, is that he just got through talking about Framber too, so it wasn't like Framber wasn't front of mind.
On his mind, yeah.
When he was rattling through, JV's got it, Garrett Cole's got it, Scooble he mentioned later on.
But that is big to the piece of like he didn't just say when he starts. Every day he steps on the field, like he brings something and. You could tell he's got like some guys don't have the personality to be the he described more than just performance ace. He definitely seems to.
Well, I think it's really cool as a fan because I as a fan I feel that, right. I mean I feel like even between Framber and Hunter Brown, like I feel like we're going to get good outing from Framber. I don't. There's no doubt or distrust or anything from Framber, but the feeling that he's talking about, the clubhouse gets, the team gets, as a fan, I get when Hunter Brown gets on the mound. The last couple of years, I think we've talked about it multiple times. I think he's worked his way into that, where when he gets on the bump, if you're in a rut and you hadn't won a few games, or you got a big deciding game in a series, you just need to turn the tide. He's a guy that can absolutely do that. So it's good. It was good to hear that what I feel and what I think a lot of fans feel is real inside that clubhouse as well.
Yeah, this to me was interesting where I believe he should be, to me, the person that's the spokesperson, the voice. I'm not saying he's the main decision maker, but the voice. I think he communicates probably the best way possible for your players in the building and what you need to convey to the public and the fan base. This is him, because if you remember, our guy Dana Brown, the GM, when he started to talk about Cam Smith, they were saying Cam Smith, basically his roster is not guaranteed in left field. He needs to prove himself and show that he is coming into the season at a certain space, that it is not a lock that he is on the roster. And we were like, my goodness, like man, this is his second year. That seemed to be potentially aggressive of how you're going after Cam Smith, who we know is going to be somebody that's going to be a part of this. He's the main piece in the. Listen to how Joe Espada kind of handles the Cam Smith situation.
He has the ability to do it, but we need to give this process some time. This is just going to be his sophomore year in the big leagues, and I think his freshman year was a solid season. Is it more in there? Absolutely, but he barely played minor league baseball. He came into camp. He won a spot. We believe in him. We believe in his ability to be a right fielder for the future. But we just need to allow him to learn the league. He came out on the bat really well, and the league, what happens? The league's going to adjust to you, and he just needs to figure out a way to adjust to the league and what they're trying to do on the offensive side. And he is going to be able to do that. My job is to continue to provide an environment where he could be himself. He can continue to develop to the players that we know he can be, and just be patient. This kid's going to be a star, and I'm just super excited about the future. What holds up for him.
See, I mean, to me, that's how you handle it. Man, this is a young dude. It feels like Dana Brown tried to push some. All right, man. Hey, you better get it together right now, or else. And to me, this is the approach. Even if you're doing that, this is the approach to me of how you handle it in public and handle a cat. And I would think now, Cam Smith looks at, all right, Joe's got some confidence in me, and it. Like what Joe said is the opposite of what Dana. No, man, you better get it together. We are. needs to be the voice. That's exactly, to me, how you handle it.
Yeah, I prefer that. I think a lot of players prefer that. You got a general manager that says, hey, man, nobody has a job. You got to go out and earn it. And then you got a head coach that says, hey, man, this particular guy's really talented. He had a good year. He's young. We're going to be patient with him, and we're big fans. We feel like he can be. Yeah, I mean, so it's to me, it's – you would like the organization to just be aware of like what that particular player needs to hear instead of this tough love or stroking them all the damn time. But the more interesting thing to me, and I'll be honest, as an Astros fan, probably the number one most concerning thing for me is I listened to every bit of this audio from Joe Espada, and it was really good. I encourage all the Astros fans to just go out and listen. I mean, he addresses Framber Valdez and the potential of bringing him back.
Coaching staff.
The coaching staff, the changes that went on. He addresses the Framber Valdez, Salazar.
That beef.
When he was catching and he broke through the wrong pitch, kind of deal.
He handled that. Yeah.
But it's not even about like what he says is just like that jaw dropping. It's just the way he was transparent and the way that he talked through each one of them is exactly what you want. What I want as a fan, I want representing my organization. And hell, I've been a guy that's been like, I'm not a real big fan of this particular manager. But the more interesting, to the point, the more interesting thing for me, Ron, as a fan, is like, it's still like those two have never talked.
Yeah, they don't always.
I mean, if those two guys were speaking about Cam Smith, their right fielder, like, how do we want to handle this kid? Like, what do we want the messaging to be around our you think those two guys would be on a similar
They don't even seem like they're on good cop, bad cop.
They don't sound like they've even talked about it.
Yeah.
So it's just as an Astros fan, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know exactly what it means to be true because I don't know how it impacts winning and losing. But I just the general manager and the head coach, I think Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have done a really good job of letting everybody know, hey man, we're locked at the hip, man. We meet every morning, and whatever the messaging is going to be consistent coming out of this building. In Houston, I mean, with the Astros, it's just like I don't. It's like those guys are all working from home.
Yeah. It does. It's something to me I think that needs to improve, but I don't think it will. All right, coming up, Texans report. Brandon Scott, he'll join us. We'll get his thoughts about this big game coming up tomorrow.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Super Center. Look, living around these parts, man, it's we get hard freezes, we get obviously hurricanes.
Holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the grid.
Around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here on the road. Buffalo Wild Wings here right off Ritchie Road. Come on out here and enjoy yourself with us. Great food, great company, wings, and much more on that menu. You can come out here and enjoy yourself. Bar is ready to go. I see the Bud Light girls out here. I see all kinds of drinks. You get anything you want around here. Just make your way on out here right off Ritchie Road and enjoy yourself. We got our guy B. Scott with us. It's Wednesday, Texans report, and big game tomorrow. And Brandon, I know you're all on this. Clint said that he is blown away by how many people believe that with Davis Mills is the starter, that it's bleak to no chance right now. What's your thoughts going into this game with this version of Davis Mills in terms of their chances of winning the game?
Yeah, I think the key part of it that you said there is this version. Like, I think if you're just looking at it maybe kind of from a bird's eye view, and you say if you ask Davis Mills to go band for band with Josh Allen, that's not ideal. But I don't think that's exactly what you're asking Davis Mills to do. What the Texans would be asking him to do is something similar to what he's done over the last couple of weeks. Take care of the football, know where to go with the football, and to make a couple of plays here and there. And the critical thing that he's done has been really good late. You know, he's helped them win games late, with the scramble against Jacksonville, and obviously that 3rd and 16 to Nico Collins. So he has been steady throughout the game and then come up with big plays at the end of the game. And what's key with this matchup is the fact that you're fighting fire with fire, right? You got the number one defense going up against the number two offense, the number one defense being the Texans and the number two offense being the Buffalo Bills. you're asking him to be able to manage that dynamic, right? It's not like you're expecting Josh Allen to necessarily be going off for 40. You're expecting your number one defense to play like one. So what you're saying is, hey, Davis, between this number one defense and the way that you've been playing over the last couple of weeks, that should be enough to at least give us a chance to win this game on Thursday night.
Yeah, it's just interesting, B. Scott. I mean, he's thrown it 45 times in one game, 41 times in another game. He's thrown for 292 and 274, so you're averaging in that low 280 yards a game. And, boy, to just have zero confidence that you can win a game with that quarterback product is interesting. I agree with you. I would prefer to have C.J. Stroud in a shootout with Josh Allen, but let's be honest, if anything turns into a shootout with our defense, the lead story is 100% going to be our defense getting shredded. You know, that's just where I'm at with the thing is, boy, the defense has to lead the way. The game management, the play calling's got to all be on point, and then you get to the quarterback. I just think that other stuff is more important.
Yeah, well, even for me, like this is where I'm looking at it. To me, the game will be won or lost based on whether the Texans can run the football. And we have seen games where the Texans have done it pretty well. We've seen games where they've done it not so well, right? Like the difference for me is, does the Texans' run game look more like it looked in the fourth quarter against Jacksonville, or more like it looked for the most part against Tennessee, despite the fact that they won that game anyway? I didn't feel like they ran the ball with the same level of regularity. Now, there's a reason for that, right? You're going up against Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat, who are as bad as the Titans are. That's one of the better interior combinations you're going to find in the league. But it still remains the fact that they could not run the football. They are facing a Bills defense that is next to last in run defense. So this is a critical piece here. Can the Texans rushing attack, which has been up and down and inconsistent, can they make anything happen against this Bills rushing defense that has been next to worst in the league? That's where the game will be won or lost. A lot less so about Davis Mills, so long as he doesn't give the game away. Obviously, Davis Mills can't go out there turning the ball over and putting you in advantageous situations. But if he can just take care of the ball, do a lot of what he's done, or something similar, can more specifically run the football, they'll have a chance to win this game.
Brandon Scott giving us his Texans report as he does each and every Wednesday. You talked about running the football as the key, and I think that is the big key offensively for the Texans. As you talked about how bad Buffalo is, they've given up 400 yards and 5 rushing touchdowns the last 2 weeks to the Dolphins and the Bucs. But a part of that for the Texans is going to be the group up front. And you've been around there this week. Do you get the feeling on what the group will be? Do you get the feeling that last week's musical chairs that they landed on last week, is that the group that they want to go with moving forward, or do you sense there could potentially be more changes with that group?
Look, man, I was surprised by what they did last week. When I was in here last week with y'all, we joked about them putting out a guy that we had never seen before. So that's back-to-back weeks now where they've changed sort of the makeup of the offensive line, and a lot of us were somewhat surprised by it. So I'm not going to even sit here and try to predict what this offensive line is going to look like on Thursday night or tomorrow night. But I will say that that's an important piece of it. Like, what do they value more? Like, Trent Brown, I think, has been a difference maker in the run game, but we noticed that he moves a little bit slow. Doesn't move as well as, say, a Titus Howard will move on the outside. Now that Ed Ingram is healthy, do you put him back where he was at right guard and put Titus where we could argue has been their best position on the offensive line with Titus Howard at right tackle? Is that a better scenario for you in a pass? We prefer to have the better, it feels like the run blocking and pass protection makeup of the offensive line might look different in terms of what's best for the Texans. So that's going to be an important piece of it, man. And I'm just as interested to see what that looks like as anybody else.
He said that, Clint, I think Titus might play a third position this week.
Who knows? They were man, look, they were in the press conference yesterday joking around about how he could play center. And I was like, yeah, I see that we're kind of in here kikiing, having a good time, But that ain't funny. That ain't funny, man. This the dude that you done played on literally every spot on the offensive line except center. And y'all sitting up here joking about how he used to play quarterback, joking about how he could play center. Man, if you don't leave his ass at right tackle,
I think we may see him at left guard. I think because I think they like Ed. If Ed is healthy, I think we may see him move over to left guard.
Wouldn't put it past him. We've seen everybody else at left guard. Why not? We've seen it, and I'm talking about literally everybody else. Laken Thompson, Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson, somebody that we never heard of. And how about this? Yesterday, when I asked Nick Caley, Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley, man, on a week-to-week basis, when y'all making y'all game plan, y'all trying to figure out who's going to be on the offensive line, what are y'all looking for? You know what this man said? Consistency. Consistency? You mean on the offensive line where it's a different dude starting at a different spot every week except for Jake Andrews? Come on, man. Like that, that part's got to get figured out.
Hey, the only guy that is consistent is the guy that Kamari Lassiter, that sucker. Brought him in New England. They brought him in here and handed him the starting position. He's the only one that I guess that can snap the football. Look, the good thing is I hope they've landed in a place. I think they've landed at a place where Jarrett Patterson gives them a better chance than Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs. And, I think B. Scott, they've got options. If it were me, I'd start Trent Brown at right tackle. I'd start Titus Howard at right guard. And if anything comes, if Trent Brown for any reason all of a sudden struggles because there's better edges in Buffalo, you can insert Ingram and put Titus Howard back at tackle, and you've at least got answers. You got answers that make sense, right? We'll see how they handle it, but that's precisely how I would handle it. I want to talk about the other side of the football real quick with you, B. Scott. I think when I look at the matchups, which we'll talk a little bit more about them in our show tomorrow, but when I look at matchups and this defense, I think this if they win this game, it has to be led by the defense, obviously. The defense has to eat. But I look at the way that the Buffalo Bills play and the either weaknesses or injury parts of this defense, and it doesn't bode well for the Texans. If you look at the interior defensive line, we saw Tampa eat their lunch. I would imagine that Buffalo is going to try to attack there with Cook and Allen. You look at their tight ends and their slot receivers are their predominant receivers. We're down to our second or third nickel defender, and we're down to our third safety, however you want to couch that. Our linebackers aren't great in coverage, and the best one, Christian Harris, is for some reason not playing much. And so I think all of those, the Texans defense, which is our strong suit, how do you see all that playing out?
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. I'm really worried about two things. Obviously, James Cook, and look, the Bills have the best rushing attack in all of football. A lot of that does, I think, have to do with the fact that Josh Allen is the quarterback.
Yeah.
But it also has to do with the fact that James Cook, I don't know where y'all would put him amongst the best running backs in football, but I got Jonathan Taylor and Saquon Barkley at the top, and then James Cook would be in the conversation with pretty much anybody else after that. And so they've got one of the better, at least top 5 to 8 running backs in football, on top of the fact that Josh Allen is their quarterback. This is going to be a problem. Like, the Texans are going to have to bow up. I think it's an issue. I do love the Texans defense and how, even when they've bent, they haven't broken a lot. And so, I think that's going to be really the marquee matchup. Now, what about Josh Allen and that elusive nature, right? This is a big issue for the Texans defense. They've had issue with quarterbacks who escape the pocket and make things happen, right? They're elite in man-to-man defense. But what does that do? What does that allow for a mobile quarterback like we've seen with Baker Mayfield, like we saw with Bo Nix a couple of weeks ago? And no disrespect to neither one of those two, but this week we're talking about Josh Allen. So if that's what those two guys could do to this defense, especially down the stretch at the end of a game, and we expect this one to be, if the Texans have a chance to win it, I think we expect it to be a close game. I don't see a blowout happening, anything kind of similar to last year. So in a close game, can they bow up and remain disciplined against Josh Allen, who can certainly hurt you? It's going to be a hell of a matchup.
Yeah. James Cook is a huge storyline in this because he allows Josh not to have to put on the cape.
Right.
And that's the scarier version of Josh when you don't know what exactly you're getting from him. All right, B. Scott, we appreciate you jumping on. Tomorrow's a big one. We know you'll be out there, and we'll talk to you next week, hopefully with the Texans above 500 for the first time all season.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's B. Scott coming up, 5 o'clock fire as we roll through here live on the road. The drive is. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings off Ritchie Road. Make your way on out here for the final hour. Look at the injury report for once. I think the Bills potentially have some issues. They've declared some important pieces out. We'll let you know the latest on that. The Rockets, they're back on tonight, and they are facing one of the better opponents they've faced all year long, a true title contender. We'll get you ready for that as well as we continue right here live on the drive.
All right, y'all, it's hunting season and holiday season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, it's hunting.
healthy, non-smoking male.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Holy smokes!
Sports Radio 610 presents Orange Play. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live here on what is now known as a Wet Wednesday. Usually it's a Thirsty Thursday, but with the Texans playing tomorrow, and by the way, we will be off early as we will hand things off to Seth and Sean around 15 tomorrow. So be
Pendergast and Payne.
Sure, that too. Maybe that's what they are on the post-game show. So we'll hand it off to them. So we're out a little bit early tomorrow, but come on out here. Make your way on out here to this Buffalo Wild Wings right off Ritchie Road. And you still got some prizes you can win. My man over there already sitting pretty with a nice little gift card to HEB. And I'll be able to spend a little something, a little extra. I think you can even use that in the liquor department. So go ahead and do your thing as well. There are a lot. Or burgers, either way you go. But come on out here, and if you are in the building or on your way, put your name in our raffle box, grab a ticket, so you have a chance to win coming up in just a bit. All right, Clint, the injury report is officially out now. We're starting to get some designations, and really with the Texans, there's really not much new, Clint. We knew that C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie would be out with the concussions. D'Amico announced that yesterday. Add Jamal Hill, he's had a hamstring. He's been out. He's been out for a little bit as well. But everyone else is good to go, including Ed Ingram, including Titus Howard, including Trent Brown, who had a hand and a knee issue. Everybody else is good to go. But the big news, Clint, is more coming from the Buffalo Bills, and that is 3 of their receivers are going to be out of this game. And the big one is the tight end, who you could argue is his number one target, the one he goes to the most, and that's Dalton Kincaid. He is out for a second straight game with a hamstring issue. Curtis Samuel, another one that Joe Brady likes to do different things with, kind of a speed gadget guy. Crossers, can run away from people. He is out in this game, as well as McCole Hardman, who's been their punt returner. He is out in this game, speed as well. Khalil Shakir had been missing for personal reasons, but he is a go. So that is, I think the Kincaid situation is the one that if C.J. Stroud is the big one on the Texans side that's not going to be able to go, then I would say that Dalton Kincaid is that guy for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, look, I would say so. One of the top pass catchers with this offense, and when you look at this offense, it's an inside-out offense. But obviously starts with Allen and Cook in the backfield, but relies heavily on the slot receiver and the tight end. And one of those tight ends being out, the other one missing practice for personal reasons. That's advantage Houston. So last time we saw that Buffalo Bills come to you in dramatic fashion late, thanks to the Bills making some suspect decisions and punting to us and allowing us to get a long field goal to win it. But the key there was, I think they severely missed Shakir.
Yeah.
And so looks like he's going to play, obviously, but I think Dalton Kincaid is just as big a pass catcher as anybody on this team. So him being out is definitely advantage Houston.
I think the big thing from the earlier years with Buffalo is they don't have a lot of guys on the outside that scare you, right? Like Gabe Davis is there, but the old Gabe Davis was somebody where you put him and Diggs together. Those guys were threats on the outside that made people concerned. I'm not certain that this group does that, and taking Kincaid out of the mix, a guy that is come through for them in their big games. He's got over 100 yards in a couple of their biggest games against the Patriots and the Chiefs. That's a big blow for Josh Allen in a game where you would imagine the Texans defense, the number one defense in the league, is going to take away a lot of things, and you don't have your go-to guy to go to. So that is the latest there. Injury report Dalton Kincaid, the big name, out along with 2 other receivers in McCole Hardman and Curtis Samuel.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, listen, the Rockets have played, here lately, a schedule where not a lot of teams that you expect a lot, from. And they've handled those teams and kind of gone. The Magic game, that's a pretty good team in the East. They played in the last one in overtime and pulled it out. This game, it's a TV game, a national TV game tonight against the Cleveland Cavs on the road. And I would say this is one of the handful of teams in the league that I think are serious championship contenders. I think them and the Knicks were the top 2 teams coming out in terms of Vegas from the East to go to the finals. In Cleveland, they were the number 1 seed last year, had the best record out of the East, and with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, who was the Defensive Player of the Year. This is a really, really good group. A long, great. You talk about the Rockets and their height. This is a group that with Evan Mobley in there and old dude, the karate dude. Every time I see him, that's all I think about. He looks like old Show Nuff, Jared Allen. Where there's a little thing around his head. He looks like the karate guy. They've got a lot of length on that team as well to match with the Rockets. But this will be a fun game because this is one of those ones where, all right, they're facing a team where, all right, this is one that's a little bit more important than playing the Blazers or the Grizzlies. This should be a really good test for the Rockets tonight.
I just hope. I hadn't seen Cleveland play all year. I just saw some highlights a little earlier.
Hope they're wearing those jerseys?
With them unis. I hope they're wearing those peach unis, man. That looked good. I'm a big uni guy, man.
You like the peach? They had the floor with it as well. By the way, the Rockets, as I said, going up against this Cleveland team that has a lot of size, they're going to start let's call it their big-ass lineup where Ahmed Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Şengün, and Adams is where they're going to roll. This will be a fun game tonight to watch to see what they're able to do with this team on the road as one of their tougher tests here recently.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. The college football playoff rankings came out last night. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, no surprise there, and it feels like those 3 are going to be at that same kind of ranking until their conference championships go through. And we know that Ohio State and Indiana are a collision course to face each other in the Big Ten championship game, and then A&M we'll see as they probably will face Georgia in the SEC championship game. That's the top 4: Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, and Georgia. But a lot of conversation went the rest of the way with the drop that Alabama took after losing to Oklahoma, the jump that Oklahoma took. Notre Dame is a big talking point. What for you jumped out to you with this new college football ranking, which these playoff rankings are getting more and more important the later we get in the season because it depends on if you lose a game, how far you fall. And we saw the committee says if you lose at home to a quality opponent, you may drop 6 spots. You may go from 4 to 10 the way Alabama did.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at the college football playoff with the rankings, close losses and grading those a little bit different. If a team goes out there and loses by 14 to a bad football team, which right now it's obvious Alabama did early in the season to open the football season, going to Florida State, then that hurts you, right? A bad loss hurts you. A tight loss versus a good football team hurts you less. And so it's obvious that they're leaning heavily into that. When I look at the rankings, I'm fascinated with the Texas Tech run, sitting at 10-1 right now, number 5 in the country. I just know on that campus and for that alumni, I can relate being an Arkansas grad is when you're making this kind of run, and nowadays you make this kind of run and you're automatically in a 12-team playoff. That place is absolutely nuts. So hopefully they can hang on, which it looks like.
And they're in that coveted 5 spot too, Clint, where you face either the ACC champion or, what is it, Tulane right now, or whatever the non-Power 5 team is or Power 4 team is at home. That's a spot people like, that 5 spot.
Right, and this ever since they've gone to the 12-team playoff, man, I've said it multiple times today. I'm glad that we're sitting here having the debates about, who gets in at the bottom, the 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 range, ranked teams instead of the top four. I just enjoy that better. I don't think teams leaving out the 13th best team is a lot more bearable for me than leaving out the fifth. But you look down at that 10 to 16, 17, man, and you've got a healthy group of that 10, 11, 12 number. Is going to be fun to watch this thing unfold. You got Alabama at 10, then BYU, Utah, but then you got Miami, Vanderbilt, USC, Georgia Tech, Texas. You got some interesting teams at Michigan right below Texas. You got some interesting teams in the mix right there that could all be pushing for that 12 spot.
I just fundamentally disagree with the committee and how they're handling Notre Dame. It's not about as much the wins for Notre Dame. It seems like we're in a situation that Notre Dame is sitting where they are, one, because they're Notre Dame. But, again, Alabama's Alabama that's around them. Miami is not that far behind them. But Notre Dame is sitting there based off the strength of their losses. Like their losses, to me, is the best part of their resume. They lost the first two games of the season. They were close games. They went on the road to Miami and lost, and then A&M came in there and beat them in a high-scoring game. But outside of that, it's USC. There you go, and they need USC to help them. But it's USC, and then they blasted a Pittsburgh team that they kicked right out of the rankings after that loss. And I think Pittsburgh has a chance to get worse. They play Georgia Tech coming up, and that loss could be worse. So they'll be sitting there with a USC win and then two really good losses. And then Alabama, yes, they lost to Florida State, Florida State jumped into the top 10 after they beat them. Now, they've fallen apart, but they've got wins over Georgia, Missouri, somebody else in that they've got 4 wins in the top 22. And in Georgia, Georgia, the best one. All right, that's got to play a bigger factor than the losses, than losing to A&M and Miami. I mean, those are great losses, but that's got to play a bigger factor.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, that's the talk of the rankings right now is the Notre Dame Alabama dynamic, and so. But you would think I would side with Alabama, no question about it. But it is. Luckily we've got a couple more weeks to work this thing out and see what unfolds.
Yeah. So that is the latest there. As some stuff will work itself out, but interesting decision by the committee.
Notre Dame, supposed to be a reputable university, right?
5 o'clock fire.
More news coming out of college football. Clint, Steve Sarkisian, and a lot has been rolling around here of late of, is this going to be his last year at Texas? We've heard the rumors from Diana Rossini saying that maybe the Titans is a spot that he'd be open to going to. And he said on the rumors about him leaving Texas, he said, I ain't going nowhere. Sarkisian addressed reports about his potential departure, calling them, I quote, absolutely false and untrue. The fifth-year Longhorns coach said he normally doesn't address rumors about his future, but felt a need because of the importance to both the team and the university. You believe him? You believe that? I mean, that.
I don't look. I will not believe right now. I think this isn't. I don't believe the coach, and I just think right now it is a better job in the NFL. I think they're two very similar jobs, but I think in the NFL at least you have contracts that hold guys to you, so you know, hey, for the next 3 years I'm going to have my key players that are under contract. I know who and when I'm going to lose certain players, and so. The college game has gotten to a point where, I mean, it is unbelievably difficult to retain players. It's unbelievably difficult to trust because they all got representation and parents and got people that are giving them advice it all revolves around money. And they can leave you at any point in time. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if Lane Kiffin didn't leave. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Steve Sarkisian didn't leave. It wouldn't surprise me if more and more guys every year that passes until they fix college football. It wouldn't shock me at all if those guys leave.
Yeah. This is much stronger, though, than he was the last time. The last time he just went off about Diana Rossini but didn't deny any of it. This one he said he's not going nowhere. This is a lot stronger. I'm with you, Clint. we'll see what happens when pressure starts getting put on him. We'll see what happens if, like right now, he go in there and the Giants want to hunt him down for some reason or something with all that up there. I don't know. That seems like that could be pretty enticing to maybe leave Texas. So interesting to see there, but he at least was much, much stronger on his words this time about staying in Austin. All right, Clint believes this game really, for the most part, squarely on one person. A huge game for this Houston Texan. We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you're looking for a new rig, man, you got to get up to Tomball Ford. It's bottom line. They got a Ford year-end sales event going on right now. And if you're looking for a 2025 Ford F-150, you can get one for $15,000 off MSRP. You can get one for
Your reaction starting at 6 and going all day lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Good to hear the voice of the starting quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons for the rest of the year, Kirk Cousins.
What up,
another ACL for Michael Penix Jr.
Well, that didn't even look like it was possible.
Yeah,
he just kind of folded underneath him. It didn't even seem like it was going to be longer term, but I guess
he's
it
torn
is.
both. That's his third one, I believe. He had both legs in college, and this left leg for a second time. Tyler's already had one, and that's enough for him, I guess.
Exactly. I never want to do that again.
Yeah, there you go. But no, man, it's been a good time out here at Buffalo Wild Wings here at Ritchie Road. Make your way on out here. Order you up some wings, some good food, some drinks. Hey, it's a good time to be had out here. We're here on Wednesday because obviously the big game tomorrow, as we will hand things off early to Seth and Sean for the pregame show. So we're out here having a good time here on a what's it called? A wet Wednesday.
A little wet Wednesday.
A little wet Wednesday. There you go. My man, he came up, didn't even smile, nodded his head like, yeah, wet Wednesday. I'm on that wet Wednesday. I'm on that wet Wednesday. All right, all right, good. Hey, my guy, you could have been a winner out here.
HEB.
There it is. Get something right there, man. Some good wine.
I told you, I got that HEB gift card at the house. I've had it for about a year and a half and hadn't.
You got to pull the trigger on that now.
Pull the trigger on it, don't I?
Yeah, they got everything.
I was going to save it for when I invited you boys over to have a little something. I was going to go buy some meat, man.
You should have pulled the trigger on that then a long time ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No excuse.
Right. All right, Clint, I know for you, there are a lot of people who are going to play an important role in this game. But I know for you, this we talk about Casario, we talk about Kaylee, we talk about a lot of stuff. But this is a huge game for who in your mind?
D'Amico Ryans.
There you go.
Look, I think we can sit around and talk about shutting out the Tennessee Titans. We can sit around and talk about holding the Denver Bronco offense to 15. We can sit around and talk about holding the Titans to 13. And but man, this is the kind of game where the season's on the line. You're 5-5. This would be a monster win relative to keeping yourself alive for the playoffs, keeping pace with the teams that you're going to have to ultimately outplay down the stretch to get that wild card spot. And this team is built in a way that you win with defense. And it can't be you just win with defense against sorry football teams. I mean, it's got to be when you're matched up with what is some of the best that the league has to offer. What did B. Scott's league?
Yeah.
I mean, the reigning MVP. The back is, you say he's leading the league in rushing or second
in the league in rushing behind Jonathan
Taylor?
Taylor.
This is the kind of game where if our ranking on defense, if all this talk about the Texans defense being Super Bowl caliber, if that's real, this is a game where you got to show it. The defense has to be why the Texans have a shot in the fourth quarter, right? Whether you got a slight lead or the score's kept low enough to where it's a 13-6, 13-7, 13-10 ball game, and now all you need is one play, one drive, and you can go down and win it. The defense has to be the reason why you have a chance to beat teams like Buffalo, teams like Indianapolis, even teams like Kansas City coming down the pike. That just, to me, that has to be the reason. We can talk about the injuries. We can talk about the quarterback. We can talk about the lack of weapons. We can talk about a first-year play caller, but that's all got to come secondary to what the identity of this football team is, and that's D'Amico Ryans. And so, to me, it starts with D'Amico Ryans, the defensive game planner, designer, and play caller, and then it moves to D'Amico Ryans, the game manager, right? And I mean game manager in every sense of it. Are you going to challenge a play that obviously you're going to lose and you're going to give up a timeout and talk about, timeout, first half timeouts aren't as important as second half timeouts? That'll get you beat against the Buffalo Bills. This is a game where he's going to have to go for it last week, 4th and half a yard, he kicks a field goal. We know that Tennessee's offense isn't gonna do diddly squat. So you feel like threes are good. I don't know if that's going to be the case against Buffalo. He's going to have to make 2 or 3 calls throughout this game that are on the aggressive side and really put it in the lap of his offense. And I just think that we, from a game management perspective, timeouts, challenges, aggressive calls, I think we've got to win those. And then we can get to, well, the rookie play caller wasn't good enough, or the backup quarterback wasn't good enough. I just think that D'Amico's got to – this is one of those games where D'Amico's got to be the reason why.
Yeah, and when you look at it, because I do think he's got to make up for some things. Listen, the Bills are a 6-point favorite in this game. The Bills clearly, even if CJ was in the game, they would have a clear advantage at quarterback. Clear. He is the reigning MVP that's in the mix again. They definitely have that advantage with Davis Mills in there, right? And this is a team that is thought to be a better football team, more talented football team than you. One place that you can make up the difference is I think you are a better coach than Sean McDermott. I think that's a space where, all right, how can we make it up? Well, we watched Bill Belichick and Andy Reid make up talent discrepancies a lot because they do things to outcoach the other side. Plenty of times we've watched that. You got to ask Sean McDermott will do stupid. He will do stupid things. He what'd you say? He gave the game to the Texans last year, and that's not the first time. It's a constant thing. So that is a place where the Texans can make up for some of the talent discrepancies overall with the team. And I just know this game cannot be caught because or be lost because of anything that he did. Like all the decisions you're talking about, like we should not come in here on what will be a Reaction Friday live at Walk-On in Katy. We should be coming here talking about, man, there was a blunder there, decision-making by D'Amico, or, wow, what happened there on the defense with D'Amico, or why did – like that shouldn't happen. What'd you say the Denver game, how that game ended when they tried to really he misread what his team was doing and what they were capable of doing at that point, and it set the Broncos up to win the game very much like Sean McDermott did for him. Those things can't happen. He's got to be the difference.
Yep. To me, there's no doubt. Like if you remember the Rams game early in the year,
First game of the year?
First game of the year. That defense, our defense, gave us multiple chances. I mean, they went down and got a turnover when the game was over. But they gave us multiple chances. Look, I think against Tampa Bay, I know we gave them the ball with a lead, and the defense ended up giving up the lead. But that was a good – I mean, we were in that ball game because the defense was holding court right there. Game is one that comes to mind where you can't afford to jump out to a 14-0 lead. Or allow the opponent to jump out to a 14-0 lead and force this offense to play from behind with your backup quarterback. Those are the kind of things that you just can't happen. And for the most part, D'Amico's defense has done that. Like I said, did it against Los Angeles. I believe they did it against Tampa, although they lost it late. I think they did it against Denver. Holding them they gave up 18 points. So Seattle's really the only one where it got a little bit sideways pretty quick. And, you can't afford that to happen against this team with your backup quarterback and with this offense in the game.
Yeah, no, I like this. This is a big game for him, man. Let's just be honest. Like in their time, the teams besides Buffalo last year, the upper echelon teams in the AFC over this 2.5+ year run, they've not had a great amount of success with. Like I understand what happened with Baltimore this year, but we understand that was a Baltimore team that wasn't anywhere close to full strength. They have struggled in these games, with the exception of the one last year against the Bills. I think he was a difference last year in that game. I think he was. I think he outcoached the hell out of Joe Brady and Sean McDermott. And I'm with you. That is something that they need to have happen again. All right, as we continue here, live on the road, Buffalo Wild Wings, Ritchie Road again. Man, there's TVs all over the place. This will be a big game for the Rockets tonight. You can watch You can watch them as they take on the Cavs out here and much, much more. College basketball matchup today between Connecticut and Florida, I believe. So you can come check that out as well right here, Buffalo Wild Wings, right off Ritchie Road. As we continue here, we'll get you T-Mill's best bets and the important thing. B. Scott touched on it a little bit. We hear it from the head coach himself, the most important thing for this offense. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, fellas, if you get down with low T and Synergenics, the only regret you're going to have is that you didn't get started earlier. I can guarantee.
smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
I'm just sexual, man.
Tyler is the absolute worst.
It's a Thirsty Thursday Wednesday edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings' Ritchie Road location, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know, Tyler, your ass better cut that music off.
What happened?
What? You don't like Nirvana?
What happened? What'd I miss?
No, you better cut that music off during these segments, but we got a guy right here, boy.
Oh, the
just
5
losing his
o'clock
mind,
fire,
man.
Mm-hmm.
My man is losing his mind. He did say we do have the best show. I mean, he's accurate, but my man said, "But he fired them off, the 3 or 4 of them. That damn background music."
Who did that? What are you talking about?
My man on the text line.
Not a fan of the fire.
Tyler had to get with him. I mean, what the hell's crawled up your ass? He just said that, man. That's so many words. No, man, it's been a good time out here. We always have fun at this location, at Buffalo Wild Wings. Remember, we will be out at a Reaction Friday and also a Football Friday. Walk-ons, Katy is where we will be. Plenty of prizes. You can win future Texans tickets on that Friday, as we do every Friday. Colts-Texans tickets, the final game of the regular season, which could loom very, very large. You got a chance to win a pair of those tickets as well. Ultimate Tailgate, where you get a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and a pair of tickets in the suite as well. So a lot for you to potentially win coming up. Walk-ons at Katy on Friday for Football Friday. By the way, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. As Nick Casario, he will jump on with the fellas right after we get done, so stay tuned for that. Area 45 coming on 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they got you as they will get you ready for, I believe, the Texans and the Bills, but also this big game for the Rockets in Cleveland that they'll, I'm sure, talk about a little bit. They're rolling tonight to midnight on Area 45. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. Pretty good week so far, so we'll see if he can maintain this thing. All right, Clint, I think for me a big question that I have in this game, and I think it's an important part. If you missed Brandon Scott, he was on with us earlier for the Texans Report. He brought it up, and I think in as many words said it was the most important thing for this game. And D'Amico Ryans, when he spoke to the media yesterday, last time we heard from him before this game, he talked about the importance of this and this being their ability to be able to run the football on the Buffalo Bills. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, running the ball, for me, it's always a key. No matter who you're playing, who's your opponent, you got to run it well. That just, when you can dictate and control the line of scrimmage, it just opens up your playbook a lot more. So the run game is vital. Of course, it's going to take all 11 guys blocking really well, being detailed in what we're doing, and our backs just finishing.
Obviously, Clint, when you have a backup quarterback in there, running the football, that can be helpful to any quarterback, to be honest with you, but especially a backup quarterback. Running the football can be a big help. You can control the game, keep Josh Allen off the field much more if you're running the football, and they've done a great job with time of possession in this streak here of late. But you can run the football, and Clint, third-ranked rushing offense with 107 a game. They got a chance here in this game, Clint, because the Bills are one of the worst. They're 31st in the league when it comes to rushing yards given up. They give up 153 a game in the last 2 weeks. Miami and Tampa just ran all over them. 400 yards combined with 5 rushing touchdowns in that game. And, Clint, to me, this is a big storyline in this game because when the Bills have lost, hell, and even some of their wins, but when the Bills have lost, teams have run all over their asses, and it's out there for them now. Are the Texans good enough to take advantage of it? Woody Marks, whoever is going to be in front of them, that offensive line, the tight ends, Cade Stover is back. That should help. But are they good enough to take advantage of this, which is the biggest weakness on the team. This is the thing that everyone says will stop Buffalo from getting to a Super Bowl, is their run defense. And to me, can the Texans take advantage of that?
Yeah, look, I think they can. Now, to what degree, I don't know if they're going to go out there and run for 200 yards.
Yeah.
But we've seen the Texans in moments the last couple of weeks run the football and straight gash defenses in critical points in the game. And so, there's something brewing there. I do believe that they've gotten better. We'll see how much better. I think Trent Brown obviously gives him a better chance to get push up front. We'll see what they do with the right guard. And I think Ed Ingram is a better run blocking guard than Titus, and so that we'll see what they do there.
Remember Noah Ed Oliver? He is still out in this game.
But yeah, look, I think we can run it. I think we can run it well enough to complement the pass game, and as long as we start that conversation with we got to be really good on defense. I think we can run it well enough to complement the pass game and have an effective offense.
They. And I think, Woody Marks is a guy that I would still say looks like he got the bulk of the carries in the last game. And I think there is a place for Nick Chubb to get some run in this thing, in both of them. But to me, Woody Marks, we're watching. They pulled off a third-string guy last week for the Bucs. We've watched a lot of teams have great success, and we've watched Woody Marks have great success. Right, the previous Titans game, he started rolling in it before. So we have seen flashes. I don't know if we've seen a full game. We've seen flashes of their run game being able to go. And I mean run game, I don't mean including C.J. or Davis Mills, but the times they hand off. And you know what, Clint? I expect to see that to be a big part of the offense, because if they are such a game plan offense the way they talk about it. Yeah, I mean, it is hard not to look at this team and think, all right, if you're a game plan offense, this is the week where we run the football.
Lean into it. I think they're better up front. I think Woody Marks getting 18 carries to Nick Chubb's 3 last week. I think that bodes well for getting more touches. I mean, I remember we had a 4-man rotation to start the season, and then all of a sudden Dare Ogunbowale got mixed back in there after the bye for some reason, but it looks like they've settled in. At least last week it did look like they settled in with Woody Marks being the best bet there. I got to believe if you're going to lean heavy into the run approach, the run attack, which you should, that Woody Marks is going to get the touches. And just Woody Marks, nothing against Nick Chubb. Look, I like Nick Chubb. I like Nick Chubb in the role. I'm not opposed to Nick Chubb getting a lot of carries. The reality of it is this offense needs playmakers. This offense needs explosion. This offense needs twitch and change of direction. And right now, man, Woody Marks is one of just a handful of ways to get that. And so I don't know that, for me, that takes priority over Nick Chubb running downhill between the tackles. And so I like the direction the Texans are going with the running back. I like the opponent's inability to stop the run. So, yeah, I feel like we should be able to – I don't know about set the tone. I don't know about establish the run. Those are some pretty strong –
I bet you they're talking about that.
Well, I'm sure they're talking about it. But in real football, that's pretty strong terms to use. I don't know that the Texans have that in them against anybody. But an effective run game that can be complementary to an efficient pass game. I think we can get it done.
Yeah, text line coming in about Woody Marks and his size. He's a third down back. You don't want to give him that many carries. I'm not saying they're the same guys, but up against this Buffalo defense, and I'm not. He's an explosive player. The difference, I'm just from a size perspective. Woody Marks is more put together than him, and he got 22 carries for 174 yards and 2 touchdowns in that game against that Buffalo defense. Over almost 8 yards a carry.
Look, we're not talking. We're not talking about giving a guy 30 carries downhill between the tackles into the teeth of the defense. I mean, he had 18 carries. I'll take it. All right. I mean, I will. He can handle 18 carries. We're not living in the 1990s. When we're running ISO and we're running downhill into the teeth of a defense and a pro-style offense. I mean, he's fine right there. I mean, now you get into the 24, 25, up to upper 20s on a week-in, week-out basis, and, yeah, we may have to have a conversation about Woody Marks. But in today's game, man, these guys they're fine at that 15 to 18 carry mark. And if Woody gets that, I'd be more than happy.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. All right, as we finish this thing off, let's try to make a little cash for you. Not a bad week. Not too bad yesterday. Got a push on one, so you won one, lost one. Not too bad. What you got tonight? T-Mill's best bets. By the way, if you don't get those, if you missed them, or you want to hear them again, or you forgot them, head to @T-Mill-Real-Deal as he posts all of his best bets every night. What you got tonight?
Yeah, I was mad at that push too, Ron, because at halftime that was very much on pace to be a 2-for-3 night. But here we are. Anyway, 4 more NBA bets tonight, including the home team. First, got the Indiana Pacers plus Hornets. Next, I got an under for you. Wizards at the Timberwolves, under 238.5 points in that one. And then 2 Rockets bets here, as the Rockets are going to be in Cleveland, tipping off here shortly, taking on the Cavs. I got the Rockets in a pick 'em. They're saying this game's basically a toss-up. So I got the Rockets winning. Hometown squad's got to win tonight. And then
like that part.
You like that one?
I like that part.
You don't like the first two. Oh, that's great.
No, I'm waiting for this one you're about to get to.
Oh, you hate this one. And this might be my favorite one. I got Alpi Şengün over 21.5 points tonight against the Cavaliers. That is 21.5, and that is the over for Alpi.
I don't hate it.